Chapter 4173. Ping Yangshan only gave a few simple explanations, but Yi Xian was already completely enlightened. Obviously, the survivors of the primeval age who lived on the vital planets in this corner of the primeval age didn't have an easy time. They were different from the descendants of the primordial beasts who lived on more planets. The descendants of the primordial beasts had their inheritances in their own bloodlines. These primordial beasts devoured each other to make their own bloodlines purer. They evolved step by step and became stronger. However, not many of the inheritances of the survivors of the primordial era were left after the great battle in the primordial era. Even if there were, most of them were incomplete. As such, their path of evolution and strength was destined to be much more difficult than the bloodline descendants of the primordial ferocious beasts who lived in the void of the primordial world fragment. Whether it was the height that they could reach or the speed of evolution, they were far inferior to the descendants of the primordial beast. In this way, when an extremely powerful ferocious beast, such as the immortal rank, existed in a certain star field, then that star field would become a true forbidden area for all the primordial survivors around it. They would not dare to approach it at all. However, if there was such an extremely powerful ferocious beast in every corner of a planet where the survivors of the primordial era lived, then the planet where a small number of survivors of the primordial era lived would be trapped. This was because no matter which direction they explored in, they would eventually encounter a forbidden area guarded by an immortal-level ferocious beast. Therefore, they could only hide in this corner of the central region and struggle at death's door. They could not get in touch with the outside world or contact other survivors of the primordial era. They could not communicate with each other and try to complete the inheritances left by the bloodline ancestor. In this way, it was equivalent to forming a vicious cycle. The strength of the entire race was always in the slow lane of evolution. There was almost no hope for the future. Shangji star was obviously like this. Moreover, in this primeval world fragment void that was still unknown to the extent of its vastness, it was very likely that similar life planets with more or less primeval survivors were all in the same situation. They lived in the crevices of the starry skies. It was no wonder that Yi Xian had felt that these survivors of the primordial era were rather servile. Now, it seemed that it was not servility, but a kind of despair that had almost been engraved in their bones, and the inevitable result of being at a loss for the future. The entire mulberry tree star was a lost planet of life. Maybe in this vast space, there would be some highly evolved primordial planets with undying and even officials. However, it was obvious that the 12 tribes of Shangji star that had never ventured beyond a trillion li of space didn't have such information. Everyone knew. After realizing this, Yi Xian could not help but feel disappointed. He had thought that he would finally be able to figure out the general situation of this fragment of the untainted land since he had finally found a life planet where the survivors of the primordial age lived. He did not expect that the result would be so embarrassing. None of the tens of millions of survivors of the primordial era who lived on this life planet had ventured beyond a trillion li of space. In this space of a trillion li of space, Shangji star was the only life planet where the survivors of the primordial era lived. Even if he wanted to find another place to inquire, he was destined to have no chance. It seemed that he had to rely on himself in the end. A distance of hundreds of millions of kilometers wasn't considered too far for the current Yi Xian. Right now, he could only hope that after leaving this area, he would be able to encounter a life planet with a powerful ancient remnant overseeing it. Only in this way would he be able to smoothly inquire about this corner of Hong. Information related to the general situation of the fragment of the wasteland. As they drank and chatted, Ping Yangshan and the other strongest cosmic light realm experts in the stronghold quickly brought up the situation around the mulberry orchid star, which was located in a radius of a trillion kilometers. Just as Yi Xian had guessed, the reason why the tens of millions of survivors of the primordial era who lived on this life planet did not know anything about the universe beyond a trillion li of space. The reason was that the place where they lived happened to be in the center of several starry forbidden zones. No matter which direction they headed in, they would eventually reach a forbidden area in the starry sky that was billions of miles in circumference. Even if they used all the power of their clan, they would never be able to cross this forbidden area in the starry sky. The nearest one was more than 40 million li away, and the furthest one was more than 80 million li away. The only thing they had in common was that each of these forbidden zones had 1 to 2 or 3 extremely powerful ferocious beasts guarding them. According to the starry sky realm, these extremely powerful ferocious beasts guarding the surrounding forbidden zones should all be immortal rank existences. Speaking of these extremely powerful immortal realm fierce beasts, Ping Yangshan and the other strongest experts of the village were full of helplessness, because it was their existence that prevented the tens of millions of survivors of the primordial era on Shangji star from leaving. At the same time, it was most likely because of them that they prevented the other survivors of the primordial era from entering the starry space outside. However, apart from feeling helpless about these extremely powerful immortal realm fierce beasts, they also felt a deep sense of powerlessness and fear. Among the tens of millions of survivors of the primordial era on Sangji Star, the strongest was only at the perfect level 9 sector Lord Realm. There was not even a single universe-grade existence, so what could they do in the face of an immortal realm fierce beast that was an entire realm stronger than a universe-grade existence? They could only look at the ocean and sigh. However, this was obviously not a problem for Yi Xian. Immortal realm fierce beasts could not stop him from moving forward. In fact, with his current strength, Yi Xian could even fight head-on with a marquee-level immortal if he used all his supreme abilities and cultivation base. He could even defeat a marquee-level immortal. Thinking of this, he immediately made a decision. After a short stay on this mulberry tree star, he immediately left. He randomly chose a direction and passed through the so-called forbidden area tens of millions of kilometers away. He walked out of this sealed area that was like a cage in the starry sky and went to a wider area outside. To gather information in the starry sky, the only reason he decided to stay on Sangji Star for the time being was because the tens of millions of survivors of the primordial era who lived on this life star had inherited the secret technique of refining the great flesh medicine. Chapter 4174. The last day and a half passed by in the blink of an eye as people toasted each other and chatted from time to time. After 3 whole days of continuous refinement under the high temperature of the earth fire, it was finally time for this cauldron of flesh medicine to be opened. From the mouth of Pingyang Mountain, Yi Xian understood that the large and small villages of the tribe would only refine this kind of flesh and blood medicine 2 to 3 times a year. Every time the flesh and blood medicine was brewed, all the villagers in the village would be able to get different portions according to their cultivation base. As for the great medicine of blood and flesh, which was only distributed 3 times a year, the villagers would not drink it all at once. Instead, they would store it in some bottle-shaped storage magic treasures. Just like how the Starry Sky Masters of the 3 main planes treated the Star Core origin and other cultivation resources. They would slowly use them in the future. They would consume it. Because this kind of flesh medicine was the only resource for the survivors of the remote antiquity to improve their cultivation and evolve their life level. Of course, the flesh of the ferocious beasts of the Starry Sky, which was usually eaten as food, also had a certain effect on the evolution of life level and the improvement of the strength of the flesh and blood. However, it was obviously far from being comparable to the flesh medicine refined by the secret method of inheritance in the village. After hearing these words, Yi Xian suddenly looked forward to the completion of the flesh medicine in front of him. Since the purpose of refining the flesh of the ferocious beast was not just to eat, but to use it as the only cultivation resource, then its effect should not be too disappointing. With this kind of expectation, Yi Xian immediately cast his eyes on the huge furnace in the central territory of the valley in front of him. Because at this moment, Ping Yangshan and several other experts of the Universal Light Realm who had been sitting around Yi Xian all stood up one after another and walked to the front of the furnace one after another. The people of Ping Yangshan village who were celebrating around them also stopped what they were doing and cast their eyes over there as if they had made an agreement. Their faces were full of eagerness and even admiration. At this moment they seemed to be on a pilgrimage. After all, to them, this cauldron of medicine before them represented their cultivation resources for the next half a year. At this moment it was about to be completed, so it was unavoidable for everyone to be excited in their hearts. At this moment, it was already dawn. At the eastern side of the gorge, a fiery red sun was slowly rising, and it emanated a strand of golden radiance that illuminated the entire gorge and its surroundings in an extremely dazzling manner. An old woman who looked to be in her 60s or 70s slowly walked out from a small path in the valley under the protection of several female villagers. At this moment, all of the villagers cast gazes of reverence and admiration towards her. Even Ping Yangshan and the other cosmic light realm experts of the mountain-raising stronghold did the same. This scene caused Yi Xian to immediately roll his eyes. She was just an old woman at the universe realm. If one didn't know about her appearance, they would have thought that an undying emperor had come. The old woman's gaze swept across Ping Yangshan and the others before finally landing on Yi Xian. She smiled and nodded before looking away. This was considered a form of greeting. This made Yi Xian even more displeased. Even though this old woman had a very high status in the mountain-raising stronghold, she was still just a universe realm expert. Yi Xian's current cultivation base was at the universe grade. There was no other person like him on the entire mulberry tree star. How could this old woman act like this? Come? Wasn't she taking advantage of her seniority too much? In fact, this old woman only looked old in terms of appearance. If they were to really compare age, she was afraid that she was far inferior to Yi Xian. Although he hadn't been in space for long, he had lived for so many years before entering the great cosmos world. Even he couldn't count how many years he had lived. Just as Yi Xian was feeling slightly displeased, the old woman suddenly appeared. Under the protection of a few female stronghold residents behind her, the old woman had already arrived in front of the black cauldron with a diameter of 1,000 meters. Obviously, as the person with the highest seniority in the mountain-raising stronghold, the opening ceremony of this cauldron of flesh medicine should be personally completed by this old woman. This made Yi Xian's impression of her even worse. Previously, during the 3 days of preparation and subsequent refinement of the entire cauldron of flesh medicine, this old woman hadn't contributed at all. She hadn't even shown her face once. Now that it was time to open the cauldron, she had come out to make her presence known. This was really infuriating. However, this was a matter of the stronghold, so Yi Xian didn't intend to stay there for long. Therefore, after pursing his lips, he threw this matter to the back of his mind. He had already decided that he would wait for this cauldron of flesh medicine to open and see its quality. If he was disappointed, then there was no need for him to stay any longer. He would just leave immediately. Right at this moment, the old woman standing in front of the black cauldron suddenly began to move. Her originally aged figure instantly became energetic. She took large strides and walked in front of the huge black cauldron. Her footsteps seemed to have a certain rhythm, giving people the feeling that she was walking on Yu's footsteps. Her hands were waving from time to time as she muttered to herself. Her 10 fingers were constantly forming some kind of finger seals. At a glance, she looked like an old thing who was dancing. But in fact, as she chanted silently and formed various finger seals with her 10 fingers, Yi Xian could clearly feel that in the area where she was standing, suddenly, the originally invisible field quietly occurred without any warning. It had changed. Could it be that, before this cauldron of flesh medicine is opened, it really needs some kind of special incantation or ceremony as the final closing ceremony? Only then can the cauldron of flesh medicine be successfully opened and the cauldron of flesh medicine finally be completed? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately developed a strong interest in this old woman. He had even vaguely guessed the other party's overly arrogant demeanor and bearing from before. It was clear that this old woman was equivalent to a priest in some tribes in the Flat Mountain Village. She should be in possession of the key secret arts that were passed down in the Flat Mountain Village regarding the refinement of flesh and blood medicine. And this kind of existence, in a stronghold like the Flat Mountain Stronghold, which was a remnant of the primordial era, should have been passed down from generation to generation. As such, it created such a superior position in the stronghold. Even Ping Yangshan, as the leader of the stronghold, had to treat her with respect. After all, although Ping Yangshan was the leader of the stronghold, without this kind of existence similar to a priest in the tribe, he could not refine a cauldron of flesh medicine. All this was Yi Xian's guess at the moment. But if nothing unexpected happened, this guess should be the truth. Chapter 4175. Not far away, in front of the huge black cauldron that was 1,000 meters in radius, the old woman, who had been chanting while performing various hand seals, suddenly trembled and stopped abruptly. At the same time, she let out a violent roar. The finger gesture in her hand seemed to have reached the last one. As she shouted, she raised her right arm and flicked her finger. Xiao. As she flicked her finger, a green light shot out from her fingertip and went into the huge black cauldron in front of her. This seemingly inconspicuous green light, which was only the size of a finger, seemed to have drained a lot of energy and vitality from the old woman's body. As the green light shot out, she, who had always been full of vigor, became dispirited in an instant. She was so haggard that she seemed to have aged a few years suddenly. The few female strongholds who had been standing behind her immediately stepped forward at this time, supported her body, retreated to the back, and began to recuperate. All of this seemed to be very skillful and smooth. No one made a sound of surprise. Obviously, such a scene had long been common for all the strongholds present in the Flat Mountain Stronghold. What shocked Yi Xian even more was the amazing change after the green light from the old woman's finger went into the huge black cauldron with a diameter of 1,000 meters. Even he subconsciously opened his mouth wide because of the strange scene that appeared in the next moment. His face was full of sluggishness. Roar. A clear dragon's roar rang out, followed closely by a tiger's roar that shook the forest. Accompanied by these two dragon roars and tiger roars, there were phantasms of a giant dragon and a winged black tiger rising from the top of the huge black cauldron with a radius of 1,000 meters. This scene was clearly the roar of a dragon and tiger. Soon, the phantasms of the giant dragon and the winged black tiger gradually dissipated when they rose about 100 meters above the cauldron. But the black cauldron below did not stop there. Similar phantasms were still rising from the cauldron one after another. There was a unicorn, a giant bear, a wolf, and other exotic beasts of various forms. All of them had extraordinary auras. At first glance, one could tell that they were ferocious beasts with pure bloodlines. Of course, they were all phantasms and did not really exist. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian instantly came to a realization. Obviously, the cause of all this was the wisp of azure light that the old woman from the mountain suppression stronghold shot into the cauldron. Perhaps it was also related to the talisman seals that she slapped into the bones of the cauldron earlier. This was an alchemy technique that came from the primordial era, and its effects had already been revealed now. It was capable of providing a terrifying amplification effect to the bloodline might contained within the flesh and blood materials that were used to refine the grand medicine within the cauldron. Yi Xian had seen all the ferocious beasts that the villagers of the flat mountain stronghold had thrown into the black cauldron earlier. Although they all carried the bloodlines of primordial beasts, the density of those bloodlines was far from enough to manifest the phantasms. Degree. Only ferocious beasts above the Star-Lord state would be able to manifest the phantasms. However, thanks to the old woman's refining technique, the mediocre ferocious beasts were able to manifest the phantasms that only ferocious beasts above the Star-Lord state could. The quality of the flesh and blood in the cauldron was greatly improved in an instant. It was simply unbelievable. It was unimaginable. Clang. Just as Yi Xian was in shock, the heavy cauldron beast of this black cauldron, which was 1,000 meters in diameter, had already been opened by the combined forces of Ping Yangshan and the other experts of the cosmic light realm and thrown to one side of the valley. In an instant, as the lid of the cauldron was opened, a dense mist spread out from the inside of the cauldron. After inhaling it, even Yi Xian felt refreshed, despite his current cultivation level. There was no doubt that the quality of the flesh and blood in the cauldron was quite good. Although it wasn't very effective for Yi Xian, it shouldn't be forgotten that the cauldron of flesh and blood was made from the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts that Yi Xian didn't care about at all, together with all kinds of herbs. According to his estimation, under normal circumstances, the flesh and blood medicine refined from this level of fierce beast material should be far less than half of the current medicinal effect. However, the reality was far beyond his expectations. The cauldron of great medicine had a slight effect on his current universe-grade cultivation. All of this was obviously due to the primordial refining technique that the old woman had mastered. At the thought of this, Yi Xian suddenly became excited. A cauldron of the most ordinary ferocious beast flesh and blood, together with all kinds of herbs, could actually be refined into such a miraculously effective flesh and blood medicine. Then what if he refined it with the flesh and blood of various Star Lord, Domain Lord, Sector Lord, and even immortal-grade ferocious beasts that he had collected? There was no doubt that the effect would be even better. As for the flesh and blood of a Desolation Almighty or even a Quasi-Desolation Almighty, Yi Xian didn't even think about it. This black cauldron with a diameter of 1,000 meters simply wouldn't be able to withstand such a terrifying pressure. He was afraid that the entire cauldron would explode as soon as he threw in the flesh of a Quasi-Desolation Almighty. In order to refine the flesh and blood of a Quasi-Desolation Almighty, one had to use Yi Xian's Farmer God Cauldron to refine it. Furthermore, this couldn't be done by others because the Farmer God Cauldron's Farmer God Cauldron couldn't be controlled by the Farmer God Cauldron's Farmer God Cauldron. Only after Yi Xian mastered this refining technique could he use the Farmer God Cauldron to control the Farmer God Cauldron to refine it. When that time came, the power of the Farmer God Cauldron and the miraculous purification effect of the Farmer God Cauldron would definitely be heaven-defying. However, a flesh and blood medicine of that level would probably have to wait until Yi Xian's own cultivation broke through to the immortal level, or even the Marquis or Emperor level before he could consume it. After all, the flesh and blood of a Quasi-Desolation Almighty was used to refine the flesh and blood of a Quasi-Desolation Almighty. Even with his current universe-level power, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it and would be in danger of exploding. Even though I can't refine the Quasi-Desolation Almighty, Quasi-Desolation Almighty, Quasi-Desolation Almighty, Undying and below Undying is no problem at all. Even the black cauldron of this flat mountain stronghold should be able to withstand it. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian was eager to give it a try. He almost didn't hesitate to make a decision. He asked the old woman from the flat mountain stronghold to help him provide the flesh of various fierce beasts from the Star-Lord level to the immortal level. With the help of the black cauldron of the stronghold's inheritance, he refined a furnace. Chapter 4176. When this cauldron of flesh medicine was completed, The thousands of Ping Mountain Village members all around the valley cheered thunderously. To them, this cauldron of flesh medicine represented half a year's worth of cultivation resources. Now that they were about to get a share of it, they were naturally very excited. Soon, Ping Yangshan personally took out some flesh medicine from the large black cauldron. Some of it was sent to the recovering cosmic realm old woman, while some of it was sent to Yi Xian personally by Ping Yangshan. At the same time, a few other cosmic light-grade tribe leaders of Ping Mountain Village surrounded the large black cauldron and started to distribute the flesh medicine from the large black cauldron to the members of the village who were lined up like a long dragon. These flesh medicine would be stored away by each of the village members. They would only take a small sip of it when they cultivated in the future to aid in their cultivation. A large bowl was sent to Yi Xian. It was only slightly bigger than a fist, but this bowl was obviously a magic treasure. Its true capacity was at least 100 cubic meters. In order to rope in a universe-grade super-old monster like him, Pingyang Mountain had spent a lot of effort to refine a furnace of flesh medicine. They didn't even blink as they directly gave Yi Xian over 100 cubic meters, saying that they would let Yi Xian taste it. If he was satisfied, the black cauldron behind him he would let him take as much flesh medicine as he wanted. Yi Xian nodded but did not comment. Then he lowered his head and looked at the bowl. The quality of the flesh medicine in the large bowl on the table in front of him was indeed extraordinary. It was a translucent amber color and exuded a rich energy aura. There was also a dazzling glow emitting from it from time to time. Yi Xian took another large, ordinary bowl and poured a small bowl into it. He drank it all in one gulp and pushed the rest back. Although these 100+ cubic meters of flesh and blood medicine were extraordinary and their quality far exceeded the value of the raw materials used to refine the flesh and blood, they weren't of much use to Yi Xian's current cultivation level. He definitely did not want to deprive some of the Ping Mountain Village members of their cultivation resources for the next half a year just because of a momentary desire for food. "Senior, what are you?" Seeing that Yi Xian had only tasted a small bowl before pushing the large bowl that contained over 100 cubic meters of magic treasure over, Ping Yangshan was stunned for a moment before a disappointed expression appeared on his face. He wanted to say something but hesitated. "The taste is not bad, but this level of flesh medicine is not very useful to me. I wonder if Camp Master Ping can help me refine another cauldron? Of course, all the flesh materials and various medicinal herbs will be provided by me." Speaking up to here, Yi Xian lightly smiled. "In return, I, Qiao, will take 10% of the flesh and blood medicine and gift it to your village." This? Ping Yangshan was stunned. Then his breathing quickened. He was well aware of the high efficacy of the flesh medicine refined from the flesh and herbs provided by a universe-grade powerhouse. To put it bluntly, let alone his Pingshan camp, even the 12 camps on Mulberry G Star would probably be able to produce the same effect as the flesh medicine. Even the large tribes might not be able to obtain such a great flesh medicine. In his opinion, the other party was simply giving away 10% of the flesh medicine as a reward. It was as if a mountain of gold had fallen from the sky and landed on his head. However, Ping Yangshan shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Senior, it's not that I don't agree, but the ability of the old priestess is limited. That cauldron just now has already greatly damaged her vitality. I'm afraid it will take at least 1 or 2 months to recover. Also, the blood of the ferocious beast is too strong. I'm afraid this kind of earth core fire won't be able to melt it. The temperature is not high enough. You don't have to worry about the flames. I have my own way of dealing with it. As for that fellow Taoist." Speaking up to here, Yi Xian lightly smiled. He waved his hand and shot out a strand of milky white light. With this thing, she will be able to immediately recover her exhausted vitality. Furthermore, her cultivation will also improve because of this. Not to mention refining another furnace. Even if she refines another 3 or 5 furnaces, it won't be a problem. What was sent out by Yi Xian was a netherworld furnace lotion the size of a human head. He had a lot of this kind of thing in his hands. He usually used it for bathing. Such a small amount had almost no effect on the current Yi Xian. However, for the old priestess, whose cultivation strength was only in the universe realm, and it was the first time she used this thing, its significance was completely different. She was recovering after taking a small cup of flesh medicine. Suddenly, she saw a milky white liquid shoot to her eyes and stop in front of her. She was stunned. Then her expression quickly became excited, and even her breathing became rapid. Although she didn't know what this thing was, she could still sense the energy contained in it. With excitement, the old priestess carefully took out a jade bottle and collected about 70% of the netherworld furnace lotion, leaving 30%. She opened her mouth and swallowed it into her stomach. Then she closed her eyes, sat cross-legged and began to refine. Yi Xian was not in a hurry. He waited patiently. He was still very confident about the effect of the netherworld furnace lotion. In a short 10 minutes, the old priest abruptly opened her eyes. Her originally dispirited expression had long since disappeared. She leaped up and fiercely charged towards Yi Xian. With a plop, she knelt in front of him, cupped her hands and bowed. "Thank you, Senior, for your kindness in nurturing me." Before, her cultivation strength was only in the 5th level of the universe realm. But now, she had reached the perfection of the 9th level of the universe realm. This was not only due to the netherworld furnace lotion. It should be a combination of the flesh medicine she had just taken and the amazing effect of the breakthrough at the same time. On the side, Ping Yangshan and the other universal realm experts of the mountain-raising stronghold were already stunned. Each of them had their mouths wide open and were completely stunned. In just 10 minutes, the priestess of the stronghold had reached the perfection of the universe realm. Even if it happened in front of them, they still felt a sense of disbelief. "Since your vitality has been restored, then help me refine a cauldron of flesh medicine. I have already agreed with camp leader Ping that after the refinement is completed, your mountain-raising stronghold can take 10% as a reward. As for the temperature of the cauldron, you don't have to worry. If the temperature of the earth core fire is not enough, then I will naturally do it." At this point, the old priestess who was kneeling in front of him nodded repeatedly. Coincidentally, the flesh medicine in the black cauldron in front of them had been distributed, so the cauldron was empty again. Therefore Yi Xian did not hesitate any longer. With a wave of his hand, he took out various sealed caves in the depths of the volcano in the Shinong Dingyang domain. He took out a large number of remains of ancient creatures. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chapter 4177. This time, Yi Xian was going to refine the flesh medicine just to push his cultivation level from the current universe rank 1 to the peak of the universe rank 9 as soon as possible. Therefore, there was no need to use the remains of the primordial creatures that were too advanced. In fact, it would have been useless even if Yi Xian had taken out the remains of the primordial creatures that were too advanced. The black cauldron of the flat mountain village wouldn't have been able to withstand it at all. The cauldron would have exploded in an instant if a quasi-primordial almighty was thrown in. This time he had only taken out slightly more than 100 corpses, and they were all the smaller ones that he had picked out from the tens of thousands of corpses that were at the Star-Lord level and above. Otherwise, the cauldron, which was only 1,000 meters in diameter and didn't have a larger space inside, wouldn't have been able to hold more than 100 corpses of primordial creatures. Even so, when the remains of more than 100 treasures were thrown into the black cauldron one after another, Ping Yangshan and the rest of the flat mountain village villagers were still shocked to the point of being dumbfounded. Every one of the corpses of primordial creatures had an extremely pure bloodline. The weakest ones were at the Star-Lord level and the Domain Lord level, while the majority were masters and universe grades from the outer realms. As for the strongest ones, they were 9 ordinary immortal corpses. When Yi Xian took out the 9 corpses and threw them into the black cauldron, Ping Yangshan and the old woman were so shocked that they fell to the ground. They were dumbfounded as if they had been struck by lightning on the spot. When they looked at Yi Xian again, even their expressions had become extremely strange. They were probably muttering in their hearts. Yi Xian was only at the universe rank, so how exactly did he kill the immortal primordial creatures? Even though Yi Xian had already tried his best to choose the smallest of these 100 or so corpses, after throwing them into the black cauldron, he still filled the cauldron to 80% full. The rest required the spirit spring water and various precious materials and medicines, so Yi Xian stopped throwing the corpses into the black cauldron. Put them in. After a brief moment of shock, Ping Yangshan and the other higher-ups of the flat mountain village quickly became excited. They ordered the villagers to start a new round of medicine refinement. Everything unfolded in an orderly manner. Some of the villagers began to pour spirit spring water into the cauldron, while others began to activate the earth fire. Yi Xian, after asking the old woman whether the various precious materials and medicines thrown into the cauldron were carefully chosen, he quickly threw a large number of high-grade precious materials and treasures into the cauldron. Precious materials and medicines that even the old woman had never seen before were thrown into the cauldron of the mountain village. After everything was completed, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand, and the huge and heavy cauldron lid instantly covered the black cauldron. At this moment, the raging earth core fire had already shot up. However, according to the old priest woman, this level of precious medicine and treasure body remains, just the earth core fire alone probably wouldn't be enough. It was enough to completely melt the cauldron. This time the refinement would still take about 3 days. That's good. I need to leave for a day and find a secluded place nearby to do some preparations. I'll return in a day. I'll have a way to deal with the temperature of the cauldron. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian left the valley where the flat mountain stronghold lived. He found an abyss 1,000 miles away and began to refine the level 20 liquid. Yi Xian had 5 portions of the top-grade materials for refining the level 20 liquid, such as the 10,000 years jade fragrance Ganoderma, the scorching star sungrass, and the demon evil rattan. He planned to use a day to refine all 5 portions of the materials and treasures. After he was ready, he quickly took out the flesh and blood of the Yuan Phoenix treasure body of a quasi-primordial Grand Master. After being carefully refined by the Shinong 4-colored flame, it turned into a round ball that emitted green and red light. He took out a portion of the flesh and blood essence that was condensed. Although the blood and flesh elixir didn't look very impressive, it was actually the essence of the blood and flesh elixir of a gigantic Yuan Phoenix. It had shattered the chains of order and was then reassembled. Under the refinement of the Shinong 4-colored flame, the chains of order in the Yuan Phoenix's blood and flesh elixir had completely collapsed. A miniature black hole had even appeared, completely collapsing. Could be said that it contained a terrifying amount of blood and flesh energy. However, this was only the first step in refining the blood and flesh elixir. It could only be considered a half-finished product. If one wanted to refine the level 20 liquid, they had to use this blood and flesh elixir as a base. Then they had to add in all kinds of rare materials and resources. During this process, Yi Xian had the experience of refining the level 17, 18, and 19 liquid elixirs. At this moment, it could be said that he was very familiar with the process. Everything was quickly completed. It only took Yi Xian 2 hours to successfully refine the first tube of level 20 liquid. However, this kind of top-notch gene cultivation liquid would undoubtedly attract a heavenly tribulation. Then it took another 2 hours to resist the heavenly tribulation. However, this time Yi Xian's cultivation base didn't increase because of this. It was obvious that after experiencing the baptism of the heavenly tribulation multiple times, the tempering effect of the heavenly tribulation on his physical body was getting weaker and weaker. Next, the second tube of level 20 liquid failed. The discarded gene fluid was thrown into the waste liquid energy ball by Yi Xian. Then, without any delay, he started to refine the third tube. Next, Yi Xian successfully refined the next 3 tubes of level 20 liquid. After experiencing the baptism of the heavenly tribulation 3 times, his cultivation base, which had been stagnant for a long time, made a breakthrough once again. However, this time it was only a small breakthrough. When Yi Xian passed through the last liquid tribulation and opened his eyes with a bright light, the system prompt that he was looking forward to sounded out in his mind, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the ancient void technique. Current cultivation base, Universe 2 grade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the physical body's chi and blood boundary. Current cultivation base, Universe 2 grade." Previously, when his physical body had been at the Universe 1 grade, his strength had soared again to the Universe 2 grade after activating the 3-headed, 6-armed ancient demon ape bloodline. If he used the 9 demon ape transformations again and reached the 5th transformation, he would instantly reach the combat strength of a Universe 7 grade. Every transformation would increase his strength by a small level. Now Yi Xian's physical body had broken through another small level and reached the Universe 2 grade. This meant that after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline, his cultivation base would reach the Universe 3 grade in the state of the ancient demon ape. Once he entered the 5th transformation of the ancient demon ape, his peak combat strength would reach the Universe 8 grade. He was only a small level away from reaching the peak of the 9 grade. Chapter 4178. By the time they returned to the small valley where the flat mountain stronghold residents lived, the refinement of the second batch of flesh medicine had only been going on for a day. Yi Xian definitely did not know that the 4 consecutive liquid tribulations he had triggered on the mulberry tree while concocting the level 20 liquid had already shaken the entire mulberry tree. Moreover, even in a forbidden area in the starry sky tens of millions of kilometers away from mulberry tree, 2 powerful immortal realm fierce beasts had caught the aura of the liquid tribulation and were leading a powerful army of fierce beasts in the starry sky, rumbling as they approached. After a day, the various precious medicines and the remains of the treasured body in the black cauldron had not even completely melted. After all, the grade of the earth core fire was too low, and its temperature did not meet the conditions to refine this level of great medicine. It was precisely because of this that no matter if it was Pingyang Shan and the other cosmic realm experts that flattened the mountain stronghold or the female priest that still hadn't started executing the medicine refinement technique passed down in the stronghold, all of them seemed to be slightly worried. They were obviously worried that the refinement of this batch of flesh medicine would fail. If that happened, not only would they not get the 10,000 reward, but they might also anger that supreme universe-grade powerhouse. If that happened, it would be tantamount to a disaster for the flat mountain stronghold if the other party was enraged. Yi Xian saw the worried expressions on everyone's faces and smiled bitterly. He did not take it to heart. After landing in the valley, he immediately waved his hand and guided a wisp of the Shinnong seven-colored flame from the Shinnong cauldron into the interior of the large black cauldron. The reason why Yi Xian did not heat up the cauldron's walls like the earth core fire was because he was worried that the large black cauldron would not be able to withstand the heat. Given its material, the Shinnong seven-colored flame would probably melt as soon as it was refined. By letting the wisp of the Shinnong seven-colored flame enter the black cauldron, Yi Xian's careful control would not only cause no damage to the large black cauldron, but the effect of heating it would also be faster. This is a high-level alien flame? Ping Yangshan and the female priest were shocked when they saw Yi Xian summon a wisp of dazzling seven-colored flame with a wave of his hand and directly enter the large black cauldron. Excitement appeared on their faces. Although they had never seen the Shinnong cauldron before, they had used this large black cauldron to refine flesh medicine their entire lives. They knew that the Shinnong seven-colored flame was definitely an extraordinary item just by looking at its dazzling seven-colored flame. Senior, not only will all the precious blood, flesh and precious materials in this cauldron of flesh medicine be yours, but even the high-level alien flame to refine of these materials will also be yours. Ping Yangshan shook his head. Is shameful. If you continue to be so hesitant, this Chow will leave immediately after refining this cauldron of flesh medicine. I won't stay any longer. What he meant was that after refining this cauldron of flesh medicine, it was very likely that he would continue to stay in the Ping Yangshan village. This was exactly what Ping Yangshan was looking forward to. After he comprehended this layer of meaning, he was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. He excused himself from Yi Xian and immediately retreated in high spirits. With the addition of the Shinnong seven-colored flame, the various precious materials and remains in the large black cauldron quickly melted away. Originally, he still needed 2 more days of refining, but in just a short 4 hours he had already completed it. The people of the Ping Yangshan village were obviously more experienced in refining this kind of flesh medicine than Yi Xian. Seeing the slight changes in the cauldron, the female priest immediately stood up and looked at Yi Xian in a daze. After a long time she exclaimed in shock, "Senior, what is that alien flame you just threw into the cauldron? It's already out of the cauldron. This speed, isn't it too fast? Is it going to be out of the cauldron? Then, quickly take it back lest the medicine is burnt." Hearing this, Yi Xian trembled and quickly withdrew the strand of Shinnong's seven-colored flame back into the Shinnong cauldron within his body. The female priest took a deep look at Yi Xian. Without hesitation she immediately began the final step. Her originally aged figure instantly became as vigorous as a dragon and ferocious as a tiger. She took large strides and walked in front of the huge black cauldron. Her footsteps seemed to have a certain rhythm, giving people the feeling that she was stepping on Yubu, and her hands were waving from time to time. Her mouth was chanting, and her 10 fingers were constantly forming some kind of finger gesture. At a glance, it was as if she was dancing. Soon, with her chanting and her 10 fingers forming various finger gestures, Yi Xian clearly felt that the originally invisible field in the area where he was standing suddenly changed without warning. After a while the old woman, who had been walking with the steps of you like a dancing god, suddenly trembled. At the same time she stopped abruptly. There was a violent shout coming out of her mouth. The finger gesture in her hand seemed to have reached the last one. At the same time she suddenly raised her right arm, stretched out and flicked her finger. Xiao. A green light shot out from her fingertip and entered the huge black cauldron in front of her. This seemingly inconspicuous green light, which was only the size of a fingertip, seemed to have sucked away a large amount of strength and vitality from the old woman's body. As the green light shot out, she, who had always been full of vigor, became extremely weak. Once again she became dispirited in an instant. Although the degree of haggardness was not as bad as the previous time, as if she had aged a few years in an instant, it was obviously not ordinary fatigue. The few female village people who had been standing behind her immediately stepped forward at this time, supported her body and retreated to the back. Then the old woman took out the netherworld furnace lotion that Yi Xian had given her and began to recuperate. This time, the primordial creatures that rushed out of the black cauldron were even more shocking. The figures of true dragons and fire phoenixes soared into the sky, and could be clearly seen from tens of thousands of miles away. At this moment, in the distance, there were some Sector Lord Realm experts searching for something aimlessly. Attracted by the strange phenomenon here, they all gathered over in an instant. More than a dozen figures, all of them Sector Lord Old Monsters, were the strongest of the 12 tribes of the Desolation survivors on Mulberry Tree Star. The reason why they came here at the same time was because when Yi Xian was concocting the level 20 liquid, he had attracted the liquid tribulation 4 times in a row. However, after Yi Xian finished refining, he directly left the small valley. The aura of the liquid tribulation disappeared, so these dozen Sector Lord Old Monsters were unable to determine his location. Chapter 4179. Heavens, there's actually a Mahayana Realm senior in the small village below. Also, what is the grade of this cauldron of flesh medicine? Why does this old man have a feeling of fear and trepidation? This must have been personally refined by that Mahayana Realm senior, and its quality far surpasses that of the flesh medicine refined by our 12 tribes. Look at the phenomenon of the dragon roars and phoenix cries that shook the heavens, it's simply shocking. However, why didn't Senior do the final medicine control technique himself? He actually let a weak universe realm priest of this small village do it. This is at least half as effective. It's simply a waste of God's gift. How can we guess the actions of an expert? In this old man's opinion, Senior must have a deeper meaning. Amidst the exclamations, the dozen or so upper echelons from the 12 tribes of Mulberry Tree quickly landed, but they didn't dare to enter the small valley where the flat mountain village lived. Instead, they stood at the periphery of the valley looking inside. The leader of the flat mountain village and the other upper echelons of the flat mountain village had already noticed their arrival. Among them, there was a Sector Lord Old Monster who was their immediate superior. He was the core upper echelon of the large tribe that the flat mountain village belonged to. If it were any other time, they would have rushed over respectfully to welcome them and kowtowed. However, at this moment, because Yi Xian was here, and the cauldron of flesh medicine had just been opened, it was inconvenient for them to leave. Therefore, after exchanging glances, the people of Pingyang Mountain could only brace themselves and stay behind. Yi Xian sighed. Clang. As Yi Xian waved his hand, the lid of the black cauldron flew up and landed on the ground of the valley. Immediately after, a purple mist instantly filled the cauldron. Some of the flat mountain village villagers in the valley only took a big whiff of the purple mist, and a rumbling sound came from their bodies. They actually broke through on the spot. Of course, this kind of situation would only appear in some very weak existences. At Yi Xian's level, it was absolutely impossible. The entire black cauldron's internal volume was 1,000 cubic meters. The previous cauldron of flesh medicine was 900 cubic meters of amber liquid when it came out of the furnace. But this time, when the lid of the cauldron flew up, only half of the flesh medicine appeared, which was only 500 cubic meters. This was clearly caused by the purification power of the Shinong 7-colored flame. Although there was less medicinal liquid, its medicinal effect had increased by a lot. There's a total of 500 cubic meters of medicinal paste. You can take 50 cubic meters. This Chow has already said before, so stop wasting my time. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian directly swept up 450 cubic meters of flesh medicine from the cauldron and stored it in a small spatial bottle before keeping it in his undying world. Hiss, this cauldron of medicine. Heavens, it's actually the purple infected amber divine medicine. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, Ping Yangshan extended his head to look into the black cauldron. When he saw that there was only a shallow layer of flesh and blood medicine left at the bottom of the cauldron, he immediately cried out in alarm. Immediately after, he used a small transparent cup to collect a small cup from the cauldron, and brought it in front of the old priestess at the side. He was so excited that his body started to tremble. Priestess Purple Amber, it's actually Purple Amber Divine Medicine. We actually refined Purple Amber Divine Medicine. The first batch of flesh medicine that he had refined before was a pale yellow translucent gelatinous substance. It was like a thick medicinal paste. This time, although the medicinal paste was still semi-liquid and semi-transparent, its color was deep purple. Moreover, it was emitting a purple treasure light. Suddenly it looked like a cup of blood. Looking at it, it was indeed like a huge purple amber. No wonder it was called the Purple Amber Divine Medicine by Ping Yangshan. The old priestess was so excited that she couldn't speak. She cast a grateful look at Yi Xian, nodded slightly and thanked him. Then, she immediately swallowed the small cup of Purple Amber Divine Medicine that was about the size of a fist into her stomach, and then began to refine it on the spot. There was no doubt that with this Purple Amber Divine Medicine, her cultivation strength that had already broken through to the 9th rank perfection of the universe realm would definitely break through again. She would definitely become a Star Lord Old Monster in one fell swoop. Seeing that the old priestess had swallowed a small cup of purple amber divine medicine and began to break through, Ping Yangshan's body suddenly trembled as if he thought of something. He immediately howled, "All the people, come to the Black Cauldron. The 50 cubic meters of purple amber divine medicine that Senior gave us will enter now. Every clan member will have a share." Hearing these words, Yi Xian was startled for a moment, then he turned his head thoughtfully and glanced at the dozen Sector Lord Old Monsters outside the valley. When these dozen Sector Lord Old Monsters had just arrived, he already knew, but he didn't pay attention to them at all. Now, looking at Ping Yangshan's actions, it was obvious that even the 12 tribes of Mulberry Tree behind these dozen Sector Lord Old Monsters couldn't refine this kind of purple amber divine medicine. The reason why Ping Yangshan immediately gathered all the clansmen to come and share it was obviously because he was worried that the 50 cubic meters of blood-flesh medicine in the Black Cauldron would be remembered by the dozen Sector Lord Old Monsters outside the valley. After all, they were all people of status. Even if they coveted the purple amber medicine, if Pingyang Mountain had already distributed it to all the people of Pingshan Village, they probably wouldn't covet it anymore. Otherwise their table manners would be too unsightly. However, Yi Xian was still a little worried about this matter. He didn't want to bring a disaster to the villagers of Pingyangshan stronghold because of this matter. What's more, sooner or later he would have to come into contact with these dozen Sector Lord Old Monsters. The priests of each of the 12 tribes on Mulberry Tree had different alchemy techniques in their hands. Many of them were obviously incomplete, and the most complete one should be in the hands of the 12 tribes. In the hands of the priests, Yi Xian was determined to obtain these alchemy techniques. He couldn't rely on others to refine this kind of blood-flesh medicine every time, right? Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand towards the outside of the valley. "Fellow Taoists, since you're here, why don't we enter the valley and meet? It just so happens that I've just refined a batch of flesh and blood medicine, so meeting each other is fate. I'll naturally give you a portion, but there's not much, so I hope you don't reject it." As he spoke, more than a dozen small storage bottles shot out with a wave of his hand. Each of them contained 10 cubic meters of purple amber divine medicine. Just this one time, the 450 cubic meters of purple amber divine medicine in Yi Xian's hand was reduced by nearly a third. However, he didn't care at all. He didn't put this level of blood-flesh medicine in his eyes. It was only effective before the immortal realm. After using it this time, the effect would be much weaker next time. Chapter 4180. After accepting the 10 cubic meters of purple amber medicine that Yi Xian generously gifted, the dozen or so realm lord old monsters from the 12 great tribes of Mulberry Tree Star were incomparably polite. They all cupped their hands towards Yi Xian as a junior and loudly thanked him. In fact, even without the 10 cubic meters of purple amber medicine, they would still be the same in front of Yi Xian. After all, the difference in cultivation strength between the two sides was there. Although Yi Xian was only a universe second order, he could still take care of more than a dozen realm lord old monsters. It was completely possible. The reason why Yi Xian had expressed goodwill to these dozen or so realm lord old monsters was because of the complete alchemy techniques in the hands of the 12 tribes. However, this matter wasn't something that could be obtained just by opening his mouth. Yi Xian wasn't prepared to use force, so he wasn't in a hurry. On the contrary, the level 20 liquid had already been successfully concocted, and even the extremely effective purple amber great medicine had more than 300 cubic meters in his hands. Therefore, the breakthrough in his cultivation was in his eyes. Therefore, the cultivation breakthrough seemed to have become even more urgent. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately cupped his hands and said, "Everyone, this Chiao's purple amber medicine has just come out of the furnace. I need to test its effects. I can take this opportunity to break through." The meaning behind his words was clearly that he could not chat for the time being. After this breakthrough was completed, he would talk to everyone in detail. The group of Realm Lord Old Monsters were quite tactful. They immediately cupped their hands and appeared to be extremely attentive. "Senior, are you going to break through?" TSK, how enviable. I believe that after this seclusion, when I see Senior again, you will already be at the 3rd level of the Mahayana realm. We are far inferior. However, although our cultivation strength is too weak, we can still protect Senior. Senior, rest assured and enter seclusion. Leave the matters outside to us. This group of family members was clearly very interested in Yi Xian. They had no intention of leaving for a while and actually proposed to protect Yi Xian on the spot. The latter did not mind. After nodding, he did not say anything else. With a flash, he had already arrived at the small valley where he had concocted the level 20 liquid in seclusion. After waving his hand to summon a large array, Yi Xian directly took out the Shinong cauldron in his body. Of course, it was only in its condensed state of 1,000 feet. Otherwise, this mulberry tree star would probably collapse and not be able to hold it at all. Regardless of whether the dozen or so realm lords outside had any other intentions, with the protection of the Shinong cauldron, Yi Xian would be safe and sound. Immediately, his figure flew to the mouth of the cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. He immediately sat down cross-legged and took out the small spatial bottle that contained more than 300 cubic meters of purple amber medicine. He opened his mouth and directly sucked in 200 cubic meters of it, condensing it into a purple to black medicinal liquid that was in his limbs and bones. As the extremely concentrated purple amber great medicine circulated within Yi Xian's body, the roars of dragons and tigers instantly sounded out from within his body. The movements were extremely loud, and his entire body's 1.08 billion pores were emitting strands of purple light. From time to time, there would be strong strands of purple light emitting from them. Occasionally, the shadow of an ancient being rose from the top of his head. However, all these strange phenomena were controlled by the power of the Shinong cauldron's domain. They were concealed and did not leak out. Otherwise, it would have caused an even more shocking commotion. During this process, his cultivation base and strength were also constantly rising. The sea of consciousness in his mind was also surging. Under the impact of this extremely condensed black-purple medicinal liquid, the vast range of Yi Xian's sea of consciousness was rapidly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Increase. After an unknown period of time, when Yi Xian opened his eyes with a bright light, the system beep that he was looking forward to sounded out in his mind. Moreover, it was densely packed and a series of sounds rang out incessantly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the ancient void technique. Current realm, universe grade level 3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the physical body blood boundary. Current realm, universe grade level 3. Similar system notifications kept ringing. When Yi Xian was a little numb, the last sentence finally came. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the ancient void technique. Current realm, universe grade level 9 perfection. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the physical body blood boundary. Current realm, universe grade level 9 perfection. Universe grade level 9 perfection. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian clenched his fists tightly. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out the 4 tubes of level 20 liquid that he had refined not long ago. He picked out the best one and poured it into his mouth. Then he swallowed 5 drops of all evil origin liquid and various other top-notch resources before closing his eyes to refine them and start breaking through to the unlucky boundary. The medicinal effects and energy of this level 20 liquid were definitely not inferior to the 200 cubic meters of purple amber medicine that Yi Xian had swallowed earlier. After being condensed to the extreme, the black and purple medicinal liquid formed from the 200 cubic meters of purple amber medicine was extremely concentrated. After all, this tube of level 20 liquid had been refined using the remains of a powerful desolate era being and the Shinong 4-colored flames. At this moment, as the level 20 liquid entered his stomach and began to quickly circulate within Yi Xian's body, a large number of dense sounds of chains rattling could be heard from within his body. As mentioned before, there were 2 major hurdles in the path of cultivation for a starry sky powerhouse. The first was when one broke through to become a universe almighty, while the second was when one broke through to become an immortal old freak. Yi Xian had successfully crossed the first hurdle. Now, the second hurdle on the path of evolution had finally arrived. However, even though the second hurdle was more difficult, given Yi Xian's foundation and the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the level 20 liquid, it was obviously not a problem for him to successfully cross this hurdle. After a short 6 hours, he opened his eyes once again. In his mind, the familiar sound of the system notification rang out once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the ancient void technique. Current realm, level 1 immortal realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the physical body's qi and blood boundary. Current realm, level 1 immortal realm. Before this seclusion, Yi Xian's original body had been at the universe 2nd grade. However, once he activated the 3-headed, 6-armed ancient demon ape bloodline, his strength soared again and directly reached the universe 3rd grade. If he used the 9 demon ape transformations and reached the 5th transformation, he would instantly reach the combat strength of a universe 8th grade. Every transformation would increase his strength by a small level. But now, as Yi Xian's original body made consecutive breakthroughs, he finally stepped into the immortal realm. Once he activated the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, his 3-headed, 6-armed ancient demon ape true form would instantly reach the 2nd level of the immortal realm. If he entered the fifth transformation of the ancient demon ape, his peak combat strength would reach the seventh level of the immortal realm. Chapter 4181. The first level of the immortal realm, Yi Xian had finally broken through and become an immortal realm old monster. At this moment he was extremely excited. Recalling all the things that had happened since he entered the starry sky, he was filled with endless emotions. At this moment, in the sky above his head, there was a sudden clap of thunder without warning. Rumble. Looking up, his line of sight passed through the concealment power of the Shinnon Cauldron's field and the formation screen of the valley. He instantly saw that in the extremely high sky above his head, there was an extremely thick and black tribulation cloud that was rapidly gathering. That was the source of the rumbling thunder just now. Yi Xian was enlightened. The immortal tribulation was coming. Although there was no untainted heavenly way in this corner of the fragment of the desolate world, the order and law of heaven and earth were still there. Therefore the heavenly tribulation would still come. The reason why the liquid tribulation appeared before was also because of this reason. The heavenly tribulation would descend upon the two great thresholds of the starry sky. The universe tribulation when one entered the universe realm was also called the minor heavenly tribulation. The second threshold to enter the immortal realm, once crossed, would lead to the immortal tribulation, also known as the great heavenly tribulation. Now Yi Xian's cultivation strength had broken through to the immortal realm. He was truly an immortal realm old monster. The only thing he needed was the baptism of the great heavenly tribulation. To him, this so-called immortal great heavenly tribulation was both a test and an opportunity. After the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, the realm he had just broken through would be completely consolidated. In this regard, Yi Xian naturally did not decline. However, the mulberry star was not suitable for the heavenly tribulation. Even if this planet could withstand the tribulation thunder of the immortal tribulation, it was absolutely inevitable that it would be damaged to a certain extent by this heavenly tribulation. The survivors of the desolation era on the mulberry star were already having a hard time. Yi Xian did not want to make things worse for them. Therefore he decided to go to the void outside the atmosphere of the mulberry star to undergo the heavenly tribulation. The space there was more spacious and it was more convenient for him to use all kinds of means. He could be completely unrestrained. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately stood up and waved his hand to keep the Shinnon Cauldron under his feet into his body. Then he removed the formation and stepped out. As he walked out of the valley, the lightning tribulation that was gathering in the sky far above his head moved with him. It was obvious that it had already locked onto Yi Xian's body. At this moment, with the removal of the array, Yi Xian immediately saw the situation outside the valley. Faces filled with shock and astonishment entered his line of sight. This place was a certain distance away from the Flat Mountain stronghold, so he didn't see many of the Flat Mountain stronghold's villagers. However, Ping Yangshan and a few other cosmic light realm upper echelons of the Flat Mountain stronghold were here. Other than that, there were the dozen sector lord old monsters known as Yi Xian's protectors. They had originally thought that Yi Xian had only broken through from the Mahayana realm to the universe realm level 3. However, only half a day had passed. When Yi Xian appeared again, his cultivation base had already reached the immortal realm level 1. Oh, that was what the survivors of the primordial era called him. The immortal realm was also known as the heavenly tribulation realm. This was in line with the characteristics of an immortal realm heavenly tribulation. From the universe realm level 2 to the immortal realm level 1, Yi Xian had broken through a total of 8 small grades, which was equivalent to an entire realm. This sort of thing rarely happened even to him. It had only happened 2 or 3 times. For the survivors of the primordial era on Mulberry Tree, this was no different from a fantasy. It was no wonder that all of them looked like they had seen a ghost. Senior, you broke through to the heavenly tribulation realm? Oh my God, strike me with a bolt of lightning. Half a day ago I was still at the Mahayana realm level 2. How long has it been? I've actually become a heavenly tribulation realm level 1. It can't be wrong. Otherwise, how do you explain the tribulation clouds in the sky? What a freak. However, this is a good thing. Congratulations, Senior. I'm sure you will be able to survive this heavenly tribulation easily given your means. As Yi Xian walked over, the dumbfounded crowd finally regained their senses. They all cupped their hands and congratulated him one after another with strange expressions on their faces. The power of this heavenly tribulation is probably not small. Although Mulberry Tree can withstand it, it will still be somewhat affected. Therefore, I will go to the void outside the atmosphere to undergo the heavenly tribulation. You don't have to follow me. After nodding, Yi Xian didn't say anything else. With a flash of his body, he immediately rushed into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out of Mulberry Tree's atmosphere and arrived in the void outside the planet's atmosphere. Moreover, he had deliberately kept a distance of over 10 million miles away before stopping. As his body moved, the thick black tribulation clouds that had originally appeared in the upper layer of Mulberry Tree's atmosphere also strangely moved outside the planet's atmosphere. They still hung above Yi Xian's head and firmly locked onto his aura. This wasn't the first time Yi Xian had experienced a heavenly tribulation. It could even be said that he was already used to it. Just half a day ago, he had experienced 4 waves of heavenly tribulation while concocting the 4 bottles of level 20 liquid. Although this wave of heavenly tribulation was an immortal level great tribulation and was likely to be stronger, Yi Xian still didn't take it to heart. In fact, he even hoped that the power of this great heavenly tribulation would be a little stronger. Because of this, it also meant that the benefits Yi Xian would receive after transcending this heavenly tribulation would be even greater. Gotcha. At this moment, the tribulation clouds high above his head were so thick that they couldn't be dispersed. As Yi Xian looked up, an incomparably clear and loud cracking sound rang out. The universe void within a radius of 1,000,000 miles was illuminated. A huge bolt of lightning came crashing down. Good one. At this moment, Yi Xian was surging with excitement. With a loud roar, he didn't dodge. Instead, he shot straight up and rushed towards the huge bolt of lightning crashing down on his head. At the same time, in another direction that was across Mulberry Tree from Yi Xian's heavenly tribulation, close to 20 million miles away, a huge army of dire beasts was rushing in this direction at extreme speed. This army of dire beasts came from the forbidden space tens of millions of miles away in this direction. Because Yi Xian had concocted the level 20 liquid and attracted the liquid tribulation, it attracted the attention of 2 powerful immortal level dire beasts in this forbidden space. In the eyes of these 2 powerful immortal level dire beasts, for such an aura of heavenly tribulation to appear in this region of space 4 times in a row, there must be some kind of precious treasure that was about to appear. In order to seize the treasure, the 2 immortal level dire beasts immediately led a powerful dire beast army and rushed over. Chapter 4182. The overall strength of this beast army was very strong. Other than the 2 immortal level beasts at the front, there were more than 20 universe level beasts, close to 100 sector lord level beasts, and even more domain lords and star lords below sector lord level. Although the entire beast army only had a total of 1,000,000 beasts, it was enough to easily kill the tens of millions of primordial survivors on Sangji Star more than 100 times over. In fact, this wasn't the full strength of this forbidden land. It was no wonder that the tens of millions of survivors of the primordial era on Mulberry G Star had never been able to charge out from this direction and venture into the wider universe. Of course, it was the same for the other directions. Although Yi Xian had previously told the dozen or so Realm Lord old monsters not to follow him outside of Mulberry Star's atmosphere, to them, it was a rare opportunity to see a heavenly tribulation realm expert undergo heavenly tribulation. It was rare for them to encounter such an opportunity in 1,000 years. Therefore, after Yi Xian left, the dozen or so Realm Lord old monsters all rushed out of the atmosphere of Mulberry Star. However, they didn't follow too closely. They stayed above the atmosphere and watched from afar as Yi Xian underwent his heavenly tribulation nearly 10 million kilometers away. And on the other side of Sangji Star, the terrifyingly powerful beast army sped up again after sensing the heaven's tribulation aura. They were closing in at full speed. The entire beast army was extremely elite. Although 1,000,000 beasts wasn't a lot, the weakest of them was around the mystic light realm. For the survivors of the primordial era on Mulberry Tree, an army of vicious beasts of this level could already be considered extravagant. Naturally, the speed at which they attacked was extremely fast. Roar. Screech. In less than half a cup of tea's time in the distant void on the other side of Sangji Star, there was suddenly a series of shocking roars and howls of ferocious beasts. The entire army of ferocious beasts had already rushed to a position only 10 million miles away from Sangji Star. At this speed, this powerful army of ferocious beasts with more than 1,000,000 ferocious beasts would trample on Mulberry Planet in less than 5 minutes, completely destroying this entire planet with life. The tens of millions of survivors of the primordial era on Mulberry Tree had probably never imagined that a life and death crisis for the survival of their race would actually arrive so quickly and without the slightest warning. What's going on? Where did the roars of beasts come from? And why are they so shocking? This old man suddenly has a bad feeling. Heavens, look, 10 million miles behind us, there's a beast army of at least 1,000,000 beasts rushing over. The 2 giant beasts leading them. It's over, they're 2 heavens tribulation realm beasts. Calamity is coming. The heavens are destroying our Sangji Star survivors. As the roars of beasts came from the distant void, outside the atmosphere of this side of Sangji planet, the dozen Sector Lord old monsters that represented the strongest fighting force of Sangji planet quickly extended their consciousness towards the direction of the roars. In the next instant, cries of alarm rang out from their mouths. Far away in the void on the other side of Mulberry Tree, the terrifyingly powerful army of vicious beasts had already charged into the void of the universe only a few million kilometers away from Mulberry Tree. Although it wasn't too close, it wasn't too far either. At least, with their divine senses as Sector Lords, they could clearly sense it. Ignoring the fact that the weakest of the beast army was at the mystic light realm or above, just the two immortal rank beasts at the front of the beast army was enough to instantly destroy the last shred of hope in the hearts of these dozen or so Sector Lords. They didn't even think of asking Yi Xian for help, because they knew that, not to mention that they had met this senior Qiao Feng by chance and had no relationship with him at all, it was impossible for him to risk his life against a never-wither realm ferocious beast for the sake of the tens of millions of survivors on Mulberry G Star. Taking a step back, even if the other party was willing, there was no way they could win this battle. On Senior Qiao Feng's side, there was only one person, and he had just stepped into this realm. On the other side of Sangji Star, in the void of the universe, there was an army of millions of ferocious beasts, and the leaders were two powerful immortal rank ferocious beasts. Not to mention, behind these two immortal rank beasts, there were more than 20 universe-level beasts. These 20 universe-level beasts were basically comparable to an immortal rank being. Furthermore, in the space 10 million miles away from Sangji Star, Senior Qiao Feng hadn't even finished his Heaven's Tribulation. Even if he wanted to risk his life to save them, the Heaven's Tribulation hadn't ended, so he probably didn't have the strength. In fact, it could be said that he couldn't even protect himself right now, because the moment he was undergoing his Heaven's Tribulation, he would be harassed by immortal rank beasts of the same realm. The consequences would be extremely severe. It was very likely that he would die here. Thinking of this, the dozen or so Sector Lords exchanged glances, despair appearing on their faces. However, in the end they nodded resolutely at the same time. A few of them immediately rushed towards the area where Yi Xian was undergoing his Heaven's Tribulation. We can't escape this calamity. This time, the tens of millions of survivors on Sangji Star are destined to be annihilated. As the few Sector Lords shot over, they warned Yi Xian, "Senior, we are willing to self-destruct and help you block the last few waves of Heaven's Tribulation to help you escape. We only hope that if there is a chance in the future, you can help us kill this army of beasts for our thousands of survivors and take revenge for our annihilation." These few Sector Lords were actually willing to give up their chance to escape when they knew that they were going to die. They were willing to self-destruct to help Yi Xian block the last few waves of Heaven's Tribulation and use this to seek a chance in the future, to take revenge for the annihilation of their race. This kind of decisiveness, even Yi Xian couldn't help but be moved. Even if they didn't make this choice, facing that powerful army of beasts with two immortal rank beasts, these few Sector Lords who were prepared to self-destruct basically wouldn't be able to survive in the end. However, they had the intention to help Yi Xian escape as soon as possible, instead of relying on the little bit of faith they had before to beg him to save them. Just this alone could be considered generous. What Yi Xian didn't want to owe the most was a debt of gratitude. Facing this kind of situation, even if he didn't want to help, he had to. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live in peace. In truth, the thought of not making a move had never crossed his mind. After all, the two ferocious sempiternal realm ferocious beasts were only at the second or third level of the sempiternal realm. In his opinion, they could not be considered as powerful at all. Chapter 4183. Apart from the 8 great guardian warriors, there were currently 3 other people in the Farmer God Cauldron's inner space. All of them were locked in cages at the bottom of the central domain volcano. One of them was Shi Wanjing. He was originally a cripple, and even the Heaven and Earth Tao Foundation had been snatched away. However, due to various unforeseen events, his physique had undergone a huge change because of his destruction. Even Yi Xian wasn't sure what he had become. Shi Wanjing's aura had stabilized, and the changes in his constitution seemed to have entered the final stage. From time to time, all kinds of strange auras would be emitted. It was like the innate thunder calamity constitution or the innate poison constitution. In short, it was so strange that even Yi Xian felt his scalp go numb. Fortunately, no matter how monstrous this guy's constitution changes were, he was still Yi Xian's servant. This was a fact that could not be changed. However, Shi Wanjing had not awakened yet, but he would wake up soon. Apart from Shi Wanjing, there were 2 other figures in the cages at the bottom of the central domain volcano in the Farmer God Cauldron. One of them was the Flying Centipede, a level 6 immortal realm being who had been captured by Yi Xian, sucked dry of the poison in his body, and thrown into the central domain volcano half dead. His strength had recovered. However, he was sealed by the power of the farmer god Cauldron's domain and could not escape. He had lost his temper long ago. The other one was the half-rotten ancestor of the Inji clan from the second universe, who had been captured during the battle in the demon domain of the first universe. He was originally a level 9 perfect universe being. However, during this period of time, he had been cultivating in the cages at the bottom of the central domain volcano in the cauldron. The spiritual energy in the cauldron was originally much higher than the outside world. In addition, Yi Xian often used the farmer god's strange flame, so there would occasionally be some energy floating around the bottom of the central domain volcano. Some of it would be absorbed by him. In addition, the flying centipede had given him pointers when he was bored. After a period of polishing, this old fellow had successfully broken through and entered the immortal realm, becoming a level 1 immortal realm old monster. In other words, there were now a total of 2 immortal realm old monsters in Yi Xian's farmer god cauldron. Furthermore, these 2 immortal realm old monsters had basically been subdued by him. They were just short of formally submitting and bowing their heads. The ferocious beast army that was advancing was comparable to 3 immortal realm old monsters, 2 level 2 and level 3 immortal realm beasts, as well as more than 20 universe realm beasts. However, as long as the flying centipede from the central domain volcano, they would definitely crush the ferocious beast army. The flying centipede's cultivation base was already close to the late-stage sempiternal realm. He had already entered the 6th order sempiternal realm many years ago. Just by himself, he could easily crush the 2 second order and 3rd order sempiternal realm ferocious beasts. Although the remaining 20 universe-grade ferocious beasts were equivalent to an immortal realm old monster in terms of combat strength, that was only equivalent. Without reaching the immortal realm, no matter how many universe-old monsters there were, they would still be defeated one by one. As for the sector lords, domain lords, and star lords below the universe grade, there was an army of close to 1 million beasts. Even the 20 universe grade beasts and 2 immortal grade beasts had been killed. Would they dare to jump around? This was also the reason why Yi Xian didn't plan to personally take action, and didn't even plan to use the giant fortress of life he brought this time. Instead, he only sent his spiritual sense into the Shinnong cauldron at the critical moment and directly entered the bottom of the central domain volcano. The flying centipede and old monster silver pole had been imprisoned here for quite some time. Now it was finally time for them to submit. At this time, although Yi Xian had not finished his immortal great heavenly tribulation, and there were still 3 or 4 waves of tribulation lightning left, his cultivation strength had already officially stepped into the immortal realm. This was something that both the flying centipede and old monster silver G could clearly sense. Therefore, when Yi Xian's spiritual sense clone entered the central domain volcano and appeared in front of the 2 old guys, they were stunned at first. Then their expressions instantly became strange. During the time when they were imprisoned at the bottom of the central domain volcano, they would occasionally see Yi Xian enter the space inside the cauldron. Each time Yi Xian's cultivation strength would be different. They didn't expect that this time he would actually directly soar to the immortal realm. From the looks of it, with this speed, perhaps it wouldn't be too surprising for him to directly become an immortal marquis. At this thought, the flying centipede and old monster silver pole, who were already not very angry, became even more speechless. After exchanging glances, they sighed almost at the same time. They had no choice but to submit to this abnormal existence in front of them, who was one of the 7 great monsters. At the same time, a kind of rejoicing subconsciously emerged from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps, by following such a peerless monster that had never been seen before, his path of cultivation in the future could more or less be touched by some of his characteristics, and become a little faster. If that was really the case, even if they had to submit, there was nothing that they couldn't accept. Unknowingly, the last bit of unwillingness in the 2 old guys' hearts completely vanished. These psychological changes were clearly reflected in their eyes. Yi Xian took everything into his eyes. Only then did he say indifferently, "The 2 of you have been staying at the bottom of the central domain volcano in the cauldron space for so long that you're about to become old foxes, aren't you?" These words were really blunt. The flying centipede and old monster silver pole were stunned at first. Then they exchanged glances again, and their faces turned red from embarrassment. "This isn't a place for idlers. Now I'll give you 2 a chance. Either you surrender or I'll roast you." Speaking of this, Yi Xian rolled his eyes and continued, "Outside I've run into a little trouble, but I'm undergoing the immortal great heavenly tribulation, so I don't have time to deal with it. My original intention was to ask the 2 of you to go out and be my best fighters to solve the problem. Of course, if you're not willing, just tell me directly. I won't make things difficult for you, However, as long as they weren't idiots, they would be able to guess what he was going to say next. The flying centipede and old monster Silver Pole exchanged glances again and sighed faintly at the same time. They cupped their hands and said in unison, "We're willing." "You should have said so earlier. You made me pretend for so long." Yi Xian was secretly delighted, but he rolled his eyes again. "If that's the case, hurry up and make a Dao oath. Trying to bluff your way out of this won't work with me." Chapter 4184. Roar. Roar. As Yi Xian took out the Shinong cauldron, it shrank to a size of only 10,000 feet and appeared in the void of the universe beside him. In an instant, two figures rushed out of the cauldron, accompanied by a high-pitched roar and a clear cry that pierced the clouds. They appeared out of nowhere. The two figures rushed out from the mouth of the Shinong cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog. At first, they were only 1,000 feet tall, and the cultivation aura in their bodies was even more restrained, so it was not clear. But soon, as they rushed out of the cauldron one after another, their bodies expanded with the wind. In less than a breath's time, they had all expanded to 10,000 feet tall. As for the cultivation aura in their bodies, it instantly spread out. They were all in the immortal realm, which was what the survivors of the primordial era called the heavenly tribulation realm. These two immortal realm old monsters were the flying centipede and old ancestor Yinji, who had just surrendered to Yi Xian and swore their loyalty to him. One of them was at the peak of the middle stage of the immortal realm. The other one was a level 1 sempiternal realm expert who had just entered this realm. Although there were only two of them, with the flying centipede's terrifying cultivation that was about to step into the late stage of the immortal realm, the two of them together were more than enough to crush the army of millions of ferocious beasts that were coming from the other side of Mulberry Tree. At this moment, after rushing out of the Shinong cauldron, the two immortal realm old monsters fully activated their cultivation, and their bodies had already expanded to the limit. A flying centipede that was 10,000 feet tall was completely black. It had an uncountable number of limbs on both sides of its long and narrow body. On its back there were several pairs of huge black translucent wings. As it slowly flapped, a large amount of black poisonous fog gushed out from the countless small holes on the surface of the flying centipede's body. In less than 3 breaths, it had completely enveloped its body. As for old freak Yinji, who followed closely behind them, his entire body glowed with silver radiance. Every single feather seemed to be suffused with a dazzling metallic sheen, and it was obvious with a single glance that they were definitely peerlessly sharp. These silver feathers were the natural weapons of the Silver Wing clan. Once they spread their wings and shot out in a great battle, they would be able to pierce through gold and crack rocks from all directions. They would definitely be able to cause their opponents to have an incomparable headache and retreat in panic. At this moment, with the sudden appearance of the flying centipede and old monster Silver G without any warning, the dozen or so realm lord old monsters outside Mulberry Star's atmosphere instantly cried out in alarm. Even the few realm lord old monsters who were originally charging towards Yi Xian and clamoring to sacrifice themselves for him were scared witless. With a shiver, he turned around and fled back into the void. Two immortal realm old monsters. Even if it was just the aura of cultivation from their bodies, it was enough to scare them to death. Heavens, where did these two heavenly tribulation experts come from? They seem to have rushed out of that giant cauldron, and that giant cauldron seems to have been summoned by Senior Qiao Feng with a wave of his hand. Could it be? Heavens, could these two supreme heavenly tribulation beasts have been raised or subdued by Senior Qiao Feng? He was clearly only at the Mahayana realm before, and now he is still undergoing the great heavenly tribulation of the heavenly tribulation realm. How could he have subdued two supreme ferocious beasts that surpass his strength? Especially that heavenly tribulation centipede whose entire body is shrouded in black poisonous fog. Judging from the aura emanating from its body, it is clearly at the peak of the middle stage of this realm and can step into the late stage at any time. Such a cultivation is simply terrifying. Even the strongest ferocious beasts in the few great starry sky despairs around Mulberry G Star are only slightly stronger. Ming! Screech! Fierce roars and clear cries rang out once again. The tens of thousands of feet tall flying centipede and old freak Silver G directly flew across Mulberry G planet. Their bodies transformed into extremely fast-shooting arrows as they brazenly charged towards the army of 1 million ferocious beasts, which had already arrived tens of thousands of miles away. The two immortal realm ferocious beasts at the front of this army were both at the second or third stage of the immortal realm. One of them was a unicorn rhinoceros, and the other was an ironback mountain armadillo. Its body was like a crocodile, yet it wasn't as ferocious as the colossal crocodile. At this moment, These two immortal realm ferocious beast leaders suddenly noticed that two ferocious beasts of the same level had actually charged over from the space opposite the star before them. Even though one of them was only at the first stage of this realm, the other emitted an aura that was clearly at the sixth stage of this realm, and it was only a step away from the late stage of the seventh stage. Because it was only a fine line away. Moreover, this strange ferocious beast at the sixth stage of the heavenly tribulation realm was clearly a poisonous beast. Its entire body was enveloped in a black poisonous mist that could be said to be boundless. Its violent and monstrous aura caused one's scalp to immediately go numb just by looking at it. Without a doubt, they had encountered a tough opponent this time. These two ferocious beasts at the heavenly tribulation realm that were charging over clearly weren't here to show goodwill. The violent aura around them was extremely heavy, and their killing intent shook the heavens. With a single glance, one could tell that they weren't masters to be trifled with. Roar! Roar! Amidst their shock, the unicorn rhinoceros and ironback mountain armadillo subconsciously roared furiously. Even though their roars shook the heavens and earth, it clearly revealed a strong feeling of being fierce on the outside but weak on the inside. Without a doubt, facing a poisonous ferocious beast at the sixth stage of the heavenly tribulation realm, the two of them were already afraid. The great battle began almost instantly. The roars of the unicorn rhinoceros and ironback mountain armadillo made the flying centipede and old monster Silver G feel provoked. The two immortal old monsters immediately responded in an extremely domineering manner. Before their violent roars had even faded away, they had already collided head-on with each other. Old monster Silver G didn't stop at all. As his pair of huge silver wings that were more than 20,000 feet long flapped, his figure instantly charged into the center of the million-strong army. With just a flap of his wings, countless ferocious beasts with weaker cultivation bases were directly sent flying backward in the void while screaming like gourds rolling on the ground. Some of them even directly exploded and died because they couldn't withstand old monster Silver G's immortal pressure. From the very beginning, the battle had entered a white-hot climax. Huge blood flowers exploded in the void and were blown away by the wind. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, there was a thick smell of blood. As for the leaders of this army of ferocious beasts, the unicorn rhinoceros and ironback mountain armadillo, whose cultivation bases had also reached the immortal realm, had no intention of splitting up to fight. As soon as the battle began, the two leaders of the ferocious beasts at the early stage of the immortal realm entangled the flying centipede's body from both sides. They didn't dare to get close to the flying centipede at all. They were looking for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Unfortunately, such a tactic was completely useless against a powerful poisonous beast like the flying centipede. As the battle became more and more intense, the black poisonous fog that had originally enveloped the entire body of the flying centipede unknowingly spread out due to the surging energy and strength chi. After a cup of tea's time, the single-horned rhinoceros and the ironback diamond armadillo that were fighting with him had already sunk into a canopy within the faint poisonous fog. Chapter 4185. Roar! Roar! Furious roars filled with fear and unwillingness came from the mouths of the two immortal beasts, the unicorn rhinoceros and the ironback mountain armadillo. Vaguely, there was even a touch of despair rapidly spreading in these two roars. Only 10 minutes had passed since the battle started, but the unicorn rhinoceros and the ironback mountain armadillo were too careless. They had no idea how strong the poison of the black fog in the flying centipede's body was. This directly led to their tragic end and ending. In a short period of time, the power in the bodies of these two immortal rank fierce beasts fell into complete chaos because they had absorbed too much black poisonous fog. Under the chain reaction, even their huge bodies were visibly stiff. Rip! A slightly muffled sound of ripping silk could be heard. The flying centipede's ferocious nature erupted at this moment. Its figure charged out from the black poisonous fog that enveloped its entire body. Countless limbs extended and hooked into the unicorn rhinoceros's flesh. With a violent tug, it actually tore this immortal rank ferocious beast apart. They were cut in half and blood rained down from the sky. This scene was witnessed by the many indigenous survivors thousands of miles away in the atmosphere of Mulberry G star. It instantly caused a large wave of gasps like a tide. The dozen or so core higher-ups of the 12 tribes were stunned for a moment, and then they beat their chests and stamped their feet in the void. In their view, this unicorn rhinoceros with a supreme cultivation base of heavenly tribulation realm was simply a treasure. If it could be used to refine flesh and blood medicine, who knew how many primordial survivors in the tribe would benefit from it, and their cultivation base and strength would soar. But now, although the remains of this supreme heavenly tribulation realm beast were still there, after being torn apart by the ferocious flying centipede, it was thrown into the void and abandoned as if it was garbage. Later on they still had a chance to collect it back. However, there was no doubt that too much of the heavenly tribulation blood in its body had been lost because of this. The 12 tribes on Mulberry G planet had not obtained a single drop of the blood of such a peerless ferocious beast in the past countless years. Yet now, as they watched them wantonly being wasted like a boundless rainstorm in the void of the universe that was a myriad of kilometers away, this scene had already caused the eyes of everyone to turn red, and their hearts ached to the point even their livers were faintly trembling. Fellow Taoist, let's talk things over calmly. Don't be impulsive. Is there some misunderstanding here? However, after trembling all over, it finally lost its will to fight. It began to beg for mercy. Although it was a ferocious beast, its life level had evolved to the immortal realm, so it had no problem speaking human language. Moreover, although it was known as the Ironback Mountain Armadillo at this moment, it absolutely did not think that its so-called ironback was more resistant to tearing than the unicorn rhinoceros. If the unicorn rhinoceros really rushed over, it would definitely die. Misunderstanding? You should tell this to my boss. I don't care about this nonsense. If my boss says he wants to kill you, then he must kill you. Screech. In the face of the unicorn rhinoceros's pleas, the flying centipede did not intend to give it any face at all. It casually replied with a ferocious tone, but its body did not stop at all. In an instant, it shot out again, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of the trembling Ironback Mountain Armadillo. On both sides of its huge and long body, countless limbs suddenly opened at this moment, and directly buckled into the Ironback Mountain Armadillo's flesh. What happened next was no suspense. The Ironback Mountain Armadillo's desperate and unwilling howl resounded in the void, followed by a dull tearing sound followed by a series of strange splashing sounds. This was the sound of the precious blood in the Ironback Mountain Armadillo rushing out and dissolving in the void. This was the movement caused by the majestic rain of blood. After doing all that, the flying centipede didn't hesitate at all. It simply threw the remains of the Ironback Mountain crushing armadillo into the air, and with a leap, it charged into the million-strong army of beasts that was already in a mess. There was no need to describe the next scene in detail. 2 immortal-level beasts rushed into an army of millions of beasts, whose strongest combat strength was only at the universe grade. What could happen and what could happen would be a one-sided crushing and slaughter. There was no other scene at all, on the other side, outside Mulberry Star's atmosphere. The powerhouses of the various tribes on Mulberry Star who had heard the news were already completely petrified. Previously, when the flying centipede had torn the unicorn rhinoceros in half, they had all gasped in horror and shock. However, now, when the flying centipede swayed and tore another tribulation-grade beast in half in the blink of an eye, these people of the primordial era were stunned. The only feeling left in the hearts of these powerhouses was numbness. The dozen or so Sector Lord Old monsters who represented the core authority of the 12 major tribes of Mulberry G-Star also pounded their chests and stomped their feet with pained expressions when they saw another heavenly tribulation realm's supreme ferocious beast flying into the sky. Then they subconsciously looked behind them at Yi Xian, who was thousands of miles away in the void, and muttered softly, revealing extreme helplessness. Did you hear that? What did this ferocious tribulation centipede just say? Boss. He said boss. That's right, this old man heard it too. Obviously, the boss he was talking about is none other than Senior Qiao Feng, who is still undergoing the Great Tribulation. What a monster. He has just transcended the Great Tribulation, but before that, he casually ordered 2 tribulation-grade underlings to go out and fight. One of them is actually at the peak of the middle stage of the tribulation grade, only a fine line away from the late stage of the tribulation grade. This is a great Buddha. We must take good care of it. If there is no accident, this opportunity will be unprecedented for the 12 tribes of our Mulberry G-Star. Perhaps, our entire tribe will be able to walk out of this narrow world that has been sealed invisibly because of this. Who knows? Look, Senior Qiao Feng's Great Tribulation has been successfully completed. The last tribulation lightning has just struck, and Senior is safe and sound. There is no suspense in the battle here. Pass down the order to the children of the various tribes to rush out of the atmosphere and prepare to clean up the mess and collect the spoils of war. As for us, it's time to congratulate Senior Qiao Feng for successfully transcending the tribulation. Chapter 4186. Rumble. Kacha. After the earth-shattering explosion of thunder, a clear sound of lightning rang out. A bolt of lightning that was over 3 meters thick instantly smashed down and landed on Yi Xian's body. Unfortunately, even tribulation lightning and lightning of this level were unable to cause much harm to him who'd always been on the path of body refinement and whose body had been tempered to the point of being terrifying. On the contrary, the immortal realm cultivation in his body had improved a lot after he had consolidated it. When the thick black tribulation clouds in the distant sky above his head dispersed, Lin Xian waved his hand. The clothes on his body, which had been destroyed by the tribulation lightning, instantly looked brand new. At this moment, the familiar sound of the system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient Dongshu formula. Current realm. Level 2 of the immortal realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the realm of the body's qi and blood. Current realm. Level 2 of the immortal realm. This time, not only did the great heavenly tribulation of the immortal stage not cause the slightest bit of damage to his original body, it even caused the remaining level 20 liquid in his body and the medicinal effects of various top-notch heavenly and earthly treasures to completely evaporate, directly causing Yi Xian's cultivation to break through another small level. Before this, his body strength was at level 1 of the immortal realm. Once he activated the bloodline of the ancient ape demons with 3 heads and 6 arms, his strength soared to level 2 of the immortal realm. If he used the 9 changes of the demonic ape and reached the 5th change, he would instantly reach level 7 of the immortal realm. Now, with another breakthrough in his cultivation, once Yi Xian activated the bloodline of the ancient ape in his body and entered the 5th change of the demonic ape, his combat strength would reach level 8 of the immortal realm. He would only be 2 levels away from the marquee immortal realm. I've finally entered the immortal realm. I've successfully crossed the first 2 hurdles on the path of cultivation of the starry sky. Yi Xian clenched his fists tightly. He suddenly felt a sense of heroism that he had never felt before. Looking back on what he had experienced along the way, he couldn't help but sigh. However, this is only a starting point. Taking a deep breath, a bright light flashed in his eyes. In an instant, an incomparably heavy sense of urgency appeared in his heart. Even the expression on his face immediately became dignified. He murmured, "Today all the races and forces in the 3 main planes of the starry skies are facing an unprecedented test. The great desolate world, which has been destroyed for countless years, may descend at any time. Under such circumstances, the strength of one's own body has become meaningless. Although I don't have a bloodline clan behind me, I have a group of subordinates who have been with me for a long time. No matter what, I have to use all of their cultivation and strength before the great desolate world descends. Can be improved." At this point, Yi Xian didn't say anything else. He turned his head and glanced in the direction of Sangji Star. His eyes flashed with a bright light. After pondering for a moment, he finally seemed to have made a great decision. He gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Rumble? With a wave of his hand, an oblate object that was like a small star instantly appeared in the void of space beside Yi Xian without any warning, causing the dozen or so realm lord old monsters of Mulberry Tree, who were originally rushing in this direction, to tremble in fear. It was almost as if they were trembling. As if by conditioned reflex they all retreated in horror. The enormous object that Yi Xian took out from the undying world in his body was none other than the one that had just completed a transformation and evolution not long ago, the giant fortress of life. This giant fortress of life only had a diameter of 100,000 meters before, but now it had grown to more than 160,000 meters, which was 500,000 meters. If converted to kilometers, it would be 500 kilometers. It was like a miniature star. This terrifying size wasn't much different from the Heaven's Legacy race's headquarters, Heaven's Legacy City. It was absolutely shocking. Even its shape had changed from a spherical shape to an oblate shape, which was more suitable for traveling through the cosmos at a faster speed. In addition, compared to the last evolution not long ago, in addition to the size of the giant life fortress being many times larger, the space inside had also been significantly improved due to the use of the space folding technology. The interior of the giant fortress of life was extremely wide. It was like an independent paradise with mountains and rivers. It didn't look like the interior of a giant fortress at all. This was only one layer of the giant fortress of life. The entire giant fortress of life had a total of 18 layers. Each layer had different sceneries and different functions. However, apart from the 1 million large and small fortresses controlled by countless intelligent robots, there were only 20,000 demon scouts led by Gui Haidao and Song Qingyu. Of course, among these 20,000 demon scouts, the group of elders who had followed Yi Xian the earliest, such as Nabashan, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Zuofengtai, and the others, had all shamelessly mixed in with the 10,000 strong scout troops in order to be able to fight alongside Yi Xian. Even the machine race's Ing Tai was among them. Although these people were the earliest group of elders to follow Yi Xian, they had been left behind by Yi Xian in the Death Star Field's Triumph City in the Third Universe. Although their cultivation and strength improved very quickly, compared to following Yi Xian and obtaining all kinds of opportunities, this speed was obviously slower. It was much, much slower. Now Yi Xian's cultivation and strength had reached the immortal realm, while the strongest among these 20,000 demon scouts was only at the universe realm, the 15th great realm of the starry sky. There wasn't even a Star-Lord old monster. If this situation continued, then for Yi Xian, whose cultivation was getting stronger and stronger, these old subordinates of his who followed him from the beginning probably wouldn't be of any use to him very soon. Therefore, one of the reasons he had brought Guihai Dao, Zhang Qingyu, and the others out this time was to improve their cultivation and strength as soon as possible. Not just one or two, but the overall strength of these 20,000 demon scouts would increase greatly. Yi Xian had originally thought that this opportunity would come by chance. After all, it wasn't just increasing the strength of one or two people. 20,000 demon scouts was really a large number. However, from the looks of it now, this opportunity had clearly arrived. Chapter 4187. Rumble. As the Cork of Life was brought out, the 1,000,000 fortresses inside the Cork of Life immediately sailed out one after another at Yi Xian's command. They arranged themselves in a formation in front of Yi Xian. Although these 1,000,000 warships were all controlled by a large number of intelligent robots, their combat strength was on par with each other. None of them were stellar-level warships with a diameter of 3,000 meters. All of them were spherical fortresses with diameters of 50,000 meters and 100,000 meters. This was definitely an elite army with terrifying combat strength. Although 1,000,000 warships didn't seem like a lot, after all, Yi Xian had experienced a great war in space that involved tens of millions of warships. But even in such a great war, it was rare to see a special army consisting of fortresses of 50,000 meters and 100,000 meters. Right now, this army of 1,000,000 strongholds, large and small, were all in the void of the universe in front of Yi Xian after they left the giant fortress of life one after another. They formed a formation. The combined size of the 1,000,000 fortresses far exceeded that of the Cork of Life, which was the size of a small planet. Such a scene was naturally nothing to those who were aware of modern technology. Because in the three main dimensions of the universe, even the ordinary citizens of the Federation who didn't have any cultivation base knew that warships used space-folding technology. A warship that looked like it was only 1,000 meters long could have a space of more than 10,000 meters inside. But for the survivors of the primordial era who lived in this fragment of the primordial era and didn't have any knowledge of modern technology, such a scene was no different from a fantasy. Yes, the primordial era's system of cultivation also included the refinement of magic treasures. The refinement of magic treasures also had the concept of having a universe inside them. They also had storage Dharma treasures. But although they were no strangers to space magic treasures, it didn't mean that they could refine space magic treasures that were as large as small planets like the Cork of Life. Furthermore, this small planet-sized monster was clearly alive. It could even open its mouth, and after opening its mouth, it actually spat out so many strange, gigantic spheres that looked like they were also living beings. For the survivors of the Desolation Era who lived in this corner of the fragment of the Desolation Era, the impact of all this was simply subversive. In the distance, the dozens of sector lords who were shocked by the life giant plug had their mouths wide open. Their eyes were wide open as they stared blankly in the void, as though they had all been petrified. After a long time, when all of the millions of strongholds rushed out of the giant fortress of life and lined up in a formation in front of Yi Xian, Guihai Dao and Zhang Qingyu led their respective 10,000 demon cultivator scouts and rushed out of the giant fortress of life. These 10 people were in the center of the fortress of life. Only then did the few sector lord old monsters start to tremble, their faces filled with shock as they cried out in shock. Heavens, what's happening? Senior Qiaofeng, what is he doing? Such a huge monster. So many monsters. That big guy, how can his stomach contain so many little monsters? This ratio was too shocking. Could it be that this was a primordial beast with the bloodline of the Taotai? But I've never heard of such an appearance. Look, there are people in this monster's stomach. They formed a formation and rushed out. There's at least 20,000 of them, too savage. But why do I feel that this big monster and all the little monsters, including the 10,000 humans who escaped from the monster's stomach, are a little strange? They seem to be forming a formation as if waiting for Senior Qiaofeng's inspection. Who can tell this old man this? What's going on? Screech. Roar. Just as these sector lord old monsters were shocked and cried out involuntarily, Two world-shaking howls and furious roars resounded. Flying Centipede and Silver Pole, who had finished annihilating the army of 1,000,000 ferocious beasts, had returned at this moment. Transforming into two streaks of light, they shot straight into the farmer god cauldron, which was enshrouded in a dense 9-colored fog. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian casually waved his hand and directly stored the Shenong cauldron into the undying world within his body. Afterwards, he turned around and looked towards the space where the dozen or so realm masters were standing in a daze. He waved his hand, "Fellow Taoists, come." The group of sector lords looked at each other, but soon nodded one after another. Without any delay, they came together and appeared in front of Yi Xian with strange expressions. "I believe everyone must be very puzzled, right?" With a faint smile, Yi Xian pointed his finger at the million-sized stronghold in front of him, as well as the starry sky fortress that was like a small star. Then he said, "These are the forces under this Chao's command. Today I'm just showing them. This way it will be easier for everyone to understand what this Chao is about to say." After he finished speaking, Yi Xian waved his hand, and the million stronghold in front of him that was spread out in a vast expanse of space once again emitted a series of rumbling sounds. Without stopping, they once again drove towards the interior of the giant fortress in an orderly manner. This scene seemed to be exactly as Yi Xian had said. The only reason he had let the million strongholds move out of the Star Fortress was to let them come out and show their faces. As for the 20,000 demon scouts led by Gui Hai Dao and Song Qingyu, including the machine race clansman Ying Tai, they were still in a square formation, quietly standing in the space in front of Yi Xian. They did not immediately return to the Star Fortress. Since he had brought them out this time, he had to train them well. If an army wanted to be truly strong, every individual in the army, apart from increasing their own cultivation base, had to have all kinds of combat experience, which was also very important. In the future, unless Yi Xian had to leave Mulberry Tree Star, or if there were other important matters that required him to go personally, during the time he was in Mulberry Tree Star, the 20,000 demon scouts led by Gui Hai Dao and Song Qingyu would not be brought back by him. Inside the Star Fortress, they needed all kinds of training. These million round things are called Star Fortresses. The ones with a diameter of 50,000 meters are called small fortresses. The ones with a diameter of 100,000 meters are called large fortresses. Chapter 4188. Whether it's a small fortress, a large fortress, or a giant fortress in space, they all serve the same purpose. On one hand, they're a means of transportation during interstellar travel. On the other hand, they're auxiliary items in space battles. You can think of them as battleships with unique appearances. In fact, they are battleships. However, they're not made using the traditional refining methods you're familiar with. Instead, they're made using a technological method. This so-called technology is completely different from the cultivation system you're familiar with, but it's a civilization system that leads to the same goal. A unique product of the world this Chao comes from. At this point, Yi Xian seemed to have a headache. He raised his hand to rub his head before continuing. The world this Chao comes from has three main dimensions called the first universe, the second universe, and the third universe. The world you live in is just a fragment of the void of a desolate world. It should have been drifting in the boundless void turbulence as if it was exiled. However, due to some accident, a corner of this fragment of the void of a desolate world is connected to the three star lords that this Chao lives in. There's a connection between the dimensions. This Chao came here through the star passage connected to that corner and came to Sangji Star. At this point, the general meaning was already very clear. Although the dozen or so sector lord old monsters in front of him still had a confused expression, after pondering for a moment, they quickly nodded their heads with solemn expressions. Obviously they understood. At least, they roughly understood what Yi Xian was trying to say. Seeing this, Yi Xian let out a long sigh and shook his head with a bitter smile. He felt like he was about to collapse from exhaustion after that short explanation. It was an indescribable feeling. Alright, that's the gist of the situation. Next, if you have any doubts or curiosity, there are still 20,000 people over there. You can go and ask whoever you want. As he spoke, Yi Xian pointed at Gui Hai Dao and the other 20,000 demon cultivator scouts that were standing nearby. Without waiting for them to react, his figure flashed and he directly entered the giant fortress of life. He didn't want to do this kind of scientific explanation anymore. He would leave it to Gui Hai Dao and the others. Half a day later, Yi Xian walked out of the life fortress. He waved his hand and stored the fortress into his body before looking at the nearby void. The 20,000 demon scouts led by Gui Hai Dao and Song Qingshi, as well as Ying Tai, were still waiting in formation. In front of the two 10,000 scouts, the dozen or so sector lord old monsters of Sangji Star were gathered together. They lowered their heads and whispered, their expressions of shock and solemnity. Moreover, there was a strong sense of worry in his eyes. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian knew what was going on, so he immediately flashed over. It was clear that the dozen or so sector lords who represented the core upper echelons of the tens of millions of primordial tribes on Mulberry Ji had a general understanding of the current crisis the world was facing through Gui Hai Dao, Song Qingyu, and the others. Yi Xian didn't hide anything from them, including the fact that the great desolate world could descend into this world at any time. He had specially instructed Gui Hai Dao, Song Qingyu, and the others to be honest. As for which side they should take, Yi Xian didn't intend to influence the wishes of the primordial survivors. In fact, with the strength of their entire race, Yi Xian didn't care about which side they should take. It wouldn't affect him. To them, the only purpose of choosing sides was to ensure that the entire tribe could continue to survive in this chaotic world. At this moment, when they saw Yi Xian arrive, the dozen or so old monsters that were whispering to each other immediately stopped talking. Their faces carried respectful expressions as they looked at Yi Xian. Everyone, I believe you have a good understanding of the current situation of the current world, right? With a faint smile, Yi Xian went straight to the point and said, to be honest, what you saw just now is only a part of the forces under my command. It can even be said to be a very small part. But even so, I still don't have the confidence to ensure my own safety in this chaotic world that may descend at any time soon. This time, I came to this place to look for an opportunity to increase the strength of my old subordinates as soon as possible. But to be honest, this piece of the void fragment of the desolate ancient world has really disappointed me. However, the alchemy techniques in your hands are of some use to this Qiao. If possible, this Qiao hopes that all of you can impart them to me. Of course, this Qiao will naturally repay you. As for the specific requests, all of you can come up with them after discussing them. Hearing these words, the old monsters of sector lords looked at each other and began to discuss in private again. Yi Xian didn't mind and waited patiently on the side. After a while, the old monsters of sector lords seemed to have reached a consensus. They stopped whispering and turned to look at Yi Xian at the same time. One of them stepped forward and cupped his hands to Yi Xian and said, Senior, we have just discussed. Although the alchemy techniques in our tribes are of the same origin, even between the 12 tribes of Sangji Star and the more numerous mountain strongholds, we will not leak them to each other. However, none of us are pedantic people. Faced with today's crisis, it's naturally impossible for us to keep what our ancestors left behind and keep it a secret. In the end, our entire race will perish and everything will be buried in the past. Therefore, we are willing to teach you the various alchemy techniques that you need. We will immediately list out all the alchemy techniques that the 12 tribes and the big and small mountain strongholds have mastered. We will compile them into a book and hand it over to you for you to look over. As for the request. At this point, the sector lord old monster's face reddened. After coughing twice awkwardly, he continued, Senior, you must have seen that the 12 tribes of the survivors of Mulberry Tree Star are not very strong. Over the past countless years, even the surrounding star fields have been affected by the sector lord's strength. In the past few years, even in the nearby starry sky forbidden areas, we were unable to break through and leave. Chapter 4189. Surrender? Tens of millions of desolation survivors from the 12 tribes of the entire Mulberry Tree planet, would all surrender? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian, who was greatly surprised, was stunned on the spot. In fact, he had long been mentally prepared to be extorted by these dozens of sector lord old monsters. After all, what he needed were the elixir refining techniques passed down through all the tribes and strongholds. Moreover, Yi Xian had already said frankly that these elixir refining techniques were indeed of great use to him. Under such circumstances, if he decided to hand over all these elixir refining techniques, the other party would obviously ask for a lot of benefits. Yi Xian had even roughly guessed what they wanted. It was nothing more than the remains of some high-level primordial life treasures, as well as all sorts of top-notch treasures and medicines. He had plenty of these things in his hands, and in fear of his cultivation base, these dozens of sector lord old monsters would not really ask for too much. Therefore, even if Yi Xian had the ability to seize them by force, he had never thought of doing so. Although he had long been used to extortion, his targets were all top-grade tribes and powers that were stronger than him and had deeper foundations. Compared to him, Yi Xian really couldn't do such a thing to the 12 great tribes of the remnant of Mulberry Star, who were clearly weaker than him and were more than just a little bit weaker. However, he had already planned to give out a considerable amount of treasured body remains and precious materials and medicines, but the other party had actually proposed to surrender. They did not want anything from Yi Xian at all, but instead offered their entire tribe, This was really embarrassing. However, Yi Xian was naturally happy to see this happen. The reason was very simple. On one hand, he was currently lacking manpower. No matter how few desolation survivors there were on Mulberry Tree Planet, there were still tens of millions of them. Although some of them were old, women, and children, at least 2/3 of them were Starry Sky experts. To Yi Xian, this was definitely a new force to strengthen his subordinates. Once these tens of millions of desolation survivors matured in the future, their battle strength would be absolutely astonishing. On the other hand, even before these tens of millions of desolation survivors matured, their value was still indispensable to Yi Xian. That's right, they had agreed to hand over to Yi Xian all the various alchemy techniques that had been passed down from generation to generation in the 12 great tribes of Mulberry Tree Star. But even if Yi Xian studied them thoroughly, he could refine flesh medicines using these ancient techniques that had been passed down from the Desolation era. However, he was only one person after all. Moreover, in his opinion, the increase in his own cultivation was obviously more important. Therefore, Yi Xian would at most refine the following level 21 liquid, level 22 liquid, and other flesh and blood medicines for himself. As for Guihai Dao, Zhang Qingyu, and the other 20,000 demon scouts, he simply did not have the time to refine them one by one. These were 20,000 demon scouts, and their current cultivation was still rather low. The consumption rate of the elixir would not be too low. If Yi Xian really had to refine the elixir for them alone, it would be tantamount to selling himself as a slave. He would not have the time to deal with other matters at all. Moreover, in addition to Guihai Dao, Zhang Qingyu, and the other 20,000 demon scouts, he had many more subordinates on Sky River Star and Triumphant Return Star who also needed the elixir. If he had to take care of all of them, even if Yi Xian worked day and night to refine all kinds of elixirs, he would not be able to supply them all. However, this was not a problem at all for the survivors of the primordial era on Mulberry Star. There were 12 major tribes on Mulberry Star, as well as many mountain strongholds of various sizes. Each mountain stronghold had its own cauldron, and had priests who mastered different refining techniques. All of them could refine the elixir. If he were to accept the other party's surrender, then to Yi Xian, it would be no different from suddenly having tens of millions of alchemists that could refine flesh and blood medicine. Moreover, all of them were skilled in this field. It could be said that they were proficient in this field. Of course, he could not completely order them around as free labor. If he accepted their surrender, then these tens of millions of survivors of the primordial era on Mulberry Star would also become Yi Xian's subordinates. While they were immersed in refining the elixir, Yi Xian would also have to provide them with various resources to continue their tribe and improve their cultivation. This was undoubtedly a huge expense. Tens of millions of survivors of the primordial era was not a small number. Not to mention cultivation resources, just bringing them along and allowing them to eat their fill every day required an astronomical amount of resources. However, this was perhaps a huge problem for the leaders of the 12 major tribes on Mulberry Star. After all, the Sector Lord Old Monster who had just expressed his intention of surrendering to Yi Xian had been hesitant in his words, as if it was extremely difficult for him to speak. Clearly, it was because he had thought of something. This problem. In his view, this was clearly bringing tens of millions of mouths waiting to be fed and adding to the burden of others. But to Yi Xian this was not a big problem at all. Within the hundreds of millions of kilometers of the starry sky that the Sangji tribe was forbidden to enter, there were already a large number of life stars where ferocious beasts ran amok. In the various regions tens of millions of kilometers away, there were even regions where ferocious beasts wreaked havoc in the starry sky. In Yi Xian's eyes, these regions and life stars were all sources of flesh and blood resources, and they were extremely plentiful. The survivors of the primordial era on Sangji planet were too weak, so they didn't dare to have such an idea. However, Yi Xian wasn't afraid at all. If there was a need, he would directly send an army over. So he could just start the hunt. Thinking of this, the light in his eyes gradually burned. Without any more hesitation, he immediately waved his hand and accepted the surrender of the 12 major tribes of Mulberry Star, the tens of millions of survivors of the primordial era. All of this came so quickly and so easily. The dozen or so Sector Lord Old Monsters who were originally nervous were pleasantly surprised and almost cried tears of joy on the spot. From this moment on, they finally had a backer and it seemed to be extraordinarily strong. The entire tribe saw hope because of this. Chapter 4190. As Yi Xian's words sounded out, the entire atmosphere of Mulberry Star was instantly filled with thunderous cheers that were like mountains. The tens of millions of survivors of the Desolation era in the 12 tribes of the Mulberry Star and the countless villages of various sizes were all extremely excited at this moment. In their opinion, with Star Master Yi agreeing to take in all the Desolation tribes and villages on the Mulberry Ji Star, a new era was undoubtedly about to begin. For countless years, the tens of millions of survivors of the primordial era on Mulberry Tree had been trapped in this ancient void that was only hundreds of millions of kilometers away. In every direction in the void around Mulberry Tree, there was a forbidden zone in the void, and in each forbidden zone sat Supreme Tribulation Realm ominous beasts. It was like a natural moat that cut off all the survivors of the primordial era from leaving Mulberry Tree. However, from this moment onwards, from the moment Star-Lord Yi decided to take them in as his subordinates, everything would completely change. In the battle just now, Star-Lord Yi did not even make a move. He only sent out 2 Tribulation Realm ferocious beasts under his command, and they easily annihilated an entire army of millions of ferocious beasts from one of the forbidden zones in the starry sky. Even the 2 Tribulation Realm ominous beasts leading the army had not been able to escape and had died in the void. Just the 2 Tribulation Realm ominous beasts under his command had such astonishing battle strength, so one could only imagine Star-Lord Ye's own battle strength. Moreover, he also had a powerful warship army under his command, and all this, as he himself had said, was only a part of the overall strength of his subordinates. With such a powerful backer for the tens of millions of survivors of the primordial era on Mulberry Tree, leaving this sealed void and going to the wider universe outside was a reality that was absolutely not far away. As long as Star-Lord Yi was willing, he could take them out of Mulberry Tree at almost any time to go out and conquer the world. At this moment, in the void battlefield on the other side of Mulberry Tree where the great battle had just ended, the survivors of the primordial era who had rushed out of the atmosphere from the various tribes and strongholds had long been cleaned up. Including the 2 immortal-level ominous beasts, all the remains of the ominous beasts left behind after the annihilation of the million-strong army had been collected. Yi Xian was not the least bit interested in the remains of these low-level ominous beasts. He did not even intend to touch the remains of the 2 immortal-level ominous beasts. He still had plenty of remains of star beasts of this level in his possession, and for the tens of millions of survivors of the primordial era on Mulberry Tree Star, the harvest of this battle was unprecedentedly rich and astonishing. The millions of corpses left behind by this fierce beast army, including the treasures of the 2 immortal realm fierce beasts, will be up to you to discuss. The 12 great tribes, all the large and small strongholds, will be evenly distributed. This Star-Lord is not interested. Turning his head to look at the dozen or so realm master old monsters, Yi Xian's words changed as he continued, "A similar harvest will become your daily routine in the near future. Because when the time is ripe, I will lead all the tens of millions of survivors of the 12 great tribes on Mulberry Tree Star. We will set off and conquer all directions." However, before that, whether it is the 20,000 scouts the Star-Lord brought out this time, or the tens of millions of survivors of the primordial era in the 12 tribes of Mulberry Tree Star, they all have to improve their cultivation as soon as possible. Otherwise, once all of them set off, they will encounter a stronger overall force. For the sake of a powerful ominous beast race, our losses will be extremely heavy. Hearing these words, the dozens of Sector Lord old monsters looked at each other awkwardly. Although Yi Xian's words were tactful, he could more or less understand the meaning behind them. Although there were many survivors of the primordial era on Mulberry Star, numbering in the tens of millions, in reality when it came to overall combat strength, compared to the fierce beasts in the forbidden areas of the starry sky and the surrounding void, there were many. Not only that, but the difference was not small. In today's battle, although the million-strong ominous beast army from one of the forbidden areas of space had been completely annihilated, all of this had nothing to do with the survivors of the primordial era on Mulberry Tree Star. It was all thanks to the 2 heavenly tribulation ominous beasts under Star-Lord Yi. In the future, once all the survivors of the 12 tribes of Mulberry Tree Star followed the expedition, it was obviously impossible for them to be like this every time as Star-Lord Yi's subordinates went on expeditions. In this case, if the survivors didn't improve their cultivation as quickly as possible, after many bloody battles, the current population of tens of millions of survivors would soon be reduced sharply because of this. If the situation was even worse, it was not impossible for the entire race to be completely wiped out after a series of battles. After all, even they, as the core members of the upper echelons of the 12 tribes of Mulberry Tree Star, were only sector lords. If they encountered a universe-grade ominous beast, they would be wiped out. Not to mention the survivors of Mulberry Tree Star, who were far inferior to them in terms of cultivation strength. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the joy on the faces of the dozen or so sector lord old monsters suddenly disappeared. All of them looked as if they had just been struck by lightning, wilting and frowning. After all, the total number of survivors of the 12 tribes of Mulberry Tree Star reached tens of millions. For such a huge race, it was not easy to quickly improve the cultivation strength of all the survivors. After returning to Mulberry Tree Star, Yi Xian went to the ancestral land of one of the 12 tribes. As far as his eyes could see, in a vast valley, a huge cauldron with a diameter of 10,000 meters jumped into his sight. The cauldron of Flat Mountain Village is only 1,000 meters in diameter, and its quality is far inferior to this 10,000-meter cauldron in front of us. Raising his finger to point at the 10,000-meter cauldron in front of him, Yi Xian turned to look at the Sector Lord Old Monster of the tribe and asked, "How many of these 10,000-meter cauldrons are there on Mulberry Tree Star?" "Reporting to my lord, on Mulberry Tree Star, there are thousands of mountain villages of various sizes under the 12 tribes. Each village has a cauldron in diameter. The small ones are 100 meters, the normal ones are 1,000 meters, and the large ones are around 2,000 to 3,000 meters. Hearing him ask about this, a Sector Lord Old Monster cupped his hands and respectfully reported, "As for these 10,000-meter cauldrons, there are only 12 of them, and they are located in the ancestral lands of the 12 tribes. 12? That's not bad." Nodding, Yi Xian ordered on the spot, "All the remains of the million-meter ominous beast army will be handed over to the mountain villages under the tribes to be refined into pills. As for the 12 10,000-meter cauldrons in the various tribes, I will use." Chapter 4191. After listening to Yi Xian, Guihai Dao, Song Qingyu, and the others, the dozen or so Sector Lord Old Monsters were already familiar with the division and name of the cultivation realms of the three main plains. Furthermore, because of Yi Xian's relationship with their master, they tried their best to use the names of the three main plains of the starry sky to determine their cultivation basis. As a result, when they suddenly heard Yi Xian's light words, the expressions of the dozen or so realm master old monsters abruptly changed, and they all cried out in alarm. "What? 10,000 remains of primordial creatures? They're all between the Star Lord state and the immortal state? How is that possible? Even we are only Sector Lord level cultivators. In the entire Mulberry Tree Star there are only a dozen or so of us, less than 20. Although there are more region lords, there are less than 100 of them. As for Star Lords, there are only a few hundred. Besides, the Star Lord state is only the lower limit of the 10,000 remains of primordial creatures. The upper limit is the immortal state? There aren't too many remains of primordial creatures." Yi Xian nodded and continued in a calm tone, "It's not that I don't have any. As a matter of fact, I have a lot of remains of marquises, kings, emperors and emperors. The problem is that the cauldrons in your hands can't resist the pressure at all. If you throw a few of them in, the cauldrons will explode." Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. He seemed to be quite interested. "How about this? I'll take out 120 immortal remains. As for the 12 cauldrons, 10 for each cauldron. I should be able to handle them. As for the remaining remains, they're all Star Lords, Region Lords, Sector Lords and Universe-grade primordial creatures." At this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light. This Star Master only has this many mid-grade primordial life treasure body remains. However, 12 batches of flesh and blood medicine should be enough for a short period of time. After using them all up, the time to set off will basically come. By then, there will be a huge number of powerful beasts in the void far away, waiting for us to harvest them. Mid-rank? Almost 10,000? Fine, it's true that the remains of Star Lords and Universe State treasures are only mediocre compared to the remains of the corpses of lords and kings, right? After hearing what the master said, I finally realized that we were really frogs in a well. That's right. It's such a blow. However, I'm suddenly excited when I think that I'll be able to refine flesh medicine of that level. It's so exciting. After hearing what Yi Xian said, the dozen or so Sector Lords looked at each other with resentment on their faces. Obviously they had been dealt a heavy blow. However, at the same time that they were mercilessly struck down, their hearts were filled with excitement and excitement. After muttering for a while, Yi Xian's orders were quickly passed down by a dozen or so old fellows. In an instant, within the ancestral lands of the 12 great tribes of Mulberry Tree, a large number of ancient survivors exploded. Lai Di began the preparations for the refinement. To the tens of millions of survivors of the primordial era who lived on Mulberry Tree Star, this was absolutely unprecedented. The curtains to an unprecedented tide of medicine refinement were about to be lifted. In an instant, the entire Mulberry Tree and the thousands of villages under the jurisdiction of the 12 tribes began to refine like crazy. All the remains of the primordial bodies obtained from the annihilation of the million-strong army of beasts were distributed to the villages below. As for the 12 10,000-meter cauldrons in the ancestral lands of the 12 tribes, they were all used by Yi Xian to refine top-grade flesh medicine. Of course, this top grade was only relative to the flesh medicine that the tribes of Mulberry Tree had refined in the past. The 12 tribes' 12 10,000-meter cauldrons were separated from each other by quite a distance, not in the same location. Although with Yi Xian's current cultivation and strength, an immortal old monster could appear anywhere in a star with a thought, if he had to use a wisp of the Shinong strange flame at the same time to raise the temperature of these 12 10,000-meter cauldrons, it was clearly impossible. Fortunately, the 10,000-meter cauldrons in the ancestral lands of the 12 tribes were different from the 1,000-meter cauldrons in the villages below. Although the cauldrons still attracted the earth core fire, because the quantity was larger and the fire formation was more profound, there was no need to raise the temperature of the cauldrons when refining the flesh medicine. Yi Xian was worried. What he needed to do was to draw a wisp of the Shinong strange flame to improve the quality of the flesh medicine in the cauldrons. That way the 12 cauldrons wouldn't have to be used at the same time. It would be no problem to use them one by one. In one of the tribes, Yi Xian and a dozen sector lords from the other tribes were gathered. Not far ahead of them was a cauldron that was as large as a mountain. The spring water had been filled with the cauldron, and the earth core fire had been ignited below the cauldron. The water had been boiled, and the meat of the ferocious beasts could be thrown in. There were 12 cauldrons. Yi Xian had prepared almost 10,000 remains of primordial creatures above the Star Lord state. The highest level among them was the immortal state. He had collected most of them at the edge of the dark world that looked like a black hole. After dividing it up, each 10,000-meter-long cauldron could hold nearly 1,000 corpses. Although they were of different sizes, some of the ancient corpses were quite large. Therefore, a 10,000-meter-long cauldron was not enough to hold nearly 1,000 corpses. When encountering such an enormous treasure body, Yi Xian could only activate the power of the Shinong cauldron's internal domain. He directly turned the entire treasure body into a bloody mist, compressed it, and threw it into the 10,000-meter-tall cauldron. The whole process lasted for about the time it took to eat a meal. The nearly 1,000 corpses in the 10,000-meter-long giant cauldron were all thrown out. Throughout the whole process, all the surrounding survivors of the primordial era widened their eyes. Their bodies shook violently from time to time, and their mouths kept gasping. Normally they would only see 1 or 2 corpses of desolate era creatures in a year. But now there were hundreds and thousands of them as if they were endless. They were falling into the cauldron like dumplings falling from the sky. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, they still found it hard to believe. Chapter 4192. A day later, the remains of the 12 10,000-meter-tall cauldrons and all sorts of top-grade precious materials and medicines had basically been refined. Yi Xian began to make his move. From the Shinong cauldron in his body, he drew out a wisp of the Shinong 7-colored flame into each of the 10,000-meter-tall cauldrons. It increased the speed of the refinement process. Originally, it would take an entire 3 days of refinement. In the end, because Yi Xian introduced a wisp of the Shinong 7-colored flame into the cauldron, the time was shortened by half. In less than 2 days it was completed one after another. Then, the priests of the 12 tribes who had inherited the alchemy techniques took action. Streams of obscure rune energy with a profound and ancient aura were injected into the 10,000-meter-tall cauldrons. In an instant, it triggered a shocking phenomenon like a dragon soaring and a tiger roaring. Such a scene was repeated in the 12 great tribes of Mulberry Tree Star. Then, in the other villages of various sizes, some small cauldrons also entered the late stages of refinement. As the priests in the villages formed hand seals to end the refinement, similar scenes instantly appeared on the entire Mulberry Tree Star. One after another, it was a spectacular sight. The tens of millions of survivors on Mulberry Tree Star had never seen such a scene before. They were completely stunned. Then, everyone became inexplicably excited, because such a phenomenon represented that they were about to obtain a top-grade flesh medicine. After the 12 cauldrons of flesh medicine came out of the cauldron, all of them had a faint purple-gold color, which was enough to show their high quality. Each cauldron was 10,000 meters in diameter. There were a total of 12 cauldrons, and the light purple-gold flesh medicine that came out of each cauldron had reached more than 60% of the height of the cauldron wall. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the total amount of flesh medicine that came out of the 12 cauldrons was. Although the tens of millions of desolate ancient survivors on Mulberry Tree Star were already subordinates of Yi Xian, just like Gui Hai Yi Dao, Song Qingyu, and the 20,000 devil cultivator scouts under their command. However, after all, the main 20,000 devil cultivator scouts had come to the battlefield, and their missions and roles were different from those of the tens of millions of desolate ancient survivors. Therefore, it was not that Yi Xian favored one and discriminated against the other. In short, of the 12 cauldrons of top-grade flesh medicine, 60% were all given to Gui Hai Dao and Song Qingyu. As for the remaining 40%, Yi Xian handed it over to a dozen sector lord old monsters, allowing them to choose the stronger members of the 12 tribes to distribute. After all, the other ordinary clansmen still had other medicines made from flesh and blood that they could use. It was more practical to use these top-grade medicines to cultivate a powerful elite troop. Yi Xian didn't ask how the 40% of the top-grade flesh medicine was distributed among the 12 tribes of the Desolation survivors on Mulberry Ji Star. However, according to Yi Xian's order, the 20,000 demon scouts under his command were given to Gui Hai Dao and Song Qingyu. Equal distribution. This 60% represented a vast amount of light purple gold top-grade flesh medicine. If it was divided equally among the 20,000 demon dweller scouts, each of them would definitely receive a significant amount. In addition, its quality was definitely extraordinary. Therefore, according to Yi Xian's deductions and estimations, these 20,000 demon cultivator scouts should all be able to push their cultivation to the 15th great realm of the starry sky, which was the universe realm, within a short period of time. After all, these 20,000 universe realm experts were familiar with each other and formed a troop. Once they entered the battlefield, their combat strength would absolutely be shocking. Not to mention that there were already some fellows amongst them whose cultivations far surpassed the others. Now, with the boost provided by the light purple gold flesh medicine, it wasn't impossible for their cultivations to advance to the region lord realm or even the world lord realm in a short period of time. There was no doubt that with this crazy refinement throughout Mulberry Ji Star, no matter if it was Gui Hai Dao, Song Qingyu, or the other 20,000 desolate ancient survivors under Yi Xian's command or the 12 tribes and over 1,000 strongholds on Mulberry Ji Star, all of them had improved greatly in terms of cultivation. They were about to experience a huge surge in strength. After all the flesh and medicine had been distributed, the vigorous seclusion and cultivation immediately began. Gui Hai Dao, Song Qingyu, and the other 20,000 demon dweller scouts had entered Mulberry Ji Star, and they formed small groups and entered the wilderness to find places to cultivate. On the other hand, the few tens of millions of desolate ancient survivors on Mulberry Ji Star had successively entered into closed-door cultivation within their respective strongholds. As for Yi Xian, he'd left Mulberry Ji Star. After he charged out of the atmosphere of the star, he directly withdrew the Farmer God Cauldron in space that was a few million kilometers away from the atmosphere. After that, his figure flashed, and he sat down cross-legged at the mouth of the Farmer God Cauldron that was enshrouded by 9-colored mist. This time he'd kept 1,000 cubic meters of the flesh medicine he'd refined. This was for the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru. However, 300 cubic meters was enough for each of the 3 girls, and he stored them in 3 small spatial bottles. As for the remaining 100 cubic meters, Yi Xian had planned to use it all at once. Even if he swallowed like a whale, he wouldn't be able to drink 100 cubic meters. However, he could compress it with the Farmer God Cauldron's domain. In the end, it was only a foot in radius, and Yi Xian raised his hand and slapped it into his stomach. The energy quickly spread out, and at this moment he closed his eyes and began to refine. However, Yi Xian actually didn't have high expectations for the 100 cubic meters of flesh medicine. Although the flesh medicine he refined this time was light purple gold in color and was of extraordinary quality, his cultivation base had already reached the immortal realm. However, when he refined the flesh medicine, he only used 10 immortal realm corpses for each cauldron of the immortal realm corpses. Based on this point alone, Yi Xian had already expected that they wouldn't be very effective for him. According to his estimation, with his current strength, it was basically impossible for his cultivation level to soar again, unless he used the remains of quasi-desolation level supreme beings to refine the great medicine. Other than that, even if he used the remains of Marquis or Emperor level undying treasures, it would still be impossible. Although the effect of the flesh medicine he'd refined would be much better, it definitely wouldn't be able to soar so much. Half a day later, Yi Xian opened his eyes. At this moment, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, level 3 of the immortal realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the body chi and blood. Current realm, level 3 of the immortal realm. Before this, the strength of his original body was at level 2 of the immortal realm. Once he activated the bloodline of the ancient ape demons with 3 heads and 6 arms, his strength soared again to level 3 of the immortal realm. Chapter 4193. With Yi Xian's current strength as an immortal, he had only managed to break through one small level after consuming 100 cubic cubes of this light purplish gold flesh medicine that was refined with the remains of 10 immortal level treasured beings of the desolate era in each cauldron. It was only the domain. Such a result greatly disappointed him, because he knew that this breakthrough was not entirely due to the 100 cubic cubes of light purplish gold flesh medicine. Another reason was that there was still some energy from the heavenly tribulation in his body that had not been refined when he was undergoing the heavenly tribulation, and this time he had completely refined it during his closed-door cultivation. In fact, if it were someone else, such as the 2 immortal-level ferocious beast old monsters under his command, Flying Centipede and Old Monster Silver Pole, they would definitely be overjoyed if they could raise their immortal-level cultivation by one small level in just half a day. However, when placed in Yi Xian's situation, it really wasn't much. It could not be helped. Along the way, every breakthrough he made was different from the others. The speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. Moreover, he often made 2 or even 3 consecutive breakthroughs. He had even made 2 or 3 breakthroughs during his closed-door cultivation. As such, it was only a small breakthrough, so it was naturally a little tasteless. However, he also knew that in the future, this situation would most likely become a normal occurrence. After all, his current strength was far from what it used to be. Back then, his cultivation base was weak, so it was easy for him to break through. But now, he was a powerful immortal old monster. It was impossible for him to make his cultivation base soar like a rocket like before. It was absolutely unrealistic. Unless he encountered some kind of special opportunity. Although I don't need to consider making a breakthrough of one large level in one go, it's still possible to make 2 or even 3 consecutive breakthroughs. As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian's low spirits quickly rose again. After all, I'm now an immortal level old monster. It's quite good to make 2 or even 3 consecutive breakthroughs in one go. After all, as long as I do this a few more times, I'll be able to rise by a large level and become an official or even an emperor. It's not impossible. Speaking of this, his eyes lit up and he became confident again. Most importantly, although I don't have many corpses below the immortal realm, I don't have many corpses above the immortal realm. However, I don't have many corpses from the primordial era up to the supreme primordial era. A few, but still a lot. As for the remains of the supreme primordial and the primordial supreme primordial, the headless infant corpses are still not allowed to be used by this planet. However, that doesn't matter, as the quasi-primordial supreme primordial supreme primordial supreme primordial supreme primordial supreme primordial supreme primordial corpses are not restricted at all. From the looks of it, it's time to refine a cauldron of corpses that mainly use corpses of marquee undyings as raw materials and add a few quasi-desolation level flesh medicines. However, I'm afraid Guihai Dao and the others won't be able to digest such a level of flesh medicine. However much you refine, just keep it for yourself. At most, I'll give some to Flying Centipede and Silver G. Yes, I'll leave some for Mosquito Butcher and the others too. However, before that, I'll have to study the potion refining methods passed down by the 12 tribes on Mulberry G planet thoroughly. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately gave the order to the devouring system in his body, allowing the system to display the results of its analysis and deduction. Previously, the summary of all the potion refining methods passed down by the 12 tribes on Mulberry G planet and the thousands of mountain strongholds under their jurisdiction was given to Yi Xian. He immediately threw it to the devouring system in his body after it was handed over to him. The amount of information contained in the thousands of mountain strongholds potion refining methods passed down by the thousands of mountain strongholds was imaginable. If Yi Xian were to study, comprehend, and learn them one by one, it would probably take him at least a very long time to fully understand them all. Besides, the potion refining methods passed down by the thousands of mountain strongholds were all incomplete. They had been passed down from generation to generation, so there might be some mistakes. Therefore, the best way was to give them all to the devouring system in his body and let the system analyze and deduce them. Finally, the system would summarize them, eliminate the imperfections, and summarize a set of the most perfect and effective potion refining methods. In this way, Yi Xian would be able to grasp them faster. It was only a set of methods and it was perfect. Naturally, it was easy to master. Of course, the perfection here was based on all the information about the potion refining methods that he currently had. In fact, after leaving the star area in the future, Yi Xian would definitely be able to obtain other, different potion refining methods from the tribes of the survivors of the remote antiquity who lived on other vital planets. At that time, he would definitely have to give them to the devouring system in his body again to deduce, analyze, and summarize them. In this way, the potion refining methods in his hands would continue to be improved until they reached a truly perfect level in the end. Soon, following Yi Xian's instructions, a piece of obscure information was directly transmitted from the system database of the devouring system in his body to Yi Xian's mind, allowing him to grasp all the tricks in an instant. This set of potion refining methods was the result of the system's analysis, deduction, and summary of all the information in its hands. It was not too complicated and was very easy to grasp, but it contained a lot of information. Yi Xian spent more than 2 hours to completely master it. Next, it was time to refine the top-grade blood and flesh medicine that he needed. This time, Yi Xian took out the remains of 108 creatures of the remote antiquity, mainly of the 5th stage of the immortal level. There were a total of 105 corpses, including 75 ordinary immortal-level corpses, 10 marquis and king-level corpses, and 5 emperor-level corpses. The last 3 corpses were the remains of powerful beings of the remote antiquity level. They could be said to be extremely precious. The aura of the remains of such a level of treasure was extremely strong. Except for the netherworld stove and Yi Xian's Shenong cauldron, he had not seen a third cauldron-shaped magic treasure that could be stored and endured. Yes, of course it was not that there were none. It was just that Yi Xian had not come into contact with them. He was very clear about this. Yi Xian had always been in awe of the mysterious and distant remote antiquity. He had never dared to look down on it. Xiao. Xiao Xiao Xiao. Chapter 4194. In the space inside the farmer god cauldron, at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. Among Yi Xian's subordinates, only the 8 great guardian deities, Flying Centipede and Old Monster Silver Ji, were still in the space inside the farmer god cauldron. Oh right, there was still Shi Wanjin, but he was still in a deep sleep and hadn't woken up yet. At this moment, the 8 great guardian deities, Flying Centipede and Old Monster Silver Ji, were standing on the plain at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. They raised their heads slightly and looked at the sky above the huge flame pool in the central region, their faces full of shock. Although Yi Xian didn't enter the space inside the cauldron, he still sat cross-legged at the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. However, this cauldron had been completely refined by him, so he could control everything in it with just a thought. Just now, with his thought, 108 corpses of treasured bodies of primordial creatures, which were at least at the level of ordinary undying, a large amount of top-grade precious materials, and over 1,000 cubic meters of mixed liquid of netherworld furnace essence and innate chilling spiritual liquid, were all taken out by him. They were floating in the air above the flame pool at the bottom of the central region volcano. This scene was extremely magnificent. Not to mention the 8 great guardian deities, even the Flying Centipede and Old Eccentric Silver Beacon were dumbstruck. They were shocked to the point it was as if they had just been struck by lightning, and they simply didn't dare believe what they were seeing. Heavens! Boss actually has so many corpses of primordial beings in his possession. He casually tossed out 108 corpses, and every one of them has an aura that is stronger than mine. At the very least, they are no ordinary late-stage sempiternal realm experts. Am I hallucinating? And those precious materials, TSK, each of them is rare in the world. Hey, why does that 9-heaven soul-cleansing grass look so familiar? I think it's from the treasure vault of our Silver G clan. An undying in our clan applied to use it, but he was rejected. How come boss has it now? In it? And those liquids, why do I feel the strong aura of the netherworld furnace? And, heavens, it's the innate chilling spirit liquid. Obviously this liquid is a mixture of the two. TSK. Sure enough, the nest of the demon clan in the second universe was destroyed by boss. The pool of innate cold spiritual liquid in their ancestral land is probably all in his hands. From the looks of it, it seems that boss is going to concoct pills? Heavens, using the mixture of netherworld furnace lotion and innate cold spirit liquid to replace the spirit spring water, and the other flesh materials and precious herbs are even more precious. How heaven-defying will the medicinal effect of this cauldron of flesh medicine be after it is refined? That's not important. What I'm most concerned about right now is, will we get a share after it's refined? Boom. Rumble, swish. While the 8 great guardian deities were stunned and petrified, while the Flying Centipede and Old Eccentric Silver Pole were drooling and muttering softly, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from the flame pool below the large pile of top-grade refining materials. An energy-shaped cauldron condensed from the Shenong 7-colored flames rapidly rose from the flame pool. Immediately after, a series of air-piercing sounds rang out. All the materials that were originally floating above the flame pool automatically flew into the huge cauldron condensed from the Shinong seven-colored flames. In the blink of an eye, they had already melted and merged together. All of this was clearly seen by the 8 great guardian deities and the 2 immortal old monsters on the side of the plains at the bottom of the volcano in the central domain. This was because this cauldron was not a physical body at all, but condensed from the Shinong seven-colored flames. It was clearly visible. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. In just a few breaths of time, all the remains of the treasure body, top-grade materials, and precious medicines that had automatically flown into the cauldron were all melted and merged together. This scene was simply unbelievable. The 10 fellows who had witnessed this scene with their own eyes opened their mouths wide once again. Before they could recover from their shock, dense ear-piercing sounds came from the mouth of the central domain volcano above them once again. Obscure runes of different colors and shapes fell from the top of the volcano like rain, covering the sky and earth, directly falling into the cauldron. Inside the 7-colored cauldron. These densely packed obscure runes were created by Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron, using the perfect alchemy technique that he had just mastered. At this moment, as they fell into the 7-colored cauldron above the flame pool at the bottom of the central domain volcano, this cauldron of top-grade flesh medicine was completely refined. It was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. The time was almost negligible. It couldn't be helped. Even the body of the cauldron was condensed from the pure Shinong 7-colored flame, and the highest level of the flesh materials used this time was only at the quasi-desolation age level, and there were only 3 of them. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if it wasn't fast. Roar. Roar, roar. As these dense and obscure runes fell into the 7-colored energy cauldron, this cauldron of flesh and blood medicine was completely formed. For a moment, the phantoms of true dragons and true phoenixes all rushed out of the cauldron, craning their necks and roaring clearly, causing the 8 great guardian deities and the flying centipede, who were watching from afar in the plains at the bottom of the volcano in the central region, to be stunned. Old Monster G and the others were so scared that they trembled and almost fell to the ground. Boom! In the next moment, a huge roar sounded. The 7-colored cauldron above the central domain's flame pool bloomed with infinite light. In an instant, it turned into specks of 7-colored brilliance that sprinkled down on the flame pool below. Now that this cauldron of top-grade flesh medicine was finished, the cauldron condensed from the Shinong 7-colored flame naturally retreated, returning to the flame pool as the 7-colored divine flame. Now, floating above the flame pool was a large canopy of purple-gold top-grade flesh medicine. It wasn't like the faint purple gold that the 12 main cauldrons of the 12 tribes on Mulberry G Star had refined, but it was pure purple gold. As for its size, it was as large as a mountain and exuded a dense energy aura. Looking at this mountain-like purple gold top-grade flesh medicine, whether it was the 8 great guardian deities, the flying centipede or old monster silver beacon, the breathing of all 10 of them instantly quickened. Their eyes even shone with a burning desire. Although they hadn't tasted it yet, they already knew that these flesh medicine would definitely increase their cultivation and strength by leaps and bounds. In the face of such an opportunity, no one would be unmoved. Chapter 4195. Awu. As soon as Yi Xian finished his words, the 8 great Vajras, flying centipede, and old monster Inji at the bottom of the volcano in the central domain instantly became excited and howled like wolves. Without hesitation, he immediately took out his storage magic treasure, activated the power in his body, and took out 100 cubic meters of purple gold flesh medicine hanging in the sky above the flame pool in the central area. Then he spread out, found a place to eat and went into seclusion to make a breakthrough. Yes. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to these fellows. He immediately took out a few small spatial bottles and stored all of the top-grade purple gold flesh and blood medicine that was like a mountain range. The flesh medicine he refined this time was not only of excellent quality, but also of astonishing quantity. There were as many as a mountain. Apart from the portion he had specially left for Old Monster Mosquito Butcher and the others, most of the remaining flesh medicine was enough for Yi Xian to promote his cultivation base to the 9th level of the Marquis Immortal Realm. At that time he would need to refine a cauldron of even higher quality flesh medicine. Of course, in order to advance from the peak of the 9th step to the Immortal Realm, Yi Xian would need to refine a special flesh and blood medicine that was used to break through the bottleneck of the realm. Its effect was different from the flesh and blood medicine that only increased one's cultivation, so it was called the Marquis Immortal. Level 21 Liquid. It should be more suitable. However, that was a matter for the future. At present, Yi Xian's cultivation base was only at the 3rd level of the Immortal Realm. He was still some distance away from the 9th level of the perfection of the immortal realm, so there was no need to be too anxious. After packing up all the flesh and blood medicines, Yi Xian pondered for a moment and quickly made a decision. He planned to take advantage of this moment to consume some of the top-grade flesh and blood medicines that he had just refined, and then immediately go into seclusion to begin a new round of cultivation breakthroughs. Because not long ago his cultivation base had reached the 3rd level of the immortal realm. If he activated the ancient ape demon's true form with 3 heads and 6 arms and directly entered the 5th change of the ape demons, his cultivation base would instantly soar to the 9th level of the immortal realm. Perfect. He was only a small step away from the marquee immortal realm. Although the 9th level of the perfection of the immortal realm and the 1st level of the marquee immortal realm seemed to be only a small step away, the battle strength of the two was very different. Next, Yi Xian would soon lead tens of millions of remote antiquity survivors on Sangji Star to attack the forbidden lands in the surrounding void far away. Then he would walk out of this void that had been sealed for countless years. Yi Xian needed a stronger battle strength. Since it was only a small breakthrough and he had the ability to do it now, then this matter should be done sooner rather than later. The marquee immortal realm's immortal realm? Not long ago, Yi Xian Star was master of the immortal realm immortal thought. After making his decision, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light. His entire body instantly became excited as he tightly clenched his right fist. Even after this breakthrough, I can only activate the bloodline of the 3-headed, 6-armed ancient demon ape and use the 5th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape before I can possess the strength of the 1st level of the conferred immortal realm. But for the time being it's enough. Saying this he didn't say anything else. Sitting cross-legged in the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, he waved his hand, Xiao. With a wave of Yi Xian's hand, a dazzling purple-gold treasure light instantly shot out from the interior of the Shinong cauldron below him. When it arrived in front of him, it quickly stopped and turned into a purple-gold liquid that was only a foot long. This foot-sized purple-gold liquid was precisely the top-grade flesh medicine he had just refined. It was also the result of compressing the divine farmer cauldron's domain's power. However, it wasn't 100 cubic meters but only 10 cubic meters. The color of a flesh medicine of this level had already reached the true purplish gold color, and its medicinal effect was so strong and overbearing that it was far from being comparable to the light purplish gold flesh medicine he had swallowed before. If it was compressed into 100 cubic meters and swallowed all at once, even with Yi Xian's current cultivation strength of the 3rd level of the immortal realm and his powerful physical strength, it was very likely that his physical body would be damaged. Therefore, in order to be safe, and in addition to the fact that his set goal this time was only to break through a small level, according to the results of his deduction of the effect of this purple gold blood flesh medicine, 10 cubic meters of it each time was the best amount. Xiao. A weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The foot-long purple gold flesh and blood medicine in front of him seemed to have a spirit of its own under Yi Xian's command. It automatically rushed into his mouth and entered his stomach in a flash. The entire purple gold flesh medicine melted almost instantly and turned into a majestic energy. It began to circulate rapidly in Yi Xian's sea of knowledge and the limbs and bones of his physical body. What was different from the previous times was that in the past, when such a situation occurred, it was often accompanied by a burning sensation like magma. His entire physical body felt as if it was about to be torn apart, and it was extremely painful. But this time, when refining this purple gold flesh medicine, the water that replaced the spirit spring was a mixture of the mild netherworld furnace milk and the cold innate cold spiritual liquid. Therefore, when this purple gold flesh medicine melted in Yi Xian's body, it did not have the burning sensation of a rock general at all. It easily tore apart the shackles of human potential in his body. Walala! Following the disappearance of the shackles, Yi Xian's body instantly emitted a sound of energy flowing that was even more rapid and violent than before, causing his entire body to feel comfortable. The next moment, Yi Xian opened his eyes and a familiar system prompt sounded in his mind, ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu formula. Current realm, 4th level of the immortal realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the Qi and blood body. Current realm, 4th level of the immortal realm. Before this, the strength of his original body was at 3rd level of the immortal realm. Once he activated the bloodline of the ancient demon ape with 3 heads and 6 arms, his strength soared again and directly reached 4th level of the immortal realm. If he used the 9 changes of the demonic ape and reached the 5th change, he would instantly reach 9th level of the immortal realm. And now, as his strength broke through again, Once Yi Xian activated the bloodline of the ancient demon ape and entered the fifth change of the ancient demon ape, his peak battle strength would reach first level of the Marquee Immortal Realm. He would finally have the strength of the Marquee Immortal Realm. Chapter 4196. Roar. As Yi Xian roared towards the sky and activated the ancient demon ape's bloodline, the power within his body instantly surged like a surging river. It surged mightily and instantly became boundless. His body began to swell rapidly like a balloon that had been blown up. Before he could finish his roar, an ancient ape demon with 3 heads and 6 arms had already appeared in the void. The aura of the 3 true forms of flesh, blood, bones, and black mist was astonishing, and its size reached a height of 100 feet. At this moment, no matter how one looked at it, the current Yi Xian was no longer a human. Instead, he was an ancient demon ape with a powerful bloodline. He had 3 heads and 6 arms, and the aura emanating from his body was shockingly ferocious. As for his strength, after entering the ancient demon ape bloodline, it increased by 1 small level and reached level 5 of the immortal realm. However, this was only the beginning. Roar. 9 changes of demon ape. First change. Another furious roar rang out, and the ancient ape demon's body instantly swelled to 10 times its original height of 100 feet, reaching its current height of 1,000 feet. Its strength also increased by 1 small level and reached level 6 of the immortal realm. Then similar scenes appeared several times. Roar. 9 changes of demon ape. Fourth change. A 5th roar rang out as the ancient ape demon's ferocious 3-headed, 6-armed body expanded to a height of 1,000,000 feet after entering its 4th transformation. Its strength had reached level 9 of the immortal realm, which was half a step away from the Marquee level 9 of the immortal realm. However, this wasn't the end. Yi Xian's current demonic ape 9 transformations bloodline ability had already been comprehended to the 5th transformation a long time ago. 9 changes of demon ape. 5th change. The last roar came out. The ancient demon ape's body expanded again, reaching a height of 30 million meters. At this time, its strength had reached level 1 of the Marquee level 6 of the immortal realm. The 2nd generation of the demon ape bloodline was also a Marquee level 1. Although he wasn't level 1, he wasn't much stronger than Yi Xian. This was because Yi Xian, who possessed a body of over 1,000,000 meters, was already comparable to 1 or 2 levels of cultivation within the boundless qi and blood of this terrifying devil ape true body. Ordinary level 1 of the Marquee level 1 of the starry sky were no match for him. Once they fought head-on, they would be crushed by Yi Xian. Now, his overall strength was equivalent to level 3 of the Marquee level 6 of the immortal realm. Without taking the fallen sky bow and the power of the farmer god cauldron into consideration, his strength was level 3 of the immortal realm. In just a blink of an eye, 1,000,000 Zhonglong ancient demon ape crossed the void like a small meteor. Not only was it emitting the aura of a level 1 Marquee immortal realm expert, but its blood qi was so abundant that it could make one's hair stand on end. This scene had long alarmed the desolation survivors on Sangji Star thousands of miles away. A few tribes and strongholds rushed out from Mulberry Star, including the dozen or so Sector Lord Old monsters. When they suddenly saw such a terrifying beast in the void, their expressions changed greatly. They were so terrified that even their bodies began to tremble. They didn't recognize this terrifying ancient demon ape bloodline at all. It was actually their master Yi Xian who had just surrendered not long ago. In fact, if they didn't already know about this, even if Gui Hai Dao, Song Qingyu and the rest of the demon ape scouts who had followed Yi Xian for a long time were all pulled over, none of them would recognize him. Marquee level undying. It's actually in Marquee level undying. It's over, it's really over this time. The heavens are going to destroy our Sangji star. This powerful being is terrifying. Even if the master and his 2 undying level beasts attack at the same time, they won't have a chance of winning. Shocked, the dozens of Sector Lord Old monsters muttered to themselves. Their minds were completely shaken. Facing such a powerful Marquee level undying, they didn't even have the thought of fleeing. Because a Marquee level undying spirit sense was enough to cover trillions of miles around Sangji star. No matter how fast they were, how could they be faster than the supreme beast before them? As long as they couldn't instantly escape the vast region covered by his spirit sense, it would be useless no matter how they tried to escape. If he wanted to kill them, he could catch up any time and destroy them with a wave of his hand. Conversely, if he didn't have such intentions and simply looked down on them like ants, there would be no need to flee. If they really did that, they might anger him instead, and the result would be the opposite of what they wanted. Yi Xian didn't care about all this. At this time he was extremely excited. The power of a Marquee level undying was indeed worlds apart from a normal undying. Without mentioning anything else, just the strength of the spirit sense was enough to shock him. At this moment he casually spread out his divine sense, and in an instant, with the position of his body as the center point, everything in the universe within 100 million miles was displayed in his mind. As long as he slightly thought about it, any corner of this vast and boundless starry sky could be seen. Everything would be displayed, and in terms of power there was no need to say more. Yi Xian didn't even doubt that a single punch from him would be able to turn Mulberry Star, which was millions of kilometers away, into cosmic dust. He naturally wouldn't do anything to Sangji Star. However, the other abandoned stars in the distance were no problem at all. Since he had already activated the bloodline true body of the three-headed six-armed ancient demon ape, and had even used the 9 transformations of the demon ape bloodline ability to the 5th transformation, if he didn't test out the terrifying immortal power that he suddenly felt in his body, Yi Xian's heart would truly itch. Soon he chose his target. It was millions of miles away but in the opposite direction of Sangji Star. As such, this abandoned star was more than 10 million miles away from Sangji Star. At such a long distance, no matter how powerful this attack was, Sangji Star wouldn't be affected. Roar! Yi Xian raised his head and roared. At this moment Yi Xian used all the strength in his body. His body stood in the air and didn't move at all. However, the right arm of the flesh and blood true body of the 3 true bodies was raised high up into the air and suddenly blasted out, ka-cha-cha, hong. Hong long long. A formless and terrifying power rushed out from Yi Xian's fist. As it whizzed out, the void along the way shattered inch by inch. Its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, a huge explosion came from the abandoned star millions of miles away. However, this explosion didn't last long because everything was over very quickly. This abandoned star, which was about the same size as Sangji Star, was blasted into space dust by Yi Xian's punch from millions of miles away. Chapter 4197. Shattering a medium-sized star with a single punch was something that some of the more powerful ordinary undying beings could do, but they definitely couldn't do it so easily. Moreover, Yi Xian was in the void of the universe millions of kilometers away from this medium-sized star, and with a single punch he was able to accomplish this. Such a terrifying destructive power. Such a punch could only be done by a marquee-level undyings. At this moment, as Yi Xian waved his arm and smashed this medium-sized abandoned star into cosmic dust from millions of kilometers away, the ancient survivors outside the atmosphere of Mulberry Star, who were tens of thousands of kilometers away from him, were instantly scared witless. A marquee-level undying being, even if he was just standing there, could already exert a terrifying pressure on them. Not to mention, such a being was so angry that he smashed a mid-sized star a few million miles away with a single punch? Although Sangji Star was a little far from where he was, the difference between 10 million miles and a few million miles was not that big. His opponent could destroy the abandoned star in the void that was a few million miles away with a single punch. Yi Xian could smash Sangji Star with just one punch. The only thing he needed to do was to turn around, because Sangji Star was behind him. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, the ancient ape demon, which was millions of feet tall and looked like a small star, slowly turned around and looked in the direction of Sangji Star. Oh my god, we're doomed. With one punch, an entire star is smashed into dust. There's no use running away. God, destroy my Sangji Star, destroy my Sangji Star. Look, that ancient ape's body is shrinking rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a human? Star Master Yi? Master? Was this old man hallucinating? That marquee-level undying's ancient ape has turned into a master? Hallucination, it must be a hallucination. Seeing this terrifying ancient ape demon slowly turn around and look in the direction of Mulberry Ji Star, the experts outside the atmosphere of the star were instantly scared out of their wits and let out cries of despair. However, just as they screamed, Yi Xian had already removed the 3-headed, 6-armed ancient ape bloodline true form and returned to his original human form. This scene happened to be witnessed by the survivors outside the atmosphere of Sangji Star. After being stunned for a short while, they all screamed, thinking they were hallucinating. What are you screaming for? Have you lost your mind? It wasn't until Yi Xian flashed over and instantly arrived in front of them from tens of thousands of kilometers away that they finally recovered from their nearly insane state and fell into a daze once again. All of them were dumbstruck, and the expressions on their faces were as if they had just been struck by lightning. After a long while, the dozens of Sector Lord old monsters were the first to react. They trembled and immediately asked Yi Xian in surprise, "Master, where is that big monkey just now? No. Where is that marquee-level undying ancient ape senior? Are you blind? You clearly saw the entire process. That senior is our master. That's right, our master is a marquee level undying. Whether it's a human or a monkey, ancient ape, it's not important. The key is his cultivation level. Sangji Star is thriving. Our Sangji tribe is thriving. With our master here, we can sweep through all the space-forbidden areas in the distant void in one day. Against a marquee level undying, those space beasts won't be able to match up to him. Yi Xian rolled his eyes and sneered as he watched these fellows dance around, each and every one of them acting as if they had just been injected with chicken blood. That's right, this Star Lord will indeed begin his conquest of the surrounding starry sky forbidden zones soon. However, at that time all of you will be able to do so. You will all follow me. I've already scanned the area with my immortal rank divine sense. There are a total of 6 forbidden zones in the surroundings. Each of them has 2 to 3 immortal rank beasts guarding them. One of them only has 1 left. It should be the nest of the million-strong beast army that was just annihilated not long ago. Even if I were to act, I would only be able to destroy those undying level beasts. The remaining beasts will depend on you all. This is weapon refinement. Speaking of which, Yi Xian turned and walked into the distant void. I'll give you all 1 more month. In this month, everyone on Sangji Star will enter closed-door training. Everything else will be put aside. As for the guards, I'll be guarding the space outside of Sangji Star's atmosphere. You all don't need to worry, just focus on breaking through. After which, Yi Xian was already 10 million miles away. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Shin-Nong cauldron that was as huge as a star. In a flash, he crossed-legged at the entrance of the cauldron, sitting down cross-legged. See, what a huge cauldron. This cauldron, could it be the legendary era treasure, the Shin-Nong cauldron? It should be. I didn't expect it to fall into Master's hands. Such an important artifact of the era represents extraordinary luck. Since this cauldron is in Master's hands, it means that a portion of the primordial world's luck already belongs to Master. Suddenly seeing the complete form of the Shin-Nong cauldron, the experts outside the atmosphere of the Mulberry G star were instantly horrified. While gasping for breath, they continued to cry out in alarm. After a long while, the stronger primordial survivors, under the leadership of the dozen sector lords, turned around and charged towards Sangji Star in the atmosphere. Yi Xian's words just now made them feel quite pressured. Fortunately, they not only had the light purple gold top-grade flesh and blood medicine in their hands, but also had a whole month to improve their cultivation base. Not everyone could improve their cultivation base by leaps and bounds. But with this top-grade flesh and blood medicine in hand, they didn't need to worry about it. Under the condition of full cultivation, it should be no problem for them to break through 2 or 3 small levels. Some of them were more talented or rather had a deep foundation. It was even very possible for them to achieve a cultivation breakthrough across a large realm. Chapter 4198. Soon, the large number of survivors and experts who had remained outside the atmosphere of Mulberry G star all entered the interior of the planet within the atmosphere and began closed-door cultivation to break through. Yi Xian had just completed a breakthrough and still needed 1 or 2 hardy battles to stabilize his current realm. Therefore, he had no intention of continuing to cultivate and seek a breakthrough. The reason he was sitting in the cosmic void outside the atmosphere of Mulberry G star was partly to prevent the powerful army of ferocious beasts from the surrounding void from coming to disturb him. On the other hand, it was to prevent the allied forces of various races and rogue cultivators from the 3 main planes of the starry skies from passing through the light curtain and entering Mulberry G star directly from the dark, black hole-like void where he had come from. Although the dark void that was like a black hole was vast, it could be said to be boundless, and it was like this in all directions. Under such circumstances, the fleets of the 3 major starry skies that entered the dark void after him might not be able to find Yu Yi. At this time, Xianlai had passed through the same light curtain. However, this was more or less a possibility. He had to be on guard. However, he could not afford to waste this 1 month. Although he did not intend to cultivate, Yi Xian could use it to deduce the ancient demon ape bloodline ability, which was the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. Up until now, he had already comprehended the 5th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. However, this was something that happened a long time ago. Although the further he progressed, the more complicated the derivation of each transformation would be, and the time required would also increase. However, the devouring system in his body had begun to deduce the 6th transformation of the demonic ape after completing the 5th transformation. According to Yi Xian's estimation, the mysteries of the 6th transformation should be deduced soon. Even if there was still a gap, as long as he settled his mind and began to deduce with the devouring system in his body, it should not be a problem for him to successfully deduce the sixth transformation of the devil ape before the start of the expedition in a month's time. After adjusting his state of mind, Yi Xian quickly calmed down and retrieved all kinds of data and information related to the sixth transformation of the devil ape from the devouring system in his body. He spent an entire 2 days to study it thoroughly, and then began the follow-up derivation with the devouring system in his body. When it came to data calculation and derivation, although he was still far inferior to the devouring system in his body, after all, the current Yi Xian was already an immortal old monster. His divine sense was so powerful that it made people's hair stand on end. With his assistance, the devouring system's derivation of the sixth transformation of the devil ape was completed in an instant. There was a huge improvement. Just like that, another dozen or so days passed before the systematic derivation of the core profundity of the sixth form of the devil ape was finally completed. At this moment Yi Xian was overjoyed. Hearing the familiar system beep in his mind, he was in high spirits. He did not feel tired at all after 20 days of continuous derivation. Before this, the strength of his original body was at level 4 immortal realm. Once he activated the bloodline of the ancient demonic ape with 3 heads and 6 arms, his strength soared again, directly reaching level 5 immortal realm. If he performed the 9 demonic ape transformations and reached the 5th transformation, he would instantly reach level 1 marquee immortal realm. But now Yi Xian had already deduced the core profundity of the 6th transformation of the 9 demonic ape and completely mastered it. As long as he wanted to, he could activate the real body of the devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms at any time. After entering the 6th transformation, not only would his body reach an unprecedented height of 10 million meters, which was 30 million meters or 60,000 miles, which was comparable to a supergiant planet, but his strength would also soar again, reaching level 2 marquee immortal realm. If one were to include the terrifying chi and blood energy contained within this terrifying star body that was 60,000 kilometers long, even if one didn't use the fallen sky bow and other supreme divine abilities and powerful treasures like the Shinnon Cauldron, Yi Xian's true combat strength would still be able to reach the 6th or 7th level of the marquee immortal realm, which was equivalent to an old monster at the late stage of this realm. The extent of this battle, I finally comprehended the 6th transformation of the 9 demonic ape transformations bloodline. Yi Xian forcefully activated the true body of the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape and directly entered the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations of the devil ape. Feeling the impulse of possessing the terrifying vitality of a 60,000-kilometer body, Yi Xian stood up from the mouth of the Shinnon Cauldron that was filled with a 9-colored mist. At this moment, his chest was filled with boundless pride. This was because he had ordered the devouring system in his body to start deducing the core profundity of the 7th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape as soon as the derivation of the core profundity of the 6th transformation was completed. It was as if he could already see himself comprehending the 7th transformation, the 8th transformation, and even the ultimate 9th transformation. Right now he was only at the 6th transformation, but his devil ape true body could already reach 60,000 miles in size, which was comparable to a superstar. As for the 7th, 8th, and 9th transformations, not only would each of them elevate his cultivation base by a minor stage, even the size of the devilish ape true body would increase by 10 times if there were no unforeseen circumstances. If that was really the case, the demonic ape's size in the 9th change might not be comparable to the void behemoth tortoise at its peak, but it wouldn't be too far off even if it were to raise its claws. When he thought of the day when he would also be able to transform and become as large as a small part of the starry sky, Yi Xian's heart inexplicably throbbed with an indescribable feeling. For a long time, the void tortoise, whose body was so terrifying that a single claw was comparable to that of a star field, had always been the object of envy in his heart. But now he finally saw the hope of possessing such a tyrannical body in the near future. How could he not be excited? Calculating the time, it had been 19 days since Yi Xian had started to deduce the 6th transformation of the 9 demonic ape transformations with the devouring system in his body. In other words, in the next 11 days, Yi Xian would officially begin his conquest of the starry sky forbidden zones around Mulberry Star. With anticipation he quickly calmed down his excited mood. His figure flashed, and he once again returned to the mouth of the farmer god cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. In this last bit of time, Yi Xian did not intend to cultivate, nor did he intend to continue to deduce the core mysteries of the 7th transformation of the devil ape true body. It was still too early. In just 11 days there would be no results. What he needed to do was to simply regulate his breathing. He needed to use these 11 days to completely calm down his emotions. Chapter 4199. Hiss. Hiss hiss. The 1-month deadline was up. Yi Xian opened his eyes, waved his hand, and put the farmer god cauldron into his undying world. His figure shot out, and just as he arrived outside the atmosphere of Sangji Star, he heard a series of excited and fierce roars coming from the interior of Sangji Star within the atmosphere. Obviously, the tens of millions of survivors of the primordial era in the 12 great tribes and thousands of villages of various sizes on Sangji Star had all broken out of seclusion. This included Guihai Dao, Song Qingyu, and the other 20,000 demon scouts who were also in seclusion to break through. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks and did not enter the atmosphere of Sangji Star again. He still waited in the void 1,000,000 kilometers outside the atmosphere. Soon, small teams of demon dweller scouts entered the interior of Mulberry Ji Star to find a place to cultivate and break through. They passed through the atmosphere of Mulberry Ji Star one after another and arrived in the void outside the atmosphere. There was no need to say anything, nor was there any chaos. After the demon scouts arrived and saw Yi Xian standing in the void 1,000,000 kilometers away, they immediately began to organize themselves in the void outside the atmosphere of Sangji Star in an orderly manner. During this process, Yi Xian's gaze swept across the demon scouts who arrived one after another. Sensing the cultivation aura emanating from their bodies, a deep gratified smile immediately appeared on his face. Although a month's time was not long, for these 20,000 demon scouts who were originally well prepared, it was actually not a short period of time for them to enter seclusion for such a long time. In addition to the super strong effects of the light golden top-grade flesh medicine they had obtained, over the past month, the cultivation base and strength of the more than 20,000 demon experts had been greatly improved. As far as the eye could see, all the demon scouts were now at the 15th great realm of the starry sky, which was the existence above the universe realm. This was a powerful battle team formed by 20,000 almighty beings of the universe. Because they were extremely familiar with each other, their tacit understanding was even perfect. Once all of them went out to battle and entered the battlefield, the battle strength formed would definitely increase by several levels. Among the 20,000 demon cultivators above the universe realm, there were over 100 star lords and over 10 domain lords. These dozen or so domain masters included Ying Tai Guihai Dao, Song Qingyu, Nebashan Bachai Li Mosquito, Zuofeng Tai and the others. They were all demon experts who had followed Yi Xian since the beginning. And now, because of this opportunity, they had all become domain masters. He believed that in the near future, among these 20,000 demon dweller scouts whose cultivation had all surpassed the universe realm, there would definitely be more and more Star Lord Old Monsters and Domain Lord Old Monsters. Among them Guihai Dao, Song Qingyu, and the others were already the cream of the crop amongst the Domain Lords. Soon they would most likely break through to the Sector Lord realm or even the Universe realm. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the expression on Yi Xian's face couldn't help but become excited once again. When he thought about how one day in the future he would have an army of 20,000 Star Lords, Domain Lords, Realm Lords and even Universe Lords, Yi Xian would have an army of 20,000 Star Lords. It was a feeling of blood boiling. All of this would probably be very difficult to achieve in a short time in the 3 main planes of the universe. However, here there was a huge amount of ferocious beast materials, as well as the top-grade flesh medicine refined by the primordial survivors using alchemy techniques. Everything was possible. Rumble. Rumble. Just as Yi Xian was lost in thought, the atmosphere of Sangji Star in front of him surged. Battleships flew out from the interior of the star one after another. There were all kinds of shapes and sizes forming a large black mass. This time, the tens of millions of ancient survivors on Sangji Star were all mobilized. Although some of the survivors of the primordial era were not combatants, and there were even some elderly, women, and children among them, there was no doubt that all of them had entered the battleships of various sizes. Even the resources and personal belongings of the strongholds had all been taken care of. They carried everything with them. This was completely a rhythm that didn't matter even if they didn't come back after going out on an expedition. Actually, this was very normal. The few tens of millions of survivors of the primordial era on Mulberry Tree had been trapped within the various restricted areas in the surroundings, and they'd been trapped within this expanse of space for countless years. Now that they had submitted to such a powerful master like Yi Xian, there was no doubt that he had the strength to lead them out. Since this was the case, naturally no one was willing to stay here any longer. However, Yi Xian didn't think that way. It was impossible for him to sweep through all of the forbidden areas in the surrounding space at once, so he could only exterminate them one by one. Since that was the case, after the battle he would definitely need to return to rest and digest what he had obtained. Thus, the significance of Mulberry Star as a base for the rear wouldn't completely disappear in a short time. However, for the first expedition for safety reasons, it was good to bring all the non-combatants along. This was to prevent these fellows from worrying about their clansmen on Mulberry Star while they were fighting at the front. What surprised Yi Xian was that as the tens of millions of primordial survivors rushed out of Mulberry Star, the dozen or so Realm Lord old freaks quickly swarmed over and gathered in front of Yi Xian. In just a month, these fellows had all broken through from the Realm Lord grade to the Universe grade and were all old freaks of the universe. In fact, they were not the only universe monsters like this. There were more than 40 universe monsters on Sangji planet. There were even more Realm Lords, Domain Lords and Star Lords below the universe grade. In general, the emergence of powerhouses among the tens of millions of primordial survivors on Mulberry Star had been like a geyser. This was clearly the result of their many years of accumulation. My first target for this expedition is to the northwest of Mulberry G Star. This forbidden space is more than 70 million miles away from Mulberry G Star. When all the tens of millions of primordial survivors on Mulberry Star had arrived and gathered outside the star's atmosphere, Yi Xian scanned the surroundings. Following which, he confirmed the target of the first expedition. There were originally 4 sempiternal realm ferocious beasts in this forbidden space. However, 2 of them led an army of 1,000,000 ferocious beasts to invade this place a month ago, and all of them were annihilated. Right now there are still 2 immortal grade beasts in this forbidden space. In addition, there are about 10 million beasts below the immortal grade. Chapter 4200. Rumble. Boom. With Yi Xian's order, the giant fortress of life on the Wild Dragon battleship that was as large as a planet opened up one floor in an instant. The entire life fortress had a total of more than 10 levels, and the space inside was too vast. However, right now Yi Xian had only opened up one of the levels, which was located in the middle. Just these 3 levels were enough to accommodate the various types of battleships that the tens of millions of primordial era survivors were controlling. It took half a day for all the battleships to enter the giant fortress of life. Guihai Yidao, Zhang Qingyu, and the 20,000 demon scouts had already entered the giant fortress of life. Whoosh! When everything was ready, Yi Xian entered the core command cabin of the Wild Dragon battleship in a flash. With the order given, the giant fortress of life as large as a planet opened up its kinetic energy cabin and turned into a ray of light that shot toward its destination several thousand miles northwest of the Mulberry battleship. And left. More than 70 million miles northwest of the Mulberry battleship, there used to be 4 immortal realm ferocious beasts in the forbidden land of stars. However, 2 of them had led an army of 1,000,000 ferocious beasts to the Mulberry battleship a month ago and died in the Mulberry battleship. Now, there were only 2 immortal realm ferocious beasts left in the forbidden land of stars. In addition, there were nearly 10 million ferocious beasts below the immortal realm. The 2 immortal realm ferocious beasts were both at the middle stage of the immortal realm. One was at the 4th stage of the immortal realm, while the other was at the 6th stage of the immortal realm. Once Yi Xian activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body and entered the 6th transformation of the 9 demonic ape transformations, he would be able to destroy them with just 2 punches. Even if he asked the flying centipede and old monster silver pole to attack, they would be able to end the battle in a short time. After a month of cultivation, the flying centipede had reached the 8th stage of the immortal realm. Even old monster silver pole had reached the 3rd stage of the immortal realm. If the 2 of them worked together, they would be able to easily crush the 2 ferocious beasts. In fact, the ferocious beasts in the forbidden land of stars, including the 2 immortal realm ferocious beasts, were having a hard time. To be more precise, it was the same for all the ferocious beasts in the 6 forbidden zones around Mulberry Tree. A month ago, the sea of space beasts within these 6 forbidden lands all felt a powerful energy that made them tremble. It belonged to an official level undying, and it clearly dispersed from the center of these forbidden lands. This was also something that Yi Xian had done on purpose. He didn't want some ferocious beasts from the surrounding forbidden lands to come and cause trouble during this 1 month of seclusion. His purpose was only to deter this group of fellows, but in fact, the effect of the intimidation was absolutely amazing. It was to the extent that among the countless ferocious beasts in the 6 forbidden areas of the starry sky, even those powerful ferocious beasts at the immortal realm were terrified all day long. Especially the forbidden area in the northwest, not only were there only 2 undying beasts left, their strength was greatly reduced. A month ago they even sent out an army of 1,000,000 beasts, led by 2 undying beasts heading towards the source of the official level undying energy. This remnant star was rushing towards them. They didn't understand why the remnant star, which had always been weak, suddenly had the terrifying aura of an official level undying, but it was too late now. These 2 undying beasts didn't think of escaping, but on one hand the enemy hadn't attacked yet, and they weren't willing to give up their nest. On the other hand, in the distant void behind them, there was another even more powerful forbidden area. Even if they escaped, they couldn't break through it. In the end, they were still trapped in this void. Because of this, these two undying beasts gritted their teeth and braced themselves to stay. They secretly prayed that the official level undying wouldn't come, but all of this was just wishful thinking. For the Longyi battleship, it would only take the time of a cup of tea to cross the distance of 70 million miles in space. Due to the wild dragon ship arriving too quickly, the two immortal rank beasts in the forbidden space in the northwest corner of Mulberry G Star couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Hong Long Long. All battleships move out. Kill without mercy. As the huge kinetic energy cabin roared, the wild dragon star fortress arrived in this corner of the void and hovered above this forbidden space. Immediately after, following Yi Xian's light shout, all of the enormous cabin doors on the level that contained the million battleships of Mulberry Tree instantly opened. One after another, starry sky battleships of all shapes and sizes rumbled out, directly charging towards the forbidden area of the starry sky below. In addition, the two demon scout troops led by Gui Haidao and Song Qingyu also arrived by crossing the void with their bodies. These two groups of 10,000 demon dweller scouts did not split up. After all, the individual combat strength of the demon dweller scouts was not very strong. If they were to split up and fight separately, the losses would obviously be extremely great. These were all the forces under his command. Yi Xian wasn't willing to accept the fall of any of the demon cultivator scouts. In this battle, the two groups of 10,000 demon scouts were gathered together, forming a powerful star battle formation. They cooperated with each other, twisting their strength together and pouncing towards the forbidden land of stars below. Hong Long Long, Hong. This corner of the universe, which was originally quite peaceful, was boiling in an instant. Roars and roars resounded throughout the entire vast void. This forbidden area was located in the northwest corner of Mulberry G Star. It was actually a cosmic void like any other place. In this area, there were more than a dozen life-bearing planets crowded together in a void that was tens of millions of kilometers in circumference. All kinds of ferocious space beasts lived on these dozen life planets. They helped each other and formed a large regional force. That was why this forbidden area of the starry sky was formed. Today, the army of 1,000,000 battleships from Mulberry G Star and the two demon scout squads led by Gui Haidao and Song Qingyu respectively charged towards the dozen or so planets full of space beasts. The war began like a raging fire from the very beginning. Roar! Yi Xian also charged out of the life fortress at the first moment. He directly activated the demonic ape bloodline and entered the fifth transformation of the demonic ape. A terrifying ape that was more than 1,000,000 zhang tall appeared in the void. Chapter 4201. With one punch, he destroyed a powerful immortal realm ferocious beast in an instant. This powerful immortal realm ferocious beast had just shot up into the sky from one of the more than a dozen life stars. No one knew whether it wanted to escape immediately or rush out to fight to the death. But all of this was no longer important, because it had been completely turned into one by Yi Xian's punch. A bloody mist spread out in the void. At this moment, the entire void of the universe fell into a strange silence. Whether it was the tens of millions of ferocious beasts in this forbidden land of the starry sky, the tens of millions of survivors in the millions of battleships that had just rushed out of the Longya Star Fortress, or the scouts led by Gui Haidao and Song Qingyu, 20,000 demon dwellers scouts. Everyone without exception sucked in a cold breath. They didn't even get a good look at the appearance of this immortal realm ferocious beast commander, and what kind of bloodline it had. Everything was over so quickly. This was an instant kill. No, even an instant kill was not enough to describe it. Everything happened so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. Roar! On this side, this powerful immortal realm ferocious beast that they couldn't even see clearly had just been smashed into a bloody mist by Yi Xian from 1,000,000 miles away. The bloody mist quickly spread out in the void. On another life star more than 1,000,000 miles away, another ferocious beast with an astonishing aura roared out in an instant. This was another powerful immortal realm ferocious beast, and it was the most powerful one among them. It was at level 6 of the immortal realm, which was the peak of the middle stage of the immortal realm. With one more small stage it would enter the late stage of the immortal realm. At this moment, this powerful level 6 of the immortal realm ferocious beast let out an earth-shattering roar, which clearly revealed its monstrous anger and madness. There were only two powerful immortal realm ferocious beasts left in this forbidden land of the starry sky. One of them was killed in the blink of an eye. Now it was the only one left. Moreover, with the opponent's terrifying strength, It obviously wouldn't be able to hold on for long and would be destroyed soon. It was very likely that the result would be the same, instant kill. After all, the strength displayed by the three-headed and six-armed primordial ape demons had clearly reached the marquee realm of the immortal realm. With his cultivation at the middle stage of the immortal realm, it was impossible for him to resist it. It was certain that he would be killed easily. Because of this, knowing that he was going to die, this powerful ferocious beast at the peak of the middle stage of the immortal realm completely threw all caution to the wind. Its ferocious nature was aroused. Since it was going to die anyway, it might as well grit its teeth and fight. Maybe it could even injure its opponent a little. With this kind of decisiveness, the middle stage of the immortal stage ferocious beast didn't charge out of the life planet after letting out this furious roar. Instead, it directly teleported and locked onto Yi Xian's location. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of him. This was a giant earth bear with a body of about 100,000 feet. Its fur was bluish-gray and emitted a faint bloody aura. At first glance, one could tell that it was an extremely violent existence. In fact, this was indeed the case. Now, under the situation where he knew that he was going to die, the reason why this great earth bear, who was at the 6th level of the immortal realm, directly teleported from the interior of the life planet, traversing over 1,000,000 kilometers of space, and arrived at Yi Xian's side at lightning speed was because its only purpose was to self-detonate. Its opponent was too powerful. With the terrifying strength of a marquee realm of the immortal realm, it had no chance of winning at all. Only by self-detonating at all costs could it win a little bit of dignity for its death, the dignity that belonged to an immortal realm expert. In fact, the gigantic earthen bear was well aware that even if it self-detonated at such a close distance, it would still not be able to kill the opponent directly with the boundless vital energy and blood in the opponent's powerful physical body that was 1,000,000 feet in size. Even serious injuries were an extravagant hope. At most, it would be some light injuries which were slightly better than superficial wounds. All of this made it feel helpless, but it was powerless to change anything. An ordinary immortal realm expert facing an immortal realm expert was, in fact, no different from an ant facing a ferocious beast. Everything it was doing now was to make a final struggle after knowing that it was going to die. It wanted to lessen the unwillingness in its heart and show more of its dignity as an immortal realm ferocious beast before its death. Unfortunately, Yi Xian would not give it this chance. Compared to him, who was millions of meters tall, this giant earth bear, which was only tens of thousands of meters tall, would only be able to cause Yi Xian a bit of damage even if it were to self-destruct from a distance of less than 10,000 kilometers away from him. It would only be slightly embarrassing and close to injuring Yi Xian, but, since he had the ability to stop all of this, why would he give his opponent the chance to provoke and blaspheme him? Self-detonation? You seem to be a little too naive. In the next instant, the great earth bear, which was at the 6th level of the immortal realm, teleported across more than 1,000,000 kilometers of space and appeared less than 10,000 kilometers away from Yi Xian. From the mouth of the ancient demon ape, which was nearly 10,000 kilometers away, came a voice transmission. It was a sentence that was obviously filled with mockery. Xiao. The next moment, as the ancient demon ape waved its hand, a huge cauldron as big as a star appeared in front of its huge body in the blink of an eye. Boom. At the same time, in the void thousands of miles away, the giant earth bear directly detonated its divine soul and body, turning into a bloody mist with a violent aura. Like a hurricane, it swept towards Yi Xian. Hugh. In the face of all this, the ancient demon ape did not even flinch. With a mocking and even disdainful smile on its face, it waved its hand. From the star cauldron in front of it, a brilliant rainbow flame swept out in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the violent energy that was roaring towards it. When they collided, there was no earth-shattering explosion, nor was there any endlessly raging energy. The terrifying hurricane-like energy formed by the explosion of the giant earthen bear's spirit and physical body was enveloped by the rainbow flames that were heading towards them. In an instant, it was under some kind of unknown and mysterious might. Under the influence of the rainbow flame, it was rapidly compressed. After 3 short breaths of time, the boundless flesh and blood energy completely dissipated. The rainbow flame that had shot out also circled in the air for a while before turning around and rushing back into the Shinong cauldron, disappearing from the mouth of the cauldron that was shrouded in rainbow mist. Chapter 4202. Blood Essence? Good stuff indeed. Yi Xian muttered to himself as he looked at the crimson bead the size of a baby's fist in his right palm. He praised it softly with a satisfied look on his face. This was the first time he had refined a blood essence. Ever since the Shinong unusual flame was upgraded to the 7-colored flame, Yi Xian's control of the Shinong Cauldron's power had reached a new height. Since then, he had been able to control the Shinong seven-colored flame and directly refine some powerful fierce beasts into a blood essence. All the condensed blood essence contained all the vital energy of the ferocious beast that was refined. It could be said to be extremely precious. Moreover, this blood essence could be swallowed directly. It was very beneficial for improving one's cultivation and restoring one's strength. However, fierce beasts below the immortal realm were basically worthless to be refined. This was because fierce beasts below the immortal realm had a lot of impurities in their qi and blood essences. After being refined by the Shinong seven-colored flame, the impurities would be removed and only the essences would be left. It was also of little value. In other words, it was best to use powerful fierce beasts above the immortal realm as raw materials to refine a blood essence. Before this, Yi Xian's own cultivation was too weak. Even if he activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body and directly entered the fifth transformation of the demonic ape, he would only be at the peak of the ninth step of the immortal stage. It was almost unrealistic to control the Shinong seven-colored flame and refine a supreme fierce beast at the immortal realm into a blood essence without resistance. But now, he had only used the fifth transformation of the nine transformation of demonic ape, and he already had the strength of a first-level immortal marquis. If he only used the Shinong seven-colored flame to refine an ordinary immortal rank beast, he wouldn't dare to say it was easy, but he would definitely succeed. The reason why Yi Xian didn't refine the immortal rank ferocious beast was because refining blood essence wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. It required a certain amount of time. Now that they were in the middle of a war, Yi Xian wasn't in the mood to refine blood essence. However, the immortal rank ferocious beast behind him self-destructed. Its originally sturdy ferocious beast body directly turned into a cloud of blood mist energy, eliminating the many steps that Yi Xian had to go through to refine the blood essence. Almost immediately after the Shinong seven-colored flame enveloped the cloud of blood mist energy, the refinement was completed. Since that was the case, he naturally wouldn't let it go so easily. With a thought, he obtained an immortal-level fierce beast blood essence that contained boundless vital energy. If that self-destructing immortal rank ferocious beast knew that this was the result, even if it had already fallen, it wouldn't be able to rest in peace. At this point, the two immortal-level ferocious beasts in this forbidden space had been completely annihilated. Although there were still tens of millions of ferocious beasts left, and there were even a few dozen universe-level existences among them, Yi Xian had no intention of making another move. Swish. Swish. With a thought, 10 figures were sent out from the Shinong Cauldron. They were none other than the Flying Centipede, Old Monster Silver G, and the 8 great guardian deities, who had all grown into Star Lords after breaking through in the past month. I'll leave the universe-level ferocious beasts to the two of you to deal with. Remember, don't kill them all. Give a few of them to the universe-level ferocious beasts on Sangji Star. With a step, Yi Xian turned around and went to the mouth of the Shinong Cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored mist, and sat down cross-legged. At the same time, he turned his head to look at the Flying Centipede and Old Monster Silver G, who had just rushed out of the Shinong Cauldron, and gave an order. As for the 8 great guardian deities, he couldn't be bothered with them at all. These guys wouldn't be separated easily, but with their intelligence, they could naturally guess that the only reason Yi Xian sent them out of the Shinong Cauldron was to let them participate in the great battle and find ferocious beasts with similar cultivation and strength. This was weapon refinement. Brr. Screech. In the next instant, the Flying Centipede and Old Monster Silver G raised their heads and let out a furious roar. In an instant, they turned into 2 streaks of light and rushed toward the great battle ahead. To them, just dealing with a few hundred universe-grade ferocious beasts was like a piece of cake. This was simply a one-sided slaughter. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it had only been less than half an hour since Yi Xian had killed the first immortal-grade ferocious beast. A large number of ferocious beasts roared as they rushed out of the planet's atmosphere on the dozen or so vital planets in the distant void ahead. From this moment on, the real tragic battle could be considered to be in full swing. However, to Yi Xian, the outcome of this bloody battle was already without any suspense. In this starry sky danger zone, only 2 immortal-grade ferocious beasts were left. No matter how many ferocious beasts there were, they definitely wouldn't be able to cause too much of a stir. Rumble. Boom. Screech. Roar. In the void, earth-shattering explosions rang out one after another. The entire vast void was in an uproar. From time to time, various kinds of angry roars, ferocious roars and vicious howls could be heard, shaking the heavens. For the tens of millions of ferocious beasts on the dozen or so vital planets in the starry sky danger zone, this battle was a bloody one of extinction. But to the 20,000 demon scouts led by Guihai Yidao and Song Qingyu, as well as the tens of millions of primordial survivors in the thousands of mountain villages on Mulberry Ji, this battle was merely a battle to refine weapons that made one's heart surge with excitement. Yi Xian didn't pay too much attention to it. After the time it took to eat a meal, he retracted his gaze and looked at the blood-colored bead the size of an infant's fist that he had been holding in his right palm all this time. This tiny blood essence contains all the blood and energy of an immortal rank ferocious beast. Moreover, it has been purified and refined by the Shinnong seven-colored flame, removing the impurities and preserving the essences. Looking at the blood essence in his hand, Yi Xian's eyes emitted strands of light as he muttered to himself. This kind of thing, even this Star Lord has only condensed it for the first time. I just don't know what its effects are. However, it's the vital energy of an immortal-grade ferocious beast after all. In addition, this is the first time I've consumed something like this. The effect should be even more obvious. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happens, this blood essence should be very likely to allow my cultivation strength to break through again. Thinking of this, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. His eyes flashed again as he directly threw the blood essence into his mouth. He didn't taste anything at all. In the blink of an eye, it entered his stomach and turned into a scorching energy that rapidly circulated in his limbs and bones. Chapter 4203. Walala, as the effect of the blood essence spread out, it turned into a blazing energy river that surged through Yi Xian's body. Instantly, the sound of chains rattling could be heard in his mind. These chains were the shackles of human potential that limited his growth and evolution. Every time one of them was torn apart, it meant that Yi Xian's cultivation level would increase to a certain extent. The shackles of human potential also varied in size. Every time he took the gene culture fluid and broke through the bottleneck of a major realm, he would encounter and eventually be torn apart by the huge shackles. And if it was only a small breakthrough within the same realm, then what one would encounter and ultimately be torn apart would be the smaller shackles of the human body. At this moment, as the effect of the blood essence spread out, it turned into a blazing energy river that surged through Yi Xian's body. What appeared in Yi Xian's body was clearly a smaller shackle of human potential. If this shackle of human potential was broken, his cultivation level would increase again and he would break through a minor realm. The whole process was undoubtedly painful. However, Yi Xian was already used to this kind of pain. It was nothing to him. He immersed his mind and spirit in it. With the profound meaning of the ancient Dongshu tactics, he activated the blazing energy river in his body. It flowed along his meridians and carried out great circulations one after another. Every time a great circulations was completed, the small shackle of human potential in his body became weaker. After an entire 49 cycles, a loud clanging sound suddenly sounded out in Yi Xian's mind. At this moment, the scorching energy that had been surging through the 100 meridians in his body was completely exhausted. The next moment, Yi Xian opened his eyes. In his mind, the familiar sound of the system notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu tactics. Current realm, level 5 of the immortal realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body's qi and blood. Current realm, level 5 of the immortal realm. Before this, his original body strength had been at the sempiternal realm 4th order. However, once he activated the ancient demonic ape bloodline, his strength shot up to the sempiternal realm 5th order. If he could use the 9 demon ape transformations and reach the 6th transformation, he would instantly reach rank 2 Marquis Immortal. And now, with his cultivation base breaking through, Yi Xian could activate the demon ape bloodline in his body and enter the 6th transformation of the demon ape. At that time, his peak battle strength would reach rank 3 Marquis Immortal Realm. He was already at the peak of early Marquis Immortal Realm. He only needed one more minor breakthrough to enter the middle Marquis Immortal Realm. A single drop of blood essence allowed me to break through a small stage. This kind of good news is simply too unbelievable. Yi Xian was extremely excited when he felt the strength in his body increase significantly. He clenched his fists tightly as he muttered to himself. This time, he was in a hurry to cultivate in seclusion at the edge of the battlefield of the land of conquest. On the surface he seemed to be a little impatient, but in fact the reason why he did so was just to test the effect of this blood essence. This result was of great importance. If the blood essence's effect was extraordinary, Yi Xian would not hesitate to capture any immortal realm fierce beasts he encountered in the forbidden lands of the starry sky in the following battles. He would either blast them into a cloud of blood mist and refine them into blood essence on the spot. If the effect was disappointing, there was no need for him to do so in the following battles. It was a thankless and meaningless task. But now it seemed that he was very satisfied with the result. Although it was very likely that this was the first time he had consumed this kind of blood essence, so the effect was very obvious. Even so, the heaven-defying effect of the blood essence could basically be confirmed. After all, this was the compressed form of all the qi and blood in the body of an immortal realm fierce beast after being refined by the Shinong seven-colored flame. Even if the effect would be affected if he consumed too much in the future, there would still be a bottom line no matter how bad it was. In short, this blood essence was definitely a good thing. Even if it took a lot of strength to refine one, it was worth it. Roar. Screech. Rumble. In the distant battlefield in the void, angry roars and roars could still be heard from time to time. There were even earth-shattering explosions, but compared to when Yi Xian closed his eyes and began his closed-door training, it was obviously much rarer. During this closed-door training, he used the profound meaning of the ancient cave void formula to drive the blazing river of energy that was formed after the blood essence was dissolved in his body. The river of energy circulated in his meridians for 49 cycles, which took him nearly an entire day. After a day, this originally one-sided starry sky battle had basically entered the stage where it was about to come to an end. Looking around, the battlefield in the void was a sea of light and fire. There were corpses and remains of fierce beasts everywhere. Of course, there were also some corpses of the Desolation survivors scattered around. Whether it was Yi Xian or the tens of millions of Desolation survivors on Mulberry Star, they had long been mentally prepared for this. In a starry sky battle of this level, even if one side had an overwhelming battle strength, it was inevitable that there would be casualties. It could even be said that if there were no casualties, it would not be able to achieve the true effect of refining weapons. A group of iron-blooded lions could only grow rapidly in the test of blood and fire. However, even though there were quite a number of survivors from the Antiquity era who had perished, it was definitely not a large number. At most, there were only a few tens of thousands of them. Compared to the tens of millions of ferocious beasts that had almost been completely annihilated, such a small amount of losses was practically negligible. However, the 20,000 Demon Dweller scouts led by Gui Haidao and Song Qingyu had not lost a single one in this battle. On one hand, this was because the 20,000 Demon Dweller scouts had always been gathered together, helping each other and forming a battle formation that they had long been familiar with to kill the enemy. On the other hand, it was also because of the special care of the Flying Centipede and Old Monster Inji. These two old men clearly knew that these 20,000 Demon Dweller scouts were old men who had followed Yi Xian for a long time. Naturally, they would not watch any of them die at the hands of the fierce beasts. Of course, this did not mean that these two old men did not care about the Desolation survivors. The key was that there were too many Desolation survivors. There were tens of millions of them, and there were even more than 1 million battle arcs. How could the two of them take care of so many Desolation survivors? Half a day later, the last ferocious beast was killed. The void was completely silent. The roar of the ferocious beast could no longer be heard. At this point, the tens of millions of fierce beasts in this starry sky forbidden area had been completely wiped out without exception. Chapter 4204. The battle lasted only a day before it was completely over. Tens of millions of ferocious beasts in the dozen or so habitable planets in this forbidden space were completely annihilated. Yi Xian didn't interfere with the cleanup work after the battle. He didn't even pay attention to his original subordinates. The Flying Centipede, Old Monster Inji, and the 8 great Vajras immediately rushed back into the Farmer God Cauldron. They still had plenty of top-grade flesh and blood medicines, so compared to the boring battle, they were more interested in cultivating in seclusion in the cauldron and making breakthroughs in their cultivation. Even Gui Haidao, Song Qingyu, and the 20,000 demon scouts under their command did the same. After the final battle, they immediately rushed back to the vital fortress and seized the time to cultivate. On the one hand, they wanted to continue their cultivation, and on the other, they wanted to digest the results of the battle. What they obtained? The task of cleaning up the battlefield fell to the tens of millions of primordial survivors led by the 20 to 30 old monsters of the universe. In fact, all the survivors of the primordial era were in favor of this matter. More than 10 million star beasts had been killed in this battle, and all of them were relatively powerful elite beasts. For the tens of millions of survivors of the primordial era on Mulberry Tree, such a bountiful harvest was absolutely unprecedented. It had never happened before. Generally speaking, even if the 12 tribes had thousands of mountain villages of various sizes and sent out a large number of elite forces to join forces and charge out of Mulberry Tree for a large-scale space hunt, the number of ferocious beast corpses they could harvest was usually between 1 and 2 million. The most they'd managed to harvest was close to 3 million, but the quality was slightly lacking. But this time, more than 10 million elite beasts had been completely wiped out, leaving only the corpses of the primordial beasts that they coveted. For the tens of millions of primordial survivors on Mulberry Tree, the ultimate goal of the previous battle and bloodshed was to reap the rewards of this moment. Therefore, compared to the previous bloody battle, the current work of wrapping up the battlefield was actually more exciting and exciting. As far as the eye could see, the desolate survivors of Mulberry Orchid Star could be seen bustling among the remains of enormous beasts in the vast expanse of space occupied by the more than a dozen planets with life. Perhaps these guys were too excited and had never encountered such a bountiful harvest before. While cleaning up this huge void battlefield, they would occasionally let out loud and long wolf howls or roar out the majestic battle song of the remnants. If one had to describe this scene in one sentence, perhaps it would be, every one of them looks like they've been injected with chicken blood. That was the most appropriate description. The cleanup work lasted more than half a day. During this process, tens of millions of primordial survivors were busy and happy. To them, this was definitely a kind of enjoyment and not hard work. In the end, even Yi Xian was extremely impatient. He rolled his eyes and urged them to finish their work quickly. Only then did the speed and efficiency of collecting the spoils of war quickly increase. Tens of millions of primordial survivors worked together at the same time. In just 2 hours, they had collected all the corpses of the fierce beasts in the void into their storage magic treasures. At this point, this forbidden area of the starry sky had been completely wiped out. Not even a corpse of a fierce beast was left behind. In less than 2 days, in the blink of an eye, one of the 6 forbidden lands of the starry sky that surrounded the Mulberry G star and trapped the tens of millions of survivors of the Desolation Era in this galaxy that spanned hundreds of millions of miles was gone. There were still 5 forbidden areas of the starry sky left. Yi Xian decided to deal with 1 or 2 more forbidden areas of the starry sky in one go. Although he had collected tens of millions of corpses of fierce beasts this time, which was enough for the primordial survivors of the 12 tribes on Mulberry Tree to refine several furnaces of blood and flesh medicine in each of the thousands of villages of various sizes on Mulberry Tree. But all this could not enter Yi Xian's eyes. Although these tens of millions of corpses of fierce beasts were a lot, their quality was so poor that they were useless to him. On the contrary, the blood essence that he had condensed before was quite interesting to him. It could even be said that his heart was a little restless and he could not restrain himself. Of the remaining 5 forbidden areas of the starry sky, the one closest to the one that had just been wiped out was located in the void on the right side, about 70 to 80 million kilometers away. With the maximum speed of the long Yi Starry Sky Fortress, it could be reached in the time it takes to eat a meal. What made Yi Xian speechless was that after he decided to attack this forbidden area of the starry sky and gave the order to board the ship at the first possible moment, it took more than 2 hours for the millions of battleships driven by the survivors of Mulberry Tree to enter the long Yi Starry Sky Fortress one after another. With this time he could have made a round trip from that forbidden area of the starry sky. But this could not be helped. Since he was going to refine his army, he had to bring a large number of troops with him. It was impossible for him to go into battle alone, so it was inevitable that he would spend some time on these minor details. 2 hours later, all the battleships of the survivors had entered the long Yi Starry Sky Fortress. Yi Xian followed closely behind and stepped into the core command cabin of the fortress. Then, following his order, the long Yi Starry Sky Fortress turned into a dim stream of light and accelerated. It shot towards the second target 70 to 80 million kilometers away. After the time it takes to eat a meal, a new bloody war in the starry sky would begin. At this time, Yi Xian had activated the demon ape bloodline in his body, revealing the true form of the 3-head 6-arms demon ape, and directly entering the 5th transformation of the 9 transformations demon ape, which gave him the strength of a first-order Marquis immortal. At this time, he had already spread out his divine sense and made a simple investigation of the forbidden areas around Mulberry Tree. He had already investigated them. Among them was the forbidden area of the starry sky that the long Yi Starry Sky Fortress was heading towards. In general, the overall strength of this forbidden area was about the same as that of the forbidden area of the starry sky that had just been destroyed. There were only a dozen planets with life, which were gathered in a corner of the universe. They were not far from each other. And the number of ferocious beasts living on these dozen planets was more than 10 million. However, in this forbidden area, there were a total of 5 immortal-level ferocious beasts. The weakest one was only at first-order immortal level, while the strongest one was at 8th-order immortal level, which was about the same strength as the flying centipede who had just broken through. If it were any other race or force, suddenly attacking such a powerful forbidden area of the starry sky and facing 5 immortal-level ferocious beasts at the same time would be very stressful. Chapter 4205. As for the fact that there was a forbidden land tens of millions of miles away that had been completely wiped out by the primordial survivors of Sangji Star, the remaining 5 all knew about it long ago. This battle had caused such a huge commotion, it was impossible to hide it. Moreover, the one who led the tens of millions of Desolation survivors on Sangji Star to accomplish this feat was a supreme being with the cultivation base of a marquis. This was something that the higher-ups of the remaining 5 forbidden lands were also well aware of. Originally, they didn't care about the tens of millions of Desolation survivors on Sangji Star. Although there were quite a number of Desolation survivors on this star, there were at least tens of millions of them. But before this, the strongest was only at the Sector Lord realm. Even the Sector Lord old monsters were only at the Sector Lord realm. Over a dozen. For the 6 great starry sky forbidden zones that had immortal-level ferocious beasts guarding the 6 surrounding areas, and there was more than one of them, this level of power was not worth their attention at all. They could just casually send one of their universe-level ferocious beasts to destroy it. In fact, the reason why the higher-ups of the 6 forbidden zones had not made a move on the primordial remnant on Mulberry Tree for so many years was because they wanted to wait for the primordial remnant to grow to a population of at least a few 100 million before making a move. Simply put, they were just rearing them. However, what the upper echelons of the Forbidden Lands didn't expect was that the Sangji Star that they viewed as a breeding ground for their prey would suddenly appear out of nowhere. A terrifying official-level undying that made them tremble in fear appeared out of nowhere. When they first sensed the powerful spirit energy of this official-level undying, many of the upper echelons of the 6 Forbidden Lands even had thoughts of fleeing out of fear. But this was obviously unrealistic because in the wider cosmic void behind them, there were still forbidden lands in the starry sky that were more powerful overall, and even the tribes of the survivors. These space forbidden lands and tribes all had official-level undyings. There were even emperor-level undyings in some tribes and forbidden lands. To put it bluntly, the leaders of the ferocious beasts in the 6 forbidden areas of space were actually just dwelling in this corner of the universe. However, compared to the tribes of the survivors of Mulberry G Star who were surrounded by them in the Central Territory and were imperceptibly sealed, the space and range of their activities were much wider. That was all. This ancient fragment of the desolate era was too vast. The high-level beasts in the 6 forbidden lands were only at the immortal realm. They were far from being able to roam freely in this fragment of the void, even if they were just wandering around. Under such circumstances, facing this originally peaceful and secluded area, the sudden appearance of this official-level undying, since they couldn't turn and flee, their only choice was to stay and fight to the death. However, none of the 6 forbidden lands were a match for this mysterious marquis official-level undying. Against such a powerful being, they had almost no chance of resisting. The moment they started fighting, within a short period of time, all of the forbidden lands could only be considered as one of them. That was the end result. This was proven by the facts. In just a day's time, one of the 6 forbidden grounds was destroyed, leaving only 5 of them left. To these 5 remaining forbidden lands, if they wanted to survive the war of this powerful official-level undying, their only chance of survival was to work together. Any single forbidden land couldn't fight against an official-level undying. Only if the 5 of them worked together, with more than 20 normal official-level undyings attacking at the same time, they might be able to fight for a chance of survival. This was something the immortal rank ferocious beast higher-ups in the 5 Forbidden Star Zones understood when they learned that one of the Forbidden Star Zones had been completely destroyed. In an instant, the immortal rank upper echelons of the 5 Forbidden Lands of Stars started a discussion immediately. The purpose of the discussion was to determine which Forbidden Land of Stars would be the final battlefield for the final battle with the other party. Unfortunately, before this negotiation could reach a conclusion, the undying Marquis who had just annihilated a forbidden area of the starry sky had already arrived at the second forbidden area of the starry sky with the tens of millions of people under his command at lightning speed. All of this caught the immortal rank ferocious beasts of the 5 forbidden zones off guard. They originally thought that this army of survivors would at least return to Mulberry G Star to rest for a while before launching a follow-up expedition. They didn't expect everything to happen so quickly. On the other side, it was only half a day after the annihilation of the first Forbidden Land, and a huge battleship the size of a small star had already arrived above the second Forbidden Land. The ongoing negotiations were immediately interrupted. The other 4 immortal-level beasts' upper echelons didn't hesitate to abandon the second forbidden area that Yi Xian had set his eyes on. The original alliance of the 5 Forbidden Lands became the current alliance of the 4 Forbidden Lands. Moreover, before the bloody battle in the second forbidden area had begun, the tens of millions of ferocious beasts in the other 4 forbidden areas had already begun to move. All of them came out of their nests and rushed towards the agreed location of the final battle. Yi Xian didn't know about all this and he didn't care. In this area he had the battle strength of an official level undying, and he was already equivalent to a unique supreme overlord. In the face of absolute crushing power, all struggles and conspiracies were futile. Although there was no way to escape, and even the other 4 forbidden lands in the starry sky that originally wanted to ally with them had abandoned them without hesitation. However, the tens of millions of fierce beasts in this forbidden land still didn't intend to give up the battle and surrender. In fact, they also knew that even if they gave up the battle and surrendered, they would still end up being slaughtered one by one. This was because the tens of millions of people of the desolation on Sangji Star needed the flesh and blood of these fierce beasts. They had been doing this for a long time. They had been in the void, hunting the wandering fierce beasts that didn't belong to the 6 forbidden lands. In other words, no matter what, the result of this battle would be complete annihilation. In this case, instead of humiliating themselves by surrendering without a battle, it was better to show their courage and fight to the death with their opponents. Chapter 4206. Boom. Rumble. An earth-shattering roar reverberated in the void. As soon as they arrived, the hatch of the Long Yi Star Life Fortress was immediately opened. Tens of millions of survivors of the desolate ancient era and thousands of mountain villages of various sizes on the Mulberry Ji Star mobilized all of them, driving more than 1 million battleships of various types, and rushed out of the Star Fortress with awe-inspiring fighting spirit. They were charging toward the army of millions of beasts that had formed up in the void. The 20,000 demon scouts led by Gui Haidao and Song Qingyu, including Ying Tai, had all charged out of the Star Fortress. They maintained their original battle formation and swept forward with a rumble. The 8 great guardian warriors, the Flying Centipede and Old Freak Silver Ji were also sent out of the Shinong Cauldron by Yi Xian to join the battle. The 8 great guardian warriors' mission was still to train themselves, while the Flying Centipede and Old Freak Silver Pole's mission was still the same as before. They were responsible for killing the majority of the universe-grade beasts and leaving only a small portion for the universe-grade powerhouses on their side to train. As for Yi Xian, after he stepped out of the giant star fortress, he waved his hand and kept the giant star fortress in the undying world in his body to prevent it from being damaged in the fierce battle. Immediately afterward, he raised his head and roared, directly activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body. Roar. As Yi Xian roared towards the sky, the power within his body instantly surged like a surging river. It surged mightily and instantly became boundless. His body was like a balloon that was being blown up as it quickly swelled up. A primeval devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms had already appeared in space. The aura of its 3 true bodies was shocking, and its figure had attained a height of 30 m. It possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, and the aura it emitted was ferocious to the point it was astounding. Roar. 9 changes of the demonic ape. First transformation. Another furious roar rang out, and the ancient ape demon's body instantly swelled to 10 times its original height of 100 feet, reaching its current height of 1,000 feet. Then similar scenes appeared several times. Roar. 9 transformations of the demonic ape. Fourth transformation. A 5th roar rang out as the ancient ape demon's ferocious 3-headed, 6-armed form expanded to a height of 1 million feet after entering its 4th transformation. 9 transformations of the demonic ape. 5th transformation. With a final roar, the ancient demon ape's body expanded again until it was 1 million zhang tall. At this time, its aura had reached rank 2 Marquis Immortal Realm. However, this was still not the end. Not long ago, Yi Xian had painstakingly comprehended the 6th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and had yet to use it. Today was an opportunity, and he couldn't wait to sense how terrifying the boundless vital energy and blood possessed by such a terrifying figure was. Roar. 9 transformations of the demonic ape. 6th transformation. With that final roar, the primordial ape demon, which had already reached a size of 1 million feet, instantly swelled to 10 times its original size, reaching a terrifying size of 10 million feet. This size was absolutely comparable to a small star. At this moment, the aura emitted from his body had reached the pinnacle of his current level. Level 3 Marquis Immortal. Although its cultivation base was only at 3rd level Marquis Immortal, such a huge demonic ape wasn't inferior to a small star. The boundless blood and chi energy it contained was simply indescribable to be described with the word hair-raising. Without a doubt, if he were to include the support of the terrifying chi and blood energy within this terrifying body, the current Yi Xian wouldn't be inferior in a direct battle with a peak of the middle stage of the immortal 6th order. Facing all this, The 5 immortal-level ferocious beasts in a row in the void tens of thousands of miles away were completely dumbfounded. They thought that their opponent was just a mysterious existence at level 1 marquee immortal realm. If that was the case, although they would still die, they could at least struggle for a while before they died. After all, the opponent was only a rank 1 marquee immortal realm expert. Obviously, he had just broken through to the rank 1 marquee immortal realm. Perhaps he hadn't even stabilized his realm yet, but who would have thought that as soon as the opponent arrived, his originally inconspicuous body would explode again and again. From beginning to end, he had become as big as a small star in just a few breaths' time. As for his cultivation strength, it had reached the terrifying rank 3 marquee immortal realm expert. Rank 3 marquee immortal realm expert. Plus the terrifying vital energy and blood in such a gigantic body, the opponent's true battle strength was probably comparable to a rank 6 marquee immortal realm expert. So, how could they fight this battle? In the face of such a terrifying existence, even the last bit of struggle before their death had become meaningless. Screech! Under the great fear, the 5 immortal-level ferocious beast commanders who had been standing in a row in the void in front of them, who had already made up their minds to fight to the death with this marquee immortal realm expert, let out a screech in unison and involuntarily turned around to flee. At this moment, they were already scared out of their wits. Even if they knew that this kind of action of turning around and fleeing was completely meaningless, the other party could still crush them one by one like crushing an ant. However, they could not help but turn around and flee. This was completely under the state of being in a state of complete terror. This was a completely subconscious action. All of you are my blood essence. Suddenly turning around and fleeing at this time. Don't you think it's a bit too late? Yi Xian rolled his eyes when he saw that these 5 fellows were completely terrified. They were all immortal realm old monsters, and 5 of them at that. They actually didn't say a single word and turned around to flee. Before he finished speaking, his devil ape true body, which was as huge as a star, suddenly waved his hand. Boom! The next moment, a starry sky cauldron, which was hundreds of times larger than Yi Xian's current size and was comparable to the biggest superstar, appeared in the void with a wave of his hand, directly blocking the path of the 5 immortal-level ferocious beasts who had turned around to flee. Huff! Immediately after, with a thought from Yi Xian, a majestic sea of 7 colored flames swept out from the cauldron that was like a gigantic star. It was as if a large river had suddenly leaked out from the tip of the Milky Way, and in the blink of an eye, it had transformed into an endless sea of flames. After spreading out, it directly covered an area of 10 million kilometers. The universe void was completely enveloped. In front, the 5 immortal-level ferocious beasts who had been blocked by the starry sky cauldron were all trapped in this sea of 7 colored flames that hung over millions of miles. In an instant, it was impossible for them to escape even if they had wings. Chapter 4207. The 5 immortal-level ferocious beasts were enveloped by the magnificent sea of flames that Yi Xian had summoned from the Shenong cauldron in the blink of an eye. They were surrounded by the Shenong flames of 7 colors. There was nowhere to run. The 5 ferocious beasts were a lion, a tiger, a fox, an eagle, and a sharp-cheeked giant rat. The sharp-cheeked giant rat was the smallest, but it was actually the strongest. It had reached the 8th level of the immortal state, only 1 level away from the peak of the 9th level. However, due to its bloodline, it was only around 3,000 meters long. It was a giant among rats, but it was only average compared to some Star-Lord ferocious beasts. Compared to Yi Xian, which was as big as a star, it was almost negligible. Regardless. Apart from that, the largest of the 5 ferocious beasts was a black tiger. It was 70 to 80,000 zhang tall and looked extremely mighty. However, its cultivation base was the weakest among the 5 ferocious beasts. It was only at level 1 sempiternal realm. It seemed like it had just recently become a ferocious beast. It had just broken through. Boom. As he stepped into this vast sea of flames that was tens of millions of kilometers in radius, Yi Xian's enormous body instantly occupied a small space. Compared to him, the 5 immortal-level ferocious beasts were so small that they were like ants. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian punched at the black tiger that was the largest of the 5, which was around 80,000 meters long. Yi Xian had used his full strength in this punch. Before the enormous iron fist had even arrived, the boundless and boundless force had already caused the black tiger's enormous body to explode into a bloody mist from a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers. Phew! Almost at the same time, a Shenong 7-colored flame swept down from the boundless sea of flames above his head. As if it had a mind of its own, it directly enveloped the vast blood mist formed by the explosion of the immortal rank black tiger's body and began to refine it. Pew! 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 Although this punch was aimed at the black tiger old monster, the current Yi Xian's body was simply too large. When the punch was thrown out, the surging force instantly filled the entire space that was enveloped by the seven-colored sea of flames. The other four immortal-level ferocious beasts couldn't dodge at all. They had to bear the impact of the remaining force on their bodies. They all opened their mouths and spurted out blood. Don't waste it like that. That's the essence of your blood. If you keep spitting it out, the quality of your blood essence will be affected. Seeing this scene, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He took a large step forward and closed in on them in an instant. He spread out his arms, and a pair of wind pierced through his ears from the left and right, surrounding the four immortal realm-old monsters. Screech! Screech! The giant rat, which was the fastest and most agile one, was Yi Xian's attack. It was shrieked in Do Screech. It was Yi Xuez's head was. The six-tailed heavenly fox, whose cultivation was in the middle, followed closely behind. It saw an opening and narrowly escaped from Yi Xian's right arm as it whistled through the air. Although they were still trapped in this area with a radius of 10 million miles, at least they had avoided the calamity in front of them. Only the azure-maned lion and the black-feathered furious eagle were a bit too big and their cultivation was a bit too weak. In the end, they weren't able to dodge this attack and were continuously blasted apart by Yi Xian's left and right arms that whistled through the air. Their bodies turned into a bloody mist without any suspense and spread out. Immediately afterward, two Shenong seven-colored flames roared out from the sea of seven-colored flames above. They swept across and completely enveloped the two immortal rank ferocious beasts' blood mist that had just exploded, directly starting the blood essence condensation process. Senior, we're willing to surrender. Can you spare our lives? As long as you can spare our lives, we're willing to serve you in the future. Seeing that Yi Xian had killed two more of his companions, it would definitely be their turn next. The six-tailed heavenly fox and the giant rat of the eighth step trembled in their hearts. They immediately lowered their bodies and begged for mercy. There's no need. I already have too many subordinates under me. If I add you guys, I really can't afford to feed them. In the face of their pleas, Yi Xian shook his head and refused on the spot. Besides, what's more attractive to me now is the blood essence condensation of the immortal level ferocious beasts. You guys are the best raw materials. Boom. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian turned around and punched with both fists again. This time, the six-tailed celestial fox and the level 8 giant rat had nowhere to run. Their front and left were blocked by Yi Xian, and behind them and above them was the burning sea of seven colors flames. Screech! Screech! In horror and despair, the six-tailed celestial fox and the level 8 giant rat raised their heads at the same time and let out a shrill screech. Almost at the next moment, two shocking explosions were heard. The bodies of the six-tailed celestial fox and the level 8 giant rat exploded without any suspense. They were each blown into a bloody mist by Yi Xian's punch. Immediately after that, two canisters of Shenong seven colors flames fell from the sea of seven colors flames above their heads. They wrapped around each other and immediately began to refine them. 5 ha. The harvest this time can be said to be huge. Licking the corner of his mouth, Yi Xian immediately deactivated his three-headed, six-armed devil ape true form. With a wave of his hand, the sea of seven colors flames that covered thousands of miles whizzed out and disappeared into the mouth of the Shenong cauldron in the distant void. Floating in front of him were 5 blood essences of ferocious beasts of different sizes and colors. They were all immortal level. Whoosh! Whoosh! A faint sound of breaking air was heard. With Yi Xian's thought, the 5 blood essence beads floating in front of him instantly turned into 5 faint blood-colored rays of light that shot directly into Yi Xian's mouth and disappeared. This time there are 5 blood essences. I wonder, can I break through 2 levels in a row? Muttering softly, Yi Xian's figure flashed. When he reappeared, he was already at the mouth of the Shenong cauldron in the distance, which was enshrouded in 9-colored mist. He sat down cross-legged and began a new round of closed-door cultivation to break through. Rumble, roar, screech. In the distance, a series of loud explosions as well as the roars and howls of the ferocious beasts continued to be heard, one after another, rising and falling. On the other side, Yi Xian easily dealt with 5 immortal stage ferocious beasts in less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea. In the surrounding void of the universe, the curtains of the bloody battle between the millions of battleships on Sangji Star and the 20,000 demon cultivator scouts led by Gui Haidao and Song Qingyu and the millions of ferocious beasts in this forbidden space of stars had just begun. Chapter 4208. In the void, a mysterious cauldron the size of a giant star stood there quietly. The mouth of the cauldron was filled with rolling 9-colored fog. A figure was sitting cross-legged there. It was Yi Xian, who had swallowed the 5 blood essences and was trying to break through again. At this time, as the effect of the 5 blood essences was released, they turned into a scorching river of energy that surged in Yi Xian's body. Once again, a small human shackle appeared in his body. The incomparably hot blood essence energy surged endlessly in his body. This process was undoubtedly painful, but he immersed his mind in it. With the profound meaning of the ancient cave void tactics, he urged the incomparably hot energy river in his body to flow along his meridians, completing the great circulatory cycle. This time, perhaps it was because this was not the first time he had consumed the blood essences, but the effect of these 5 blood essences was clearly not as strong as the first time he had consumed them. Fortunately, the total amount of 5 blood essences was still able to hold on for a total of 49 cycles. Soon after, a loud crash sounded out from Yi Xian's mind. At this moment, the scorching energy that had been surging through the 100 meridians in his body was completely exhausted. When Yi Xian opened his eyes, the familiar sound of the system's notification rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu tactics. Current realm, level 6 of the immortal realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the body's qi and blood. Current realm, level 6 of the immortal realm. Before this, the strength of his original body was at level 5 of the immortal realm. Once he activated the bloodline of the ancient demon ape with 3 heads and 6 arms, his strength soared again to level 6 of the immortal realm. If he used the 9 changes of the demonic ape and reached the 6th change, he would instantly reach level 3 of the marquee immortal realm. And now, with the increase in his cultivation and breakthrough, once Yi Xian activates the devil ape bloodline in his body and enters the 6th transformation of the devil ape, his peak combat strength will rise by another level, reaching the 4th level of the marquee immortal. He had finally entered the middle stage of the marquee immortal realm. Although his cultivation had successfully broken through again and he had now reached level 6 of the immortal realm, if he activated the bloodline of the ancient demon ape and used the 6th change of the 9 changes of the demonic ape, he would instantly possess the terrifying battle strength of a level 4 of the marquee immortal realm. However, Yi Xian did not seem too happy. Previously, just 1 immortal rank blood essence was enough to allow him to break through a small level after his closed-door cultivation. Now, however, it took a total of 5 immortal rank blood essences to achieve the same effect and allow him to break through a small level. This was only the 2nd time, and he already needed 5 blood essences to break through a minor level. What would happen after that? If he wanted to break through a small level, wouldn't he need more and more blood essence? Every time Yi Xian thought of this, he wanted to sigh. He thought he had found a faster way to break through compared to using the great flesh medicine. He did not expect the result to be like this. He was only happy for a day or 2. Then he was disappointed. However, as long as I don't take them again, the difference between the first time and the 2nd time will not be so great. Then, 5 immortal level blood essences is still acceptable. After calming himself down, Yi Xian's mind raced as he muttered to himself, analyzing the possibility of this happening. After a while, his eyes flashed with a bright light, and he made a decision in an instant. If he wanted to know if the 3rd time he swallowed this blood essence, the effect would be the same as it was now, where he only needed about 5 of them to break through a small stage, or if the effect would continue to decline significantly, the only way was to personally test it and swallow it again. Then he would naturally know. Thinking of this, Yi Xianqing deliberately moved. The last 4 forbidden areas in space should have joined forces by now. Previously, when I used my divine sense to search for them for the first time, the number of immortal level beasts in these 4 forbidden areas seemed to be 14. Although he was talking about 14 immortal realm ferocious beasts, he was actually thinking about 14 immortal realm blood essences at this moment. Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't sit still any longer. He subconsciously turned his head to look at the surrounding void battlefield. Since the beginning of this battle, although he had already killed 5 immortal rank ferocious beasts and refined the blood mist formed after their bodies exploded into blood essence, he had even swallowed 5 blood essences into his stomach, completing a closed-door cultivation breakthrough. However, the battle around him was still going on. It continued. There was no doubt that this was a one-sided battle. However, judging from the current situation, it would take at least an entire day to clean up the mess after the battle was over. It would be fine if it was only half a day. However, Yi Xian could not wait for an entire day. Moreover, he was worried that the immortal rank ferocious beasts in the other 4 forbidden lands would turn around and flee when the fear in their hearts grew stronger. Although the army of beasts under his command could not take them away, to Yi Xian, the escape of one immortal-level beast was equivalent to losing one immortal-level beast blood essence. This was too extravagant. Considering this possibility, he immediately made a decision after pondering for a while. He would not wait for the battle here to end. He would immediately rush to the other 4 forbidden areas and kill the 14 immortal-level beasts first. As for the battle here with the 2 immortal-level beasts, Flying Centipede and Old Monster Silver G, staying here to watch, there was no possibility of accidents happening. After making the decision, he immediately took action. He rushed out of the mouth of the Shinong cauldron and kept the cauldron with a wave of his hand. Then he turned his head to look at the Flying Centipede and Old Monster Silver G. He instructed, "The 2 of you stay here and watch. There are still 14 immortal-level beasts in the other 4 forbidden areas. It is very likely that they have joined forces. It is also possible that they are trying to escape. I will go first and deal with the 14 immortal-level beasts first. You 2 wait for the battle to end and clean up the battlefield before coming back." Chapter 4209. At this moment, the energy within Yi Xian's body surged like a surging river. It surged mightily and instantly became boundless. His body was like a balloon that was being blown up as it quickly swelled up. An ancient ape with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared in the void. The aura of its 3 true forms, flesh, bones and black mist, was shocking. It was around 30 meters tall, had 3 heads and 6 arms, and the aura it emitted was ferocious to the point it was shocking. Howl. 9 Transformation of the Devil Ape. First Transformation. 9 Transformation of the Devil Ape. 6 Transformation. With a final howl, the ancient ape that was already 3 million meters tall, and its body was like a small star. In an instant, its body expanded tenfold, reaching a terrifying 3 million meters tall. This size was comparable to a small star, and the aura emitted from its body had reached the terrifying 4th level of the Marquis level. Even though he was only at the 4th stage, if the terrifying blood and chi energy within his enormous body were to be included, the current Yi Xian would definitely be able to fight head-on against the late-stage expert at the 7th or 8th stage of the Marquis realm. If he added on the Fallen Sky Bow and the Farmer God Cauldron, he would be able to fight emperors easily. What? 4th level emperor? How can he be so strong? Ancient Demon Ape, this powerful emperor is actually an ancient demon ape, that's an absolute bloodline. How could this remote corner of the star region have an existence that belonged to the strongest bloodline even in the distant desolate ancient era? Such a being, even in the central region of this world, would definitely be an overlord, yet here he is. This doesn't make sense. What I'm even more puzzled about is that this senior is clearly a ferocious beast, and an ancient ferocious beast with a noble and supreme bloodline. Why would he mix with those weak primordial remnants? None of this is important. What's important is that the enemy is attacking. Everyone, what should we do? Hong. Screech. Seeing Yi Xian suddenly activate the Devil Ape bloodline in his body and directly use the Devil Ape's 9 transformations to the 6th transformation, transforming into a terrifying Devil Ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. The 14 immortal-level ferocious beasts were instantly shocked. Caught off guard, they all cried out involuntarily. They exclaimed. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian, whose body was like a star, approached them with a leap. Without saying anything, he punched out, and in the blink of an eye, the 2 immortal-level fierce beasts that were caught off guard exploded into a bloody mist. At this moment he had the fighting strength of a level 4 Marquis Immortal Realm expert, which was the middle phase of this realm. It was different from the peak of level 3 in the previous battle. He was much stronger now. It was natural that he could kill 2 immortal-level beasts with one punch. Who? With a wave of his hand, 2 canopies of Shinong 7-color flames roared out of the Shinong cauldron, wrapping around the 2 canopies of blood mist and starting the blood essence refinement. All of this happened too quickly. 2 of the 14 undying beasts were killed in an instant, leaving only 12 undying beasts. At this moment, the 12 surviving immortal-level beasts all retreated, not daring to lightly attack him. To the current Yi Xian, the immortal-level battle prowess no longer had the qualifications to fight him head-on. Facing more than a dozen immortal-level beasts, the current him was as if a tiger in a flock of sheep. Senior, do you have to fight to the death like this? We have no enmity and have never offended you. Senior, as a descendant of the beasts, why are you helping those ants of Sangji Star to kill us all? Senior, we are willing to surrender and surrender to you. A dozen undying battle strength is enough to help you go to the central territory of the starry sky and seize a more powerful forbidden area. That's right. There are even immortal rank experts guarding the more powerful forbidden lands. Senior won't be able to take them down alone. We're willing to help Senior block those immortal rank generals so that Senior can focus on killing the enemy. Roar. I am unwilling. Hong. Facing Yi Xian's terrifying battle strength that was comparable to a late-stage official level Undying, the 12 normal Undying beasts couldn't resist at all. Even their will to fight crumbled instantly. They originally thought that the Undying behind the Desolate Star was only at the early stage of this level, at most level 2 or 3. Who would have thought that not only was his cultivation base at level 4, but he also had a demon ape true form with 3 heads and 6 arms. His blood chi was so strong that his battle strength was close to level 7 or 8 of Marquis level 8. Hence, this battle had no suspense at all. Even if they fought together, they were destined to be killed one by one. Under the fear in their hearts, the 12 ordinary immortal level beasts all tried to persuade him, patiently guiding him, and even expressed their willingness to surrender on the spot. As the vanguard, they would help Yi Xian head to the central domain of the starry sky and attack a place where the overall strength of the Marquis realm was even stronger. The will of the Forbidden Land? Unfortunately, all of this had no effect at all. The ancient ape demon was completely unmoved, and did not even bother to make any response. Oh no, its response was actually very strong, very obvious, and it immediately punched out. The majestic power of this explosion surged out and appeared too suddenly. The 2 immortal rank ferocious beasts were the first to bear the brunt of it. They had no time to dodge at all. One of them didn't even have the chance to make a sound, and the other only unwillingly raised its head and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Immediately after, the boundless strength chi that was as violent as a storm completely covered the 2 of them. What happened next was no surprise. Yi Xian, whose battle strength was comparable to a level 8 official level Undying, wasn't much weaker than the second-generation ancestor of the demon race. The latter was a level 9 official level Undying at the pinnacle level. At this moment, the 2 normal Undying beasts were only at level 3 or 4. This majestic force that made people's hair stand on end instantly wreaked havoc and made their bodies explode, turning them into a mist of blood. Who? Yi Xian was already familiar with the rest of the story. With a wave of his hand, the 2 Shenong 7-colored flames instantly rushed out, firmly wrapping around the 2 exploding fierce beast blood mist. He immediately began refining the blood essence at the first possible moment. All of this took a long time to describe. In fact, from the time Yi Xian activated the ancient ape demon bloodline in his body until now, only a dozen breaths' time had passed since he killed the 4 Undying beasts with 2 punches. Chapter 42:10. There was no suspense in the outcome of the battle. Even when these 14 ordinary immortal stage ferocious beasts hadn't suffered any losses in the beginning, when the 14 immortal stage ferocious beasts joined forces to fight Yi Xian, they still didn't have the slightest chance of winning. Now, within a short span of a dozen breaths, Yi Xian had blown up 4 Immortal Realm Ultimate Ferocious Beasts with 2 punches. There were only 10 Immortal Realm Ultimate Ferocious Beasts left. Because of the fear and despair in their hearts, these 10 Immortal Realm Ultimate Ferocious Beasts did not even have the confidence to join forces to fight. Their fighting spirit was completely gone. They all turned around and fled in different directions. Faced with such a situation, they were completely hopeless. They were no match for Yi Xian even if they joined forces. Now that they had scattered like birds and beasts, the only outcome was that they would be caught by Yi Xian, who was much faster than them, and killed one by one. Boom. Boom boom, screech. Roar. In the void, as Yi Xian attacked again and again, a huge roar that shook the heavens resounded in an instant. It was followed by the desperate and unwilling roars and screeches of the Immortal Realm Ultimate Ferocious Beasts. This battle was too bloody. Although it was brutal, it was simple and direct. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Yi Xian had caught up to the 10 immortal level ferocious beasts one after another. Every single one of them was simply punched out, causing them to explode into a bloody mist. Then Yi Xian waved his hand and drew out a wisp of Shenong's 7-colored flame from the Shenong cauldron in his body. It enveloped the bloody mist that spread after the explosion of the target and began to condense the blood essence on the spot. Near and far, the tens of millions of ferocious beasts that had gathered behind the 14 Immortal Realm Ultimate Ferocious Beasts had already scattered. As far as the eye could see, the vast expanse of space was in chaos. Everywhere were the figures of ominous beasts fleeing in panic. As these ominous beasts fled, their bodies trembled incessantly. Moreover, there were all sorts of low and deep cries due to great fear resounding throughout the area. Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to these fleeing space beasts. He wasn't interested in them at all. When the army of the survivors of Mulberry G Star arrived, they would naturally launch the final attack on these ferocious beasts in the various forbidden areas of the starry sky. Previously, Yi Xian didn't know much about the world outside the hundreds of millions of kilometers of void. However, from the information that the 14 immortal rank ferocious beasts had inadvertently revealed when they were begging for mercy, the hundreds of millions of kilometers of void surrounded by Mulberry G star and the 6 surrounding starry sky forbidden zones should only be limited. It was just a remote corner of this desolate ancient world fragment. Even further behind these 6 forbidden lands, there were even stronger forbidden lands. The beasts guarding them were all official level undyings, even emperor level undyings. After understanding this situation, Yi Xian finally understood why none of the immortal level beasts in the 6 forbidden areas of the starry sky didn't flee far away from the starry sky when they clearly knew that an immortal level marquee level immortal 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 level immortal. This was because they had nowhere to go. In the distant void behind them, there were even more powerful forbidden lands, and there were also terrifying official level undyings. This way Yi Xian didn't have to worry about the tens of millions of ferocious beasts escaping. Similarly, they had no way to escape and could only wander about in this vast expanse of space. In a sense, Mulberry Star, which was surrounded by the 6 forbidden areas of space, was imperceptibly sealed. However, weren't the 6 forbidden areas of space the same? However, none of this had anything to do with Yi Xian. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the bloody massacre he was about to unleash. The chaos of the Great Desolate Era could descend at any time. Everyone was working hard to survive because everyone wasn't just living for themselves. They all had different things to protect. Xiao. Xiao xiao xiao. A faint sound of breaking through the air was heard. From the surrounding void, streaks of bloody light shot over and landed in Yi Xian's right palm. They transformed into 14 blood essence beads of different sizes and colors. Looking at the 14 blood essence beads in his palm, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with joy. With a wave of his hand, the farmer god cauldron appeared from within his body. 14 streaks of rainbow-colored light shot over from the surrounding void and entered the cauldron. Yi Xian's figure also flashed as he appeared at the mouth of the Shenong cauldron that was filled with a 9-colored fog. He sat down cross-legged and threw the 14 blood essences into his mouth. After swallowing them, he closed his eyes and began another round of closed-door cultivation. When the 14 blood essence beads entered his stomach, Yi Xian was still a little nervous at first. This was because if the third time he swallowed these blood essence beads, the difference between the first and second time would be the same. Then these 14 blood essence beads would be far from enough to help him break through a small level. This was definitely a result that would make people speechless. Yi Xian would be greatly disappointed. But at the same time he also had a strong sense of expectation in his heart. Because if the third time he swallowed them, the effect would be the same as the second time. Although it would be far inferior to the first time, compared to the second time, it wouldn't be too much of a decline. Then, these 14 blood essence beads would definitely not just allow him to break through a small level. At the very least, it would allow him to break through 2 small levels or even 3 small levels. Of course, the possibility of 3 consecutive breakthroughs was still very small. Soon, the 14 blood essence beads melted in Yi Xian's body in the blink of an eye. They turned into a majestic and scorching energy that quickly flowed through his limbs and bones. The familiar clanking sound of chains could be heard immediately. There was also an extremely strong tingling sensation. The 1.08 billion pores on the surface of his body glowed brightly. This time he couldn't even remember how many large circulations he had made. Finally, a loud clanking sound rang out in Yi Xian's mind. The scorching energy that had been surging through his meridians was completely exhausted at this moment. When he opened his eyes, the familiar sound of the system notification suddenly rang out in his mind. It had happened twice in a row, which made him extremely happy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient Dongshu formula. Current realm, level 7 of the immortal realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the realm of the Qi and blood body. Current realm, level 7 of the immortal realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient Dongshu formula. Current realm, level 8 of the immortal realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the realm of the Qi and blood body. Current realm, level 8 of the immortal realm. Level 8 of the immortal realm. Another 2 consecutive breakthroughs. Now that Yi Xian had made another breakthrough in his cultivation, once he activated the bloodline of the demonic ape in his body and entered the 6th change of the demonic ape, his peak battle strength would soar to level 6 of the Marquis Immortal Realm. He was only one level away from becoming a Marquis Immortal Realm. Then he would reach the advanced Marquis Immortal Realm. Chapter 42:11. Now Yi Xian was at the 8th level of the Undying Realm under normal circumstances. If he wanted to become an official Undying, he still needed to break through 2 levels. According to his estimation, he would need at least 15 Undying level blood essences of ferocious beasts to break through these 2 levels. There was no longer a single immortal rank ferocious beast in this multimillion-mile-wide cosmic void. The only way for him to obtain immortal rank ferocious beast blood essence was to leave this multimillion-mile-wide cosmic void and hunt in other forbidden areas in the starry sky that were even more distant. Yes. Of course, in the sealed cave at the bottom of the Shinnon Cauldron Domain volcano in his body, there were many corpses of immortal primordial creatures, from ordinary immortal, Marquis, King, Emperor, all the way to quasi-primordial, Desolation Supreme and so on. And there were many of them. However, these remains of primordial creatures that had been dead for a long time couldn't be used to refine blood essences. They could only be roasted or refined into blood and flesh medicine. Hence, if he wanted to obtain new Undying level blood essences, going to other forbidden lands further away in this space of billions of miles was the only choice. However, compared to the 6 forbidden lands in this corner of the starry sky, those forbidden lands were much stronger. Every one of them had an official level ferocious beast guarding them. Even if Yi Xian went stealthily by himself and started hunting, it would be fine if there were only a few of them. However, if he wanted to hunt a total of 15 immortal level beasts and use the divine Nong 7-colored flame to condense blood essence on the spot, once the official level Undyings in these forbidden lands were alerted, and the other official level Undyings in other forbidden lands would join forces, then even if Yi Xian had the ability to deal with them, he would be hard-pressed. From his point of view, it wasn't the right time to officially start a war with these official level Undyings in space. No matter what, he had to improve his strength a little more. The entire Mulberry Ji planet had 12 major tribes, thousands of mountain villages, and tens of millions of primordial survivors. He had to take another step forward before the time was ripe. According to Yi Xian's original plan, after sweeping through all 6 of the forbidden areas in the starry sky and dominating this corner of the starry sky for hundreds of millions of kilometers, he would bring his subordinates and hibernate in Mulberry Ji star. He would refine all of the fierce beast materials into great flesh and blood medicine, and then all of them would be refined. He went into seclusion to cultivate and break through. At the same time, Yi Xian himself would do the same. Only when his cultivation and the overall cultivation level of his subordinates had reached a new height would he step out of this corner of the void and begin a new journey. This main line of the plan would not change for the time being. However, Yi Xian needed even more immortal rank vicious beast blood essences. As such, he had to find a balance between the two. Forget it. I'll bring the army here first and carry out the final hunt for the tens of millions of ferocious beasts that fled from the 4 forbidden lands of the starry sky. After that, I'll return to Mulberry Tree and refine the flesh medicine. Muttering to himself, Yi Xian quickly finalized the follow-up details of the plan. As for me, I've swallowed blood essences 3 times in a row. There's still some medicinal power in my blood, flesh, marrow, and bones that I haven't refined. After returning to Mulberry Tree, I can go into seclusion again. At the same time, I'll consume some top-grade purple gold flesh medicine and the all-evil origin liquid as a supplement to start a new breakthrough. Once this breakthrough is successful, I'll only be a small breakthrough away from becoming an immortal Marquis in my normal state. The amount of blood essences I need will be greatly reduced. Moreover, since this is a breakthrough, I'll need a bottle of level 21 liquid. As such, if I use the method of condensing blood essences to refine this bottle of level 21 liquid, I'll most likely be able to add some energy from the remains of quasi-desolation powerful beings. If that's the case, I should only need 3 or 4 blood essences to complete the final breakthrough. In other words, I only need to sneak to the edge of the forbidden land further away and kill 4 immortal level ferocious beasts stealthily. That should be enough. With that in mind, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. With a flash of his body, he shot toward the 2nd forbidden land of the starry sky that had just been exterminated. He arrived at his destination in just half an hour. At this time, the battle here had also ended. Gui Hai Yi Dao, Song Qingyu, and the other 20,000 demon experts were assisting the tens of millions of primordial survivors on Mulberry Tree to clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils of war. All of this was sped up by Yi Xian's arrival. In just a few hours it was completely over. After that, Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the giant life fortress of Long Yi. After having all of his subordinates enter the giant life fortress, he waved his hand and charged towards the tens of millions of forbidden beasts in front of him, each of them looking for a place to hide. Hong long long. After the giant fortress of life arrived at this area, a loud roar rang out again. The tens of millions of primordial survivors on Mulberry Tree all moved out in all kinds of warships, including the 20,000 demon experts led by Gui Hai Dao and Song Qingyu. The 8 great guardian deities, Flying Centipede and Old Monster Silver Ji, were not idle either. Once again they were blasted out of the Shenong Cauldron by Yi Xian. The former's mission was to refine weapons and temper himself, while the latter's mission was to kill all the old monsters among the tens of millions of ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Lands, leaving only a small portion for the dozens of universe-grade survivors on Mulberry Tree to refine their weapons. A bloody battle broke out again in an instant. This battle lasted even longer. After all, the target of the hunt was all the ferocious beasts in the 4 forbidden lands in the starry skies. There were nearly 50 million of them. Moreover, these ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Grounds had long lost their courage after the 14 immortal rank ferocious beast commanders were killed one by one in a short period of time. They had all scattered and found a place to hide. It would take a lot of effort just to drag them out of their hiding places. It would definitely take some time. Yi Xian still did not participate in this battle, but he did not go far away. Instead, he sat cross-legged at the mouth of the Shenong Cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog, and deduced the formula of the level 21 liquid that was about to be condensed. In the end, after 3 full days, Yi Xian finally perfectly deduced the formula of the level 21 liquid. This final battle finally came to an end.